Hi, there. I'm so happy you've chosen to listen to the audiobook of The Sheriff's Guilty Bride. If you'd be so kind, it would mean so much to me if you'd subscribe to my channel. Happy listening. The Sheriff's Guilty Bride. By Mallory Ford. Chapter 1. June 1885. Not for the first time in her life, Mara Brown wished she had the freedom to punch something. Men did. Sure, it might be frowned upon in some circles, but at least, they wouldn't be committed for hysteria if they took out their frustration on someone who deserved it. Her stomach growled again, and she fought the urge to groan. She'd barely made it onto the train in the first place, and she hadn't had any food to bring even if she'd had the time to take it. Paige needed what few provisions they had in the tenement they called an apartment, especially since she was now out of a job as well. "Excuse me," the white-haired man who sat across from her said as he shifted uncomfortably in his seat. He didn't look much better off than she was, but at least he'd brought a sackful of food for the long journey from New Orleans to Mud Lake, Colorado. "I don't mean to be rude, but I've got some ham and bread you're welcome to if you're hungry." His threadbare blue shirt and khaki pants had more holes and rips than she'd had as a street urchin in New Orleans, and the fingers on his left hand were mottled and twisted. Bless him. Every time her stomach growled, his eyes went wide under his worn gray hat, and his bushy beard twitched. They had to be at least to Kansas by now, and he'd watched her skip every meal since they departed. She opened her mouth to refuse, mostly out of habit, but her stomach growled again. That would be nice, thank you. If she didn't eat soon, she might faint and miss her stop, and then where would she be? Handing her a small sandwich and a cup of water he'd poured from his canteen, the man's eyes showed his concern. "You got someone at the end of this line, ma'am?" Her ire from earlier at the reality of her situation dimmed a little at his worry. "Yes, I'm safe." She didn't elaborate. He didn't pry, but he glanced back at her once more when his stop came up a few hours later. Being a mail-order bride probably wouldn't pacify him, as many women found themselves regretting the decision as well. "If you find you're not and can get back here," he said hesitantly, "I'll do my best to help ya. Just come on out to the smithy and ask for Walter." She smiled softly, doing her best to reassure the kind older man. He didn't look like he had 2 nickels to rub together himself, but wasn't that how it normally went? The wealthy folks just turned up their noses at her and Paige over the years, but the poor folks shared what little they had. "Thank you, Walter. I'll be fine." Rather than push, he simply tipped his hat in her direction and disembarked just over the border of the Colorado Territory. They had to be getting close to Mud Lake, and there was no porter to ask how far it was to her destination. She saved half of her sandwich just in case, even though her stomach begged for more, but it was all she had. Carefully, she wrapped the other half of the bread and meat in the paper it had come in and placed it in her bag. At least she had something to look forward to rather than another full day of a growling stomach and shaking hands. More or less alone on her bench, Mara sat back on the hard wooden seat and watched the rolling hills and prairie land speed by. Mrs. Miller had been a godsend to get her out of New Orleans as quickly as she had, but there had been no more seats available in the nicer passenger cars her brides usually rode. This one, available at the lowest possible ticket price, mostly just held day laborers on their way west to try their luck mining. They weren't all that different from her, to be honest. None of them knew for sure whether they journeyed towards a future of fortune or famine. In some ways, she envied their freedom. At least the car had large windows, filthy as they were. Tight spaces had sent her down an unfortunate path of panic ever since their days with Uncle Rufus. No, she couldn't go there. Panic wouldn't help her now, and already her heart had begun to race. She wasn't in Uncle Rufus's house, and Paige was safe as far as she knew. Looking around, Mara sighed and thanks none of the men had bothered her, though most of them slept with their hats pulled over their faces. The smell in the car wasn't pleasant, but she was away from New Orleans, which was what mattered. In fact, the only activity in the car was a young mother and her child, a boy who couldn't be older than 3. "Ma," he whined in the most pitiful tone. "How much longer?" The strain on the woman's face was clear, but she kept her voice measured as she spoke to her son. "We'll be there this evening, and I know your Aunt Patricia will have a feast ready for us." Her lips set into a thin line, and Mara noticed the tears spring to her eyes. Was that the truth, or was she just trying to appease her son who'd been begging for lunch for an hour? We just have to be patient. Unable to hold back any longer, the boy began to cry. I'm hungry. Crocodile tears ran down his face, and Mara's heart broke at the sight. The other half of her sandwich beckoned from inside her satchel, and Mara realized the young mother had probably run out of food. Survival instinct and a desire to help the child warred within her for a moment, but the memory of the desperation she'd felt trying to provide food for herself and Paige won out. Standing slowly so the dizziness her lack of food brought wouldn't claim her, she held tightly onto the train benches as she moved their direction. Kneeling towards the boy, she held up the sandwich with a raised brow at his mother. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I wondered if he might like a ham sandwich. The woman's eyes went wide as saucers as she wiped a tear from her cheek. Oh yes, thank you. Are you sure? She eyed Mara's own worn dress, the one which made it clear she wasn't any better off than they were. I hate to take your food. Bobbing up and down reaching for the sandwich, the boy nearly broke Mara's heart. I have plenty, she lied. And I'll be getting off soon anyway. At least, she hoped it was the case. The mother didn't look like she believed her, but concern for her son kept her silent. Thank you, ma'am. Wayne, you may take the sandwich. As quickly as a snake striking its prey, the boy grabbed Mara's sandwich and took a large bite. Thank you, he said through a mouthful of bread. You're very welcome, she said as she turned to head back to her own seat. It wouldn't be long before her stomach began growling again, but maybe they were close to Mud Lake. She'd not thought to look at a map before they left. Thankfully, the woman and her son did indeed disembark that evening, though they still hadn't reached Mud Lake. Mara's stomach began its protest in earnest, which she had no choice but to ignore. Whoever this Liam Pratt was, hopefully he'd at least have enough money for a good meal before they moved on to wherever he lived. The familiar bitterness that rose in her every time she thought of her circumstances rivaled only the worry she felt for Paige. How was she faring? Mara had begged Mrs. Miller for some way for Paige to come with her, but there'd only been one seat open at the time. Since then, more had emptied out, but Paige had refused to go anyway. She said she'd stay behind and try to smooth things over with the Lathams, her disarming charm something Mara had always envied. Still, how could she have left her to the mercy of those people? They'd already run off Kate after quite literally dragging her out of their mansion by her hair and giving her no choice but to leave town, and now they'd had Mara charged for a crime she had no idea if she'd actually committed. Arson. Even the thought of it sent shivers down her spine. Watching the Latham's house go up in flames would forever be seared in her mind, but not as vividly as Paige's face as Mrs. Latham screeched accusations in their direction. Every nerve in her body had fired as she noticed the police looking her way, and she'd taken off at a dead sprint into the night to the only place she knew would help her, Hope House. It made her look guilty, of that she was certain, but it was her only choice. Not to mention, she might actually be guilty, and she'd sworn she'd never allow herself to be imprisoned again. Even the thought of a jail cell had beads of sweat forming on her forehead. No, whoever this Liam Pratt was, apparently the brother of Kate's husband, he had to be better than a life behind bars. The only information she'd had about him was his name, as Mrs. Miller had forgotten his letter when she met her at the train station. The silly white dress, though, she'd remembered that. Rolling her eyes, Mara wondered if she could get some money for the ridiculous thing Mrs. Miller insisted on sending all her brides with if this Mr. Pratt turned out to be trading one bad situation for another. Kate would help her, at least, and perhaps selling it would give her a little nest egg while she figured out just what kind of man her groom was. Unable to focus much longer due to hunger, Mara let her head fall back against the bench and her eyes drift close. She hadn't been able to really sleep on the train, as there were far too many men she didn't know or trust around. Still, she'd more or less fallen into a doze only to be woken abruptly the next morning by the screech of the train's brakes and the whistle of its impending arrival. Mootwood Lake, Colorado, the conductor said as he stepped into their car. Last call for Mud Lake, Colorado. Startled, Mara stood to her feet a bit too quickly, her vision clouding at the corners. No, she'd make it, and the half sandwich she'd had the day before would simply have to satisfy her until she could get more. Surely, it wouldn't be long. She blinked away the dots that joined the clouding in her vision, sheer will forcing her to put one foot in front of the other. Shuffling down the steps, Mara didn't take her hand off the rail and did her best not to slump to the side. Gripping the railing with every bit of strength she possessed, she took one step at a time. Her knees shook as she stepped onto the platform, her small worn satchel suddenly much heavier than she'd remembered. "Mara," a choked voice called out as though through a tunnel. With the small bit of vision that hadn't been clouded, Mari locked eyes with Kate before taking in the sight of a tall and handsome blonde man rushing towards her. She listed to the side, unable to hold herself upright any longer, and the world went black. Liam briefly registered the sound of his brother and Kate shouting at someone to get the doctor as he rushed towards his bride, but her too thin face and clouded eyes were all he could focus on at the moment. If he'd ever moved so quickly, he didn't remember when, but catching Mara before she hit the ground became his sole focus. Thankfully, he reached her just as she collapsed. How had this happened, and what was wrong with her? A surge of protectiveness charged through him as he ran down the street to the clinic. He'd not be waiting on the doctor, not when he had no idea how bad off his bride was. None of this was how he'd imagined the day he met his mail-order bride to go. He'd planned to greet her as she stepped off the train, kiss her hand, and take her to lunch at the cafe. After that, he figured she might be tired and wished to rest for a bit before going over to Pastor Olson's house for the ceremony. Samuel and Kate had agreed to stand up for them, and he'd imagined the whole group of them spending a little time together afterwards before bringing Mara back to the modest home he lived in beside the jailhouse. It wasn't as fancy as the ranch house he and Samuel had grown up in, but his brother had always been the one with cow sense. Still, as he hurried down the dusty street and ignored the curious onlookers, the house no longer seemed nearly as important as the woman who'd hopefully one day call it home. Why was she so light? When was the last time the woman had had a good meal? He fought back a groan as he realized just how easy she'd been to lift, and his whole body tensed at the idea of how she'd come to be in such a state. Would she even make it there, or was whatever had caused her to faint going to take her before they'd even said their vows? The thought turned his stomach, though it felt odd since he'd never even met the woman. Reaching the clinic, Liam kicked open the door and tried not to think about how little Mara weighed. She was underfed, that much was clear. "Doc," he shouted as he stepped inside and charged back to the examination room. "Doc, are you here?" "I'm here, Sheriff." "What's all the ruckus?" Dr. Collins stepped out from the back room and wiped his hands on a rag. "Who's this?" Not even stopping as he spoke, Liam shoved the curtain back and stepped into the room where he examined patients. "This is my bride," he said hoarsely. She stepped off the train and fainted. Just as he laid her down on the table, Mara started to stir. Her eyes clenched at the bright light from the window but then darted between Liam and Dr. Collins. Which one of you is my husband?" Relief flowed through every inch of his body seeing her study them both with the scrutiny of a fighter. "That'd be me, ma'am. Liam Pratt, and I must say, this isn't how I expected to introduce myself." His heart still thundered, but at least it had slowed down somewhat seeing the light come back into her eyes. Dr. Collins cut in then, a small smirk turning his lip upward. "When's the last time you ate, ma'am?" In response, her stomach growled, and the protectiveness he'd felt when she first fainted roared back to life. Why hadn't she had any food? Kate had seemed a little thin when she got off the train, but she'd been nowhere near as gone as Mara. "Did they not feed you?" His fist itched to plant itself into something, but he swallowed down the impulse. He was beyond that stage in his life, and Mara needed him to stay calm. "Here," Dr. Collins said as he handed her a dipper of water. "I'll get you something to eat." He stepped out of the examination room, his absence creating an awkward silence Liam wasn't quite sure how to fill. For the first time in his life, Liam was speechless, as every feeling he had seemed to battle within him. The sound of Dr. Collins's footsteps carried a second later, and he swished the curtain back as the smell of cold cuts and fresh bread made Liam's own mouth water. "Here you go, ma'am. This should help." Mara smiled gratefully at the doctor, only a few years older than Liam and Samuel, and the twinge of jealousy he felt surprised Liam. Again, he swallowed it down, recognizing how ridiculous it was. "Thank you, doctor." She took a big bite of the bread, her eyes drifting closed in satisfaction as she did so. I'm sorry to be so much trouble. Before Dr. Collins could speak, Liam shook his head. You're no trouble at all. I just don't understand why it has been so long since you ate. Something flashed in her eyes, but she sighed heavily. I had to get out of New Orleans quickly, and there were no more seats in the passenger cars that provided food. I had no choice. Her expression dared him to challenge her, and the relief he felt at her fire was palpable. I received word from Mrs. Miller and from the U.S. Marshals about what happened in New Orleans, but I'd like to hear your side as well. It wasn't the time to question her, but he couldn't help himself. Would he have to slap the cuffs on his bride, the one whose life he'd feared for only a moment before? Why would you have received word from the Marshals? She took another bite of her food, the uncertainty in her tone laced with something more combative. Satisfied she was out of the woods for now, Liam did his best to diffuse her ire with humor. Well, ma'am, it seems you're in luck. Out of all the gentlemen Mrs. Miller could have paired you with, you got me. He pointed at his badge, and her eyes widened as she noticed it. Mara Brown, I'm Sheriff Liam Pratt, and I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Chapter 2. I told you, Sheriff, I don't need any help. Mara stood to her feet half an hour later in the doctor's office and slapped her would-be husband's steadying hands away. She felt a little bad about it, but she'd never been able to control her tongue. Her head started to spin a little, but she willed herself to stay upright. She had no plans to marry a lawman, especially not in her current situation, and it didn't feel right to let him worry over her. He let out a frustrated breath, and any red-blooded woman with eyes would have to admit Liam Pratt was attractive. He had shaggy blonde hair that curled out from under his Stetson, and his broad chest and thick arms clearly strong. He stood nearly a foot taller than her own 5 feet 3 inches, but the way he towered over her didn't feel as threatening as it ought to. No, for some reason, she knew she'd be safe with the man before her. Well, she'd be safe until the charges came through from New Orleans. To be honest, she didn't know for certain the papers had been drafted yet, but the Lathams had made it clear they were coming. Whether charges meant they'd bring her in immediately, she didn't know. She'd not had a chance to talk to anyone about the process of being charged with a crime, and it wasn't something she had experience with. Mara, he said through clear frustration. I just want to help you. Until when? Until you have to throw me in a jail cell? I didn't do what they said I did, Sheriff, even if I am guilty. She bit her tongue then, hating the way it had a mind of its own. If nothing else, she should probably be working to get him on her side. It didn't escape her that Liam could probably answer all the questions she had about the legal process. Confusion settled on his face. Then what are you guilty of? Could she trust the man in front of her? Kate had been to visit earlier, and she'd assured Mara the Pratt brothers were good men, but could Liam have pulled the wool over her eyes? Still, what choice did she really have? I don't actually know, but I didn't burn their home on purpose. The fatigue hit her then, and she reached out without thinking to steady herself on his strong arm. His muscles tensed beneath her hand, but he didn't move. Why don't I order some food from the cafe, and we take it back to my house? You can tell me everything there. His house. They hadn't said their vows yet, and she'd need some shred of a reputation if he declined to marry her after he heard the story. Can we just talk at the cafe? How he responded would tell her a great deal of what she needed to know about the man before her. Many of the men she'd met in New Orleans over the years, both Colin and Mr. Latham included, wouldn't care one lick about a woman's reputation unless it would reflect negatively on them in some way. In fact, Colin had done his best to tarnish Kate's completely before she'd come out west to marry Samuel, though thankfully she'd gotten away. Of course, he said quickly. I didn't mean to imply, I just didn't know how public you'd want it to be. Look, I don't know what I'm doing here, so I guess I'll have to ask you to be patient with me. His cheeks flushed, and Mara fought the urge to grin. It was a shame her intended was so handsome, mostly because an uglier man would have been easier to walk away from when he undoubtedly sent her on her way. I can do that, but I'll ask the same in return. A few moments later, after Dr. Collins had discharged her with strict instructions to eat and rest, Mara moved slowly down the street with Liam. She could have gone a little faster, but he seemed content to move at a snail's pace, so she didn't argue. What would it be like to stroll arm in arm with this man under different circumstances? He seemed like one who'd lean over and kiss her on the head, making his affection and claim clear. Had it been her imagination, or had he bristled a little as she'd smiled at the doctor? For most of her life, any sort of possessiveness a man showed would have sent her fighting, but she'd mostly just felt warmth in the cowboy lawman's presence. It wouldn't last, as no self-respecting sheriff would marry a woman charged with arson, but she could let her mind wander for a moment. As they moved down the street, Mara wondered at the beauty of the small town even as she still felt a little dizzy and a few dots still swam in her field of vision. She could at least take in a few of the sights as they walked. Mountains rose up in the distance on three sides, gorgeous dark trees lining them. She didn't speak, but Liam must have noticed her studying her surroundings. The actual mud lake is just beyond those trees, he said softly. It's actually quite clear, but the original folks who settled here didn't want everyone flocking to a town called Crystal Lake, so the man who went to register the place changed it at the last minute. A small smile reached her lips, and it felt better than she'd have imagined. How sneaky. I reckon, but it's been nice to keep the place from growing too big, which makes my job easier. The reminder of his job had her tensing again, and they finished the rest of the walk in silence. Still, Mara studied the town. There weren't many women about, though a woman with a long blonde braid swept the porch in front of the mercantile with a wave. They'd also passed a bank and what Mara assumed was a smithy from the smells. While the rest of the looks sent her way had only been curious, one young cowboy's gaze traveling the length of her had Liam's arm muscles bunching beside her. The man's smirk might have sent a shiver down most women's spine, but it just made Mara snarl. Why couldn't a woman just walk down the street without being appraised like cattle? Whether it was due to her clear disgust or the glare that had settled on Liam's face, the cowboy simply shot a wink her way and kept moving. All too soon, they reached the cafe, and he held the door while she stepped inside. After you, ma'am. It took her eyes a moment to adjust, but the place was far more charming than she'd have expected for a tiny town like Mud Lake. There was a counter lining one wall with bar stools slid under it, a few men tucking into meals that looked delicious. Shorter tables lined the wall next to the window, and a board with specials written on it mentioned country fried steak, pickled beets, and mashed potatoes. Pots and pans clanged from the back of the cafe, and something sizzled on the stove. The few plates she saw were inviting, but it was the smells filling the small space which had her mouth watering. A man's gravelly voice from the kitchen drifted to them. Seat yourself. I'll be right there. She was thankful for the man's instructions to take a seat. There was more clanging from the kitchen followed by a slight grumble from whoever had called to them. The men sitting at the counter looked dirty, but Mara recalled Liam's letter saying Mud Lake had a mine close by. They all turned curious glances on her, but none leered. Liam pulled her chair out as they reached a table by the window. The sunshine felt nice on her face, and the admittedly warm air didn't feel as oppressive as it had in New Orleans. After she took her seat, the man before her took his, and settled in to face her. The fried chicken here is the best I've ever had. I reckon Stu must have stolen the recipe from some grandmother somewhere, because it's just about the most delicious thing you'll put in your mouth. If that doesn't sound good, though, everything on the menu is good. I'm also partial to the pinto beans and cornbread. If you're still hungry after, his bread pudding is nothing to turn up your nose at. Despite her meat and bread from earlier, Mara's mouth watered at the thought of such a treat. She didn't respond just yet, as a short man with a rounded stomach hurried to their table. His hairline had receded somewhat, but the rest was styled in such a way so as to hide it. Liam, you don't normally stop in here for lunch. Must be a special occasion, and who is your lovely guest? His eyes widened, and a smile split his reddened face. Wait, did you send off for a bride like your brother? Well, I'll be dash. This is Mara, Liam answered politely. She couldn't help but notice he didn't introduce her as his bride or even address the cook's question, but it didn't surprise her. Things hadn't worked out for her the way they were supposed to for a long time, so she was under no illusions they'd start now. Mara, this is Stu. He's owned this place for as long as I can remember. It's nice to meet you, Stu. I hear the fried chicken is the best around. The man's already pink face flushed further. It's my mama's recipe. Mara couldn't help but smile a little at the cook's clear pleasure, but the handsome face of the man across the table from her brought any happy notions crashing to the ground. Apparently sensing the tension between them, Stu stammered out assurances he'd have the food out in just a moment and headed back into the kitchen. The window beside them let plenty of light in, and Mara preferred to study the dusty streets rather than wait for her would-be husband to speak. What were her next steps if Liam refused to marry her? She could get a job, as she planned to do anyway, but where would she stay? Kate would surely let her stay at the ranch, but she made it seem like the property was a little ways from town. That wouldn't be practical with getting to a job. Liam studied her, his expression devoid of anything but his seemingly ever-present smirk. It wasn't condescending, but it seemed out of place. Finally, after a few minutes of silence, her nerves got the best of her. Something funny to you? He may be called upon to arrest her before the day was done, but she'd not be laughed at. No, she'd done what she had to do to survive since she was only a child. Her patience for humor wasn't that of a pampered debutante. If you're going to arrest me, I'd rather you tell me now than leave me in the dark. You're not as chipper as Kate was when she arrived, Liam said casually. Kate wasn't wondering whether or not she'd spend the night in a marriage bed or a jail cell cot, so I hope you'll forgive me my lack of mirth. It was a good thing they hadn't received their drinks yet, as Liam coughed a little over her shocking words as it was. I have no plans to arrest you today, Mara. In fact, I'd prefer you just tell me the truth of what happened with the fire, and we can decide whether going through with our vows is the right choice together. He leaned forward, his smirk long gone. In its place, his face held compassion and curiosity, two things she'd not been given much of since she'd gone to work for the Lathams. Did you set fire to the Lathams' home? Are you guilty? Does it matter? So far, Mara's record of having things work out for her wasn't great. It does to me. Never in his life had Liam wanted to cuff someone more than he wanted to cuff all three of the Lathams. After what Kate had told him about what had happened with her and the Latham's son, he'd already imagined them to be the worst kind of people. They'd allowed her to be attacked and manhandled by him, the young man's mother placing all the blame at Kate's feet when his wedding had been called off as a result. She'd even dragged Kate out of the house by her hair while Kate struggled to keep up with the angry woman. Still, listening to Mara tell her story from beginning to end, everything in him told him she was no arsonist. At least, not intentionally. So, we're up to the day of the fire, and you were cleaning the lounge when Mr. Latham and his cronies came in. You said you didn't leave. Can you tell me why? She shrugged, her cheeks a pretty shade of pink which contrasted with her blonde hair. I'd been hearing rumors from some of the other house staff over the last few weeks, and Mr. Latham had been acting increasingly suspicious. The lounge had a large bookcase I could hide behind, so I did. And what did you hear? Nothing of consequence, unfortunately. They discussed politics and business dealings, but nothing unscrupulous. All the men left, or so I thought. His gut clenched despite the knowledge she was safe and sound across from him. What was this protective streak he had when it came to her? Could it be the fact she was his intended? Who stayed behind? Colin and Mr. Latham. I couldn't hear everything they said, and my eyes were watering from the cigar smoke in the room. She wrinkled her nose in disgust, though Liam had to admit he found it adorable. I always hated the smell of cigar smoke. Anyway, Colin asked Mr. Latham what he wanted him to do about Rothschild. That was one of Mr. Latham's business associates who'd been there that night with his son. I don't know what all he does, but there are a passel of ships with his name on them down at the docks. Rothschild. Liam would write to his colleagues in New Orleans to find out just what business the man did, but he focused his attention on Mara for the moment. Did he sound scared? Or was it just a casual conversation? Mr. Latham was angry, and he told Colin to stay out of it. He told him to go off and find some other maid to dally with since he'd already done enough. She rolled her eyes. For the record, Kate never would have given him the time of day even if he hadn't been engaged. Oh, I know, Liam said. Rothschild. Why does that sound familiar? He couldn't place it, but he'd heard the name before. She scoffed, some of the sass returning to her demeanor. Colin was engaged to his daughter Becca before he got caught with Kate, and they broke off the engagement. The two of them hadn't been in love or anything, as Colin doesn't love anyone but himself. Still, she'd been humiliated, and I'm sure his misdeeds put a wedge between Mr. Rothschild and the Lathams. He'd bet his house it had. The question was why they'd been engaged in the first place. It wasn't uncommon for society families to arrange the marriages of their children for business purposes, but was that all that was at play here? Was there any rumor that the Rothschilds were also involved in unscrupulous business dealings? Not that I heard, but I don't know. When Colin and Mr. Latham left the study that evening, I followed soon after. I didn't time my exit well, though, and Mrs. Latham spotted me. She questioned me, clearly suspicious, but I'd done nothing wrong other than eavesdropping. Even so, I hadn't heard anything incriminating. Not long after, we started smelling smoke throughout the rest of the house, and the study had gone up in flames. She lifted her hand, a bright red blister there on the outside of her palm. Mrs. Latham fainted not long after, and I got this burn pulling her outside. She shook her head. Then, she thanked me by accusing me in the middle of the street in front of anyone who would listen. Liam calmed his anger by staring out the window for a moment, but the sight of Donnie Gray heading down the street like he owned the whole town had him clenching his teeth once more. His open leer at Mara before they'd reached the cafe had Liam wishing he could knock him to the ground, but out of respect for her he'd refrained. With a deep breath, he regained control of his thoughts. Now wasn't the time to focus on the man he'd known from childhood, the one who knew just where to poke to get a reaction. Forcing his attention back to Mara, he did his best to put Donnie from his mind. Tears misted in her eyes as she continued her story, but she composed herself as Stu brought their food. Despite her clear discomfort, she tucked into the chicken and potatoes with a fervor that impressed even Liam. The conversation turned to lighter things as they ate, but eventually, he had to steer them back to what had happened that day. Honestly, I'm inclined to believe you, but you have to agree the circumstances seem suspicious. She swallowed, her eyes narrowing at him as she did so. I won't spend my time trying to convince you I'm telling the truth, that'll be between you and your God, but I think it's fair to warn you I'll not be placed in a cell quietly. She took a sip of her water, her shoulders straight and cheeks a pretty shade of pink. Kate told me a little about what happened when she took off into the woods and was mistaken for me. I don't begrudge her leaving, but I don't run. For better or worse, when backed into a corner, I come out swinging. Her words shocked him, but she said them with such a matter-of-fact tone he knew she meant it. I'm not your enemy, and I don't plan to back you into a corner. I just want to get to the bottom of what happened. He also wanted to keep her safe in the meantime, some innate urge within him raging at the thought she'd had to fight so much in her life. Were the marshals to storm into town to arrest her at that moment, he'd have a hard time doing his job. No charges have come in for you yet, and your side of the story makes enough sense I believe you, so I think the only thing left for us to do is head over to Pastor Olson's. Brows rising, Mara shook her head. For what? To say our vows, he replied. Unless you've changed your mind? I haven't, but surely you have. She took another bite of her chicken, almost as though she feared he'd take it from her. What kind of sheriff willingly marries a woman who might be wanted for arson? It was a little foolhardy, but Liam knew in his gut she hadn't done it. His whole life, he'd trusted his gut far more than Samuel ever had. The only time he'd gone against his instincts was the short period of time he'd gone off the rails around the time Pa died, but the Lord had brought him back with equal parts grace and a knock on the head. I believe you're innocent, and a woman alone in a town like this one is vulnerable in a way you wouldn't even have been in New Orleans. I promised I'd marry you, and I keep my word. Swallowing a large bite of potatoes, Kate washed it down with another swig from her glass. I won't be placed in a cage, Sheriff, not one bound with locks and bars, or one bound with wedding vows. If that's your plan to keep me in line, I think it's best we part ways here. She pushed a lock of blonde hair from her face, and Liam took a second to decide how to proceed. Then we're in agreement. No wife of mine will have the luxury of playing the shrinking violet, not with some of the things I have to deal with. I need you to be strong, and I'm not the type of man who dictates what his wife can and cannot do. I'll expect you to respect me, but I'll show you the same in return. Whether she paused for 2 seconds or 2 days, he couldn't tell. All he knew was her perusal of him as she mulled things over had him more antsy than he'd ever been in his whole life. All right, she said finally, and he let out the breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Let's go see the pastor. Chapter 3. Kate's fingers relaxed Mara as her friend curled her hair around her finger. You're sure about this? The room Mrs. Olson had led them to in her home was small but cozy. It had a small guest bed on one wall with a vanity and large mirror on the other. The quilt on the bed reminded Mara a little of her bed at Hope House, its red and white gingham somewhat comforting to her. A large wardrobe stood along the back wall, and she had to work to hold back a scowl. Mara's wedding dress, the absolutely ridiculous thing that Mrs. Miller had insisted she bring with her, hung from the wardrobe as the pastor's wife did her best to smooth out its wrinkles. Never again would she be able to wear that dress, but Mrs. Miller's obsession with Queen Victoria and her white wedding gown meant each of the brides she sent west would have one as well. How many times are you going to ask me that? Mara smirked at her friend's blush. I know you mean well, but it's not like I'm swimming in choices here. Is he or is he not a good man? That was really the only thing she cared about, though his handsome face and frame had been a pleasant surprise. Am I in any more danger with him than I am without him? Of course he's a good man, Kate replied quickly. Mara could see Mrs. Olson nodding from the mirror, but she looked content to let the young women chat. I would never lie to you about that. I know the secrets between Samuel and me made things difficult at first, and I want to make sure you two have really discussed what you might be facing. Mari chuckled, though even she had to admit it sounded more like a scoff. That's an interesting way to ask if I've told him whether or not he's going to have to arrest me for arson in a few days. Kate's eyes clouded with hurt, and Mara mentally chided her sharp tongue. I'm sorry, I know you aren't trying to be nosy. I've told him everything that happened at the Lathams, and he still chose to go through with our wedding. If you don't want to stand up with me, I understand, but this is the path I've chosen. I'm sorry, too. I didn't mean to nag. I suppose I'm just worried about how all this is going to play out. Taking a handful of hairpins from the vanity's dark wooden counter, she placed them in her pocket. I'd never dream of leaving you up there alone. As uncomfortable as any show of affection made her, Mara reached up to take Kate's hand. Their eyes met in the mirror, the understanding of knowing the nightmares they'd faced forging a bond deeper than mere friendship. I know you wouldn't, and thank you for looking out for me. It had always been her job, whether it was looking out for Paige after their parents died, all the younger girls at Hope House, or both her sister and Kate at the Lathams. If she were being honest, it felt nice to be the one being looked after for a change. Squeezing her hand, Kate wiped her eyes with her dress sleeve. Enough jabbing. You've got a lawman out there ready to see how beautiful you look in your dress, and I don't intend to keep him waiting any longer. Finally, Mrs. Olson spoke up. Dear, when we get through with this beautiful young woman, he won't care how long he had to wait. Not long after, Mara studied herself in the vanity's mirror. Her long blonde hair had been pulled half up while Kate had tamed her waves into curls for the other half. Her dress, impractical though it may be, was a beautiful bright white with a high lacy neckline. The sleeves also had smatterings of lace, and Mrs. Olson had picked a bouquet of white flowers from her garden. She might have grown thinner than she'd have liked in the past few months since Kate left, but she certainly looked like a bride. As the young woman she barely recognized stared back at her, she wondered if the wedding dress could replace the armor she'd always pulled tight around her vulnerabilities. Her fight, in tongue and physically when necessary, had kept her as safe as she could be. Would Liam look past all her shortcomings, or would she drive him away? You're beautiful, Kate said with a wide smile. I know Paige would love to be here. Paige. The sister she'd been more of a mother for since the girl was 6 years old. How was she faring in New Orleans? She'd promised Mara she'd be all right by herself and she'd seek out the folks at Hope House if she got into trouble, but would she really? I wish she was here, too. Mrs. Olson approached then and placed a hand on Mara's shoulder. Kate told me about your sister. Once all the dust settles from this business back in New Orleans, you're welcome to send for her if you'd like. She could stay with us until one of these God-fearing cowboys in town sweeps her off her feet. The woman winked, the corner of her mouth quirked upward. If she looks anything like you, I don't think it'll take long to have gentlemen coming to call. Mara could barely imagine her little sister as a bride. She was 19 and plenty old enough to marry, but something about the little girl she'd raised running a house of her own settled oddly in her stomach. Thinking of her, despite her age, Mara only saw the little girl with her hand-me-down ribbons and scrap fabric doll their mother had managed to stitch together. Thank you for the kind offer, Mrs. Olson. The Lord's got a way of working things out, dear, Mrs. Olson replied. Don't you worry. The assurance in the woman's tone surprised Mara a little, but she guessed it shouldn't have. Many folks she knew who shared the woman's faith felt such certainty, but Mara had never managed to share it. Mrs. Olson might be sure things would work out, but how could she be sure? Was she speaking of Paige or the mess with the Lathams? Either way, God hadn't cared about Mara in a long time. No, any luck she'd had over the years had been the product of hard work and the kindness of strangers. Still, the latter had been few and far between. She didn't begrudge folks like Kate and Mrs. Olson their faith. She'd even been glad Paige had accepted it at Hope House, but it wasn't for her. No, if there was a God, he clearly didn't give one thought to her and her hardships. Well, if we're all ready, I guess we'd better get moving. Mara tried to keep the bitterness out of her voice, but it still held the slightest edge. Apparently, I've got a wedding to get to. Liam stared out the window of Pastor Olson's small home while his brother and the clergyman talked about how things on the ranch were going. At least, that's what he thought they were discussing. To be honest, he'd stopped listening not long after they arrived. Was he making a mistake? Everything in him said to trust Mara's version of events, but there was more to her story he'd not heard yet. That was to be expected, of course, as there was plenty she didn't know about him. Still, would the Lathams send another posse to find her the way they had once before? His fists clenched at his side, the idea of an unforeseen threat always setting him on edge. To that point, the only woman who brought out the protective streak in him had been Mama, and even then he'd been no more than a boy when she died. No, Samuel had always been the one to hold the weight of the world on his shoulders, while Liam's passion for justice had led him down a different path. He'd always been able to move on from cases when they'd wrapped up, even if it had been a disappointing resolution, but he was under no illusion he'd be able to separate himself from Mara's case in the same way. A hand clapped on his shoulder and surprised him, though he'd been a sheriff long enough he didn't startle. His older brother's voice cut through his thoughts. You think you're ready for this? He wasn't accusatory, and Liam didn't take offense. Were you? The memory of his brother's nerves at his wedding to Kate brought a smile to his face even in the midst of his own jitters. If Samuel had been able to, Liam thought he'd have crawled out of his own skin until he saw his beautiful bride in her wedding dress. From that point on, despite their problems, Samuel had been as committed to Kate Pratt as any man could be to his wife. With a shrug, Samuel chuckled. Sure wasn't, but I'm grateful for the Almighty's grace. I know you've been making your own decisions for a while now. I just figured I'd check in. I appreciate that, but I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Just then, Kate's voice sounded from the entryway. That's good, because she's ready. A smile split his sister-in-law's face, though he could still see some nerves there. She'd told him Mara didn't share their faith when Kate had left New Orleans, but she didn't know whether she'd done so since. Verses about being unequally yoked flashed in his memory, but how else was he supposed to protect her? A woman had no business being alone in any town out west, much less one that functioned as a mining town. As Mara stepped around the corner, all thoughts seemed to flee his brain. Her blonde hair was pulled half back into a style that showed off the striking features of her face, while her high-neck dress drew the eye there as well. There was a confidence in the way she carried herself that drew him as well, and she looked unsure but unafraid. If he were being honest, the idea she knew she could trust him sent his own chest puffing out a little. She closed the distance between them slowly, not waiting for him to hold out his hand. He took hers anyway, the roughness of her hands all the proof he needed of how hard she'd worked over the years. Pastor Olson took his place before them, a grin on his face similar to how it had looked the day of his brother's wedding. "Dearly beloved," he said as his eyes twinkled in the evening sun shining into the parlor. "We are gathered." Chapter 4. Mara followed Liam into the two-room cottage behind the jailhouse, well kept despite its size. His cheeks flushed a little under his blonde beard as he gestured at the space. "Sorry, it's not bigger. I've always had plans to expand, but I'm the only law in this area, so time isn't something I'm swimming in." He shrugged, and Mara fought the urge to step closer to her new husband. "It's just fine," she answered with a small smile. "Goodness knows I've lived in places much smaller." It was true. The cottage might be small, but it was clean with two comfortable chairs in the living area along with a small sofa. There were no curtains in the windows, but she could remedy that quickly. The kitchen area had a wood stove that would no doubt heat the whole house well come winter. The tenement I lived in with Kate and my sister, Paige, was about this size and dirty to boot. Not to mention all the rodents who decided to take shelter there at all points of the year. Unfortunately, no matter how heavily they scrubbed, the place just wouldn't come clean. It didn't help that the other units in the building didn't try and keep things tidy, and the ever-present scent of tobacco, whiskey, and must seeped into everything they owned. At least here she wouldn't be subjected to the sound of yelling and thumps as their neighbors fought. The number of times she'd snuck into other apartments to check on the wives and children while the husband slept off his violent stupor were too numerous to check. She'd bandaged up wounds with no real training and begged the women to leave. It was easy to understand why they didn't though. Life wasn't easy for a woman alone, especially one with children. Liam looked relieved as he showed her the bedroom. It was simple, but the brown quilt laid over the bed looked cozy and soft. None of the bedroom windows had curtains either, but she could remedy that fairly quickly when she did the other windows. There was only one nightstand, something Liam pointed out quickly. "I'll build a second nightstand, but for now you can use this one. And don't worry about sharing a bed just yet, I'll sleep on the floor." "I appreciate that," she said with some relief. "But I can sleep on the floor, or even on the sofa." She didn't add that even though Uncle Rufus's house had been a little larger, the experience there was one she'd trade for this comfortable little place in a heartbeat. "The sofa's fine for sitting, but I don't know how good it would be for sleeping." "You take the bed, I really don't mind." Changing the subject, he pointed out the window to the mercantile down the street a little. "You're free to get whatever you need to make it feel like home. Just tell Lizzie at the mercantile to put it on my tab, and I'll settle up with her when you're done." He shrugged. "I'm not rich, but a bachelor living alone can save a few dollars here and there." His thoughtfulness touched her, and she realized her lips had lifted into a full smile. Even in the tenement, a place she was technically free to decorate as she pleased, she'd never had the money to add the small items that made a place home. Hope House was beautifully decorated, but it was never something she'd had a hand in. "That sounds nice. Do you have any preferences or colors you don't particularly like?" The way his nose scrunched as he shook his head rapidly brought a chuckle from her. "Nope. You just do whatever you want." He paused for a moment, his eyes cutting towards the single interior door to the space. I'm not sure how to say this in a way that's not awkward, so I'll just dive in. Samuel told me he and Kate got to know each other before exercising their marital rights, and I reckon that's not a bad idea." He bit his lip, the blush he'd had a few moments before even brighter in the bright light coming in through the windows. "Thank you," she replied softly. She'd hoped that would be his opinion, but she'd been prepared for whatever needed to happen. Breathing a sigh of relief, it crossed her mind to thank the Lord before she remembered he'd never listened to her prayers before. No, this just seemed like a good man doing his best to make his new bride comfortable. "Do you mind if I buy a little fabric at the mercantile to make another dress or two? I left most of mine behind in New Orleans." She'd only had a few, but getting out of town had been the first priority. She'd feared the police would be waiting for her if she went to gather her things. His brow rose as his gaze darted to the small satchel in her hand. "No, of course not. Get as much as you need." She'd be frugal, but hopefully she could cobble together a couple of things. It felt odd and foreign to depend on a man's coffers to provide for her. What would happen if his kindness turned out to be an act? Uncle Rufus had acted kind initially, as had the Lathams. Goodness, even the men in the tenements who put hands to their wives would smile and nod respectfully as they passed her on the stairs. Would Liam turn on her too? No, she'd have to figure out some way to earn some money of her own. Kate had mentioned her hens were laying so well she considered selling some of her eggs through the mercantile, but Liam had no hens she knew of. No, but she'd think of something. She always did. If you'd like to see where I work, I'm happy to show you. Liam shrugged, his hands shoved into his pockets. It usually falls on me to feed any prisoners we have, though none stay long. That's something you could help with if you're able. The thought of stepping into a jail cell with or without a prisoner, even for something as benign as giving them food, sent her heart racing. Oh, yes. Would I need to go inside? His body tensed. The cell? Absolutely not. His slightly awkward air fell as he took on the stance of a seasoned lawman. You're never to go inside with them. In fact, I'd prefer if you leave the meals with me out front, and I'll take them in. Letting out a long breath, Mara willed her heart to slow. I can do that. They stepped outside the cottage into the bright sunshine, and Liam pointed across the street. There's the cafe where we ate earlier, and you saw the mercantile is just down the street. If you ever need something and I'm not around, Stu or Paul over at the mercantile are both good men. They'll be happy to help. His lips set into a thin line before relaxing as he continued. This isn't an unsafe town necessarily, but there's a mine just a few miles south. Some of the miners can get rowdy, so knowing which men to speak with and which to avoid is smart. Filing that knowledge away for later use, Mara nodded. Perhaps she could get a job at the cafe as a waitress? If Stu was a good man, surely he wouldn't take advantage of her. She followed Liam across the dusty ground to the jailhouse and took the hand he offered as she climbed the steps. Surprisingly, there were large flowering bushes planted in front of the jailhouse, though she couldn't identify them. Do you garden? They looked like roses, but she couldn't be sure. No, he replied as he blew out a breath. The former sheriff's wife planted those about 10 years ago. I never take the time to prune them, so the thorns are forever nicking my clothes when I go by. I'd pull them up, but I'm pretty sure a few of the women in town would revolt if I did. He chuckled. There aren't very many of you, but women out west are a different breed. I imagine they have to be. Still in her wedding dress, Mara felt a little silly walking in the streets, but they quickly moved inside. The jailhouse was simple and dimly lit, all one room separated by a bit of a half wall with a desk up front and cells lining the back of the building. There were 2 maps on the wall, but they were just nailed up rather than framed. One looked to be of the whole state, while the other focused on the immediate area. She approached them, studying the mountainous terrain she now called home. Liam approached from behind, his boots clacking on the wood floor as he did. I used to just keep those in a drawer, but I nailed them up recently after Kate went missing. I hate that happened to her, and I feel guilty knowing they were really after me. Logically, Mara knew the Lathams sending hired men after her wasn't her fault. They hadn't even done a good job, as they beat her to Colorado and took the wrong woman. Had she not hidden for a day or two with Mrs. Miller, they most certainly would have reached her, and then where would she be? Something between a grunt and a growl came from her husband, and her head whipped around at the sound. That wasn't your fault, he said through a tight jaw. Those men weren't any sort of law enforcement, and you hadn't been charged anyway. I don't think they'll send anyone again now that the marshals are involved, but they won't take you if they do. A little surprised at his clear protectiveness, Mara wasn't quite sure how to respond. Thankfully, she didn't have to as he led her back around the desk and into the rest of the jailhouse. He gave a little of the history of the law in Mud Lake, the last sheriff being the first law they'd ever had. We don't get too much in the way of crime, but it keeps me busy enough. His voice trailed off as Mara studied the image before her. There were no prisoners at the moment, but the sight of the small cells in back had her heart racing once more. Liam was explaining something about his general work hours. His voice sounded like it was traveling through a tunnel, and she couldn't make out a word he said. Suddenly, it was as though her throat started to close up and deep breaths became impossible, sweat beading on her forehead. Mara? Liam's voice was calm, but there was an edge to it. Are you all right? Here, come sit down. He half led, half carried her to the chair behind his desk before hurrying over to the water bucket by the window. Handing her a dipper full of the lukewarm liquid, Mara did her best to stare out the window as she felt the panic slowly subside. She wasn't trapped. She wasn't a prisoner. She was safe. Liam squatted down until he was eye level with her, studying her as he dabbed her forehead with a wet cloth. Do I need to go get the doc? The feel of the water on her face combined with her nerves to raise bumps on her arms despite the heat of her surroundings. No, I'm sorry. As always happened when small spaces incited such panic, the embarrassment over her inability to control her emotions set in. I think it's just been a long day. If it's all right with you, I think I'll head back to the house and get started on dinner. There, that was something she could do. Cooking was something that had always brought her peace, and Mrs. Olson had been kind enough to send a large basket of food to eat until she made it to the store. Liam looked unsure, but he didn't argue. That's fine. I'll walk you back over. No, I can do it, she said quickly. I'm sure you have to get back to work, and the house is right there. I'll see you at dinner. The embarrassment had hit her fully by that point, and her episodes of panic always made her wish for solitude afterwards. In fact, they generally made her sleepy, though she never had the luxury to lie down and rest. Prepared to balk if he insisted on following her, Mara was grateful he simply nodded quietly. Despite the heat, Mara relished the open air as she stepped onto the porch and took her first deep breath since seeing the jail cells. She was going to have to get over that, but for the moment, she could leave. What in the world had just happened? Mara had seemed fine as she took his hand to walk into the jailhouse, but in a second, she'd gone from curious and interested to acting like a scared jackrabbit in the sights of a predator. She'd had a hard time of it, that much he knew well, but was that all it was? Surely, the thought of being arrested didn't cause that much fear in her on its own. He hadn't pried, but the rest of the afternoon saw him distracted at the paperwork he'd planned to leave until the next day. What kind of groom wouldn't take his whole wedding day off, after all? But she'd acted like she wanted to be alone, so watching through the window to make sure she got inside safely was all he could do. Pulled from his thoughts a few hours later, one of the young miners he thought was named Wallace burst through the door. Sheriff, you gotta come quick to the saloon. Fights broke out, and Sal's doing his best to break it up. Think he needs some help. Thoughts of his bride thrust from his mind for the moment, Liam rushed out the door and down the street towards the saloon. The sounds flying from inside the building told him enough about what he'd walk into, but even that didn't quite prepare him for the sight. Sal kept a respectable establishment as best he could, but fights broke out all the same. Still, it was always a passel of trouble for the saloon owner whenever it came to fisticuffs, as Sal was a small man who lacked the strength to break it up. Liam got called at least once a month to help. The size of the two men going at it and the havoc they'd already wreaked gave even him pause. A chair lay splintered by the wall, glass littered the ground, and blood dotted the floor. Two large miners stood in the middle of it all, one with a burgeoning bruise on his face and the other with blood dripping from his arm. They shouted, but Liam didn't rightly care what the fight was about. He was more interested in breaking it up before someone got killed. Fools, he muttered as he walked towards the brawl. At least he was bigger than the two of them, strong from all his years on the ranch. Break it up, boys. He waded into the fray and took a hard elbow to the ribs, breath whooshing from his lungs as he did so. These fellas were so gone, they didn't have a clue who they hit. With a single swift motion, Liam wrapped his arms around the man who'd elbowed him and knocked his legs unsteady with his own boot. As the man hit the ground, Liam placed a foot on his back and pulled his pistol. Anyone move, and you'll be going to see Doc to get a bullet removed. Both men stilled, as did the few yahoos surrounding them who'd been egging on the fight. Pulling a pair of handcuffs from his belt, Liam cuffed the man who'd hit him even as his ribs screamed in protest. Gritting his teeth at the pain and frustration, he jerked the man to his feet as Sal and his barkeep finally had hold of the other miner. "I'll be back for him," he said with a growl. Shoving open the saloon door with his boot, the two of them crossed town quickly. By that point, the guy had calmed down and had the good sense to look contrite. "I'm sorry I hit ya, Sheriff. Thought you were one of his buddies." No desire to speak through the pain in his middle, Liam merely grunted before slamming the cell door shut with the perpetrator inside. Doing his best to focus on the task at hand, Liam stepped back out onto the porch to the sight of Mara coming back down the street toward the cottage. What was she doing? Had something happened, and why had she gone out alone? "Mara," he called as his ribs screamed in protest. He'd have liked to jog to reach her, but the pain wouldn't allow it at the moment. Her eyes widened as she saw him, but he didn't dwell on why. "What are you doing?" His words came out as more of a growl, but it was the best he could do at the moment. "Why aren't you at home?" Her head whipped around as she caught sight of him, the smile melting from her face as she did so. "I went over to the mercantile." "You said I could, or did you change your mind?" "I meant with me or when I can at least keep an eye on you." Deep breaths were impossible with the pain in his ribs, and he had another minor to get booked tonight. Mara didn't know any of that, though, and some logical part of his brain knew he sounded like a bear of a man. "Keep an eye on me?" "Yes, so you don't get yourself into trouble," he growled. She bristled, and Mara's eyes blazed with the same fire she'd had at Doc Collins's earlier. "I didn't realize I had to ask your permission to step foot outside the house. Do I need to let you know when I need to use the outhouse as well?" Her words spewed with anger, but he didn't have the time or energy to calm her down. Oh, what he wouldn't give to lie down and put a cool cloth on his ribs. "Go home, and we'll talk about this later." Shoulders back, Mara glared at him with a look that might have withered a lesser man. Still, he was in too much pain to care, and every second they stood there arguing was one more minute Sal and his barkeep had to hold the other man. "For now, husband, I'll go home. But I've just secured a job at the mercantile with Lizzie and Paul, so you're going to have to loosen my leash a little." Not saying another word, Mara stomped off towards the cottage and slammed the door shut. Could it have only been that morning she arrived on the train and fainted from hunger and exhaustion? Swallowing back his own anger over the whole situation, Liam walked with as much purpose as he could muster back to the saloon to get the jailhouse's second guest for the night. He'd have to talk to Mara when he got home, if she'd even speak to him. Lord, he prayed silently as he moved down the street. I think it's safe to say we're not off to a great start. I'd appreciate some extra help here. Chapter 5. As Mara stomped over to the mercantile the next morning for her shift, she still hadn't managed to quell the frustration with her husband from his attitude the day before. She'd told him she wouldn't be imprisoned, which went for her marriage just as clearly as it went for an actual jail cell. She'd been asleep before he arrived home the night before, and he'd left before she got up that morning. At some point, they'd have to discuss what happened and come to an understanding, but not yet. Her anger still simmered at the memory of his tone and barked orders the night before. If he'd simply feared for her safety, he could have spoken to her like an adult rather than a naughty child. What's more, there had been other folks on the street that night, and she'd been embarrassed at the scene on top of everything else. Going to the mercantile the day before had been nice, particularly since Kate and Samuel had already gone back out to their ranch to let the new couple get settled. For 2 hours after Liam had gone back to work, Mara had puttered around the house doing a little cleaning and thinking about how she might like to decorate the cottage. By the time she left for the mercantile after doing exactly what Liam had told her to do and had them put the materials on his tab, she'd nearly bounced with excitement, so different from her exhaustion and fear from earlier in the day. Lizzie had offered to have her husband deliver the items that week so she didn't have to carry them home, and she'd had such a nice conversation with the woman she'd asked if they might be hiring. They had been, and Mara had finally started to think things might be going her way when it all came crashing down there in the street with Liam's complete overreaction to a simple trip to the store. Doing her best to dispel the feelings, Mara shook her head as she reached her new place of employment. The sign was still flipped to closed, as they didn't open for another hour. The door was unlocked anyway, and Mara felt a jolt of satisfaction at the way the bell above the door jingled as she stepped through. "Mara, is that you?" Lizzie stepped in from the back room with a baby on her hip. "You're right on time." I was just finishing up getting the children fed their breakfast. She pushed back some hair that looked to have been pulled loose from her long blonde braid, a slightly harried look on her face. This is Timothy. He's 1.5 years old. My daughter, Coralie, is 3, but she's more concerned with her muffin than visitors. The sweet smile on her boss's face calmed Mara's lingering frustration. The sight of her cherubic red-headed son holding a muffin in one hand and the shoulder of his mama's dress in the other was enough to chase even the darkest clouds away. Crumbs dotted his little shirt, and some sort of jam smeared his chin. It's so nice to meet you, Timothy, and I look forward to meeting your sister. It sounds like she has her priorities in order. The little boy grinned widely, his little cheeks puffed up with muffin like the squirrels she'd often seen in the parks in New Orleans. Lizzie shifted him from one hip to the other, freeing up her right hand to check a notebook on the counter. I wasn't sure if you'd be in today after what happened with Liam last night at the saloon. The saloon? What had happened? Was her new husband a drunk after all? I'm not sure what you mean. I was asleep by the time he got home last night, and he'd already gone over to the jailhouse by the time I got up this morning. She didn't go into why they hadn't spoken, and Lizzie's head cocked to the side in confusion. He broke up a fight last night and took a pretty good lick to the ribs from what Paul heard. He was moving pretty slowly when we were closing up last night. I hope he went to see the doc. Shame washed over Mara at the realization the man had slept on the floor with what could well be broken ribs. She wasn't sure how to respond. Her mind was torn between wanting to go check on him and the shame he'd probably been in pain last night when they spoke. What time did this happen? Around supper time, from what I understand. Why, you must have just missed him heading home from here yesterday. If you want to go see about him, I can handle things here for the day. You can start tomorrow if you'd like. Thankfully, Lizzie didn't pry at what was sure to be an odd situation from her perspective. On her hip, Timothy stuffed the last of his muffin in his mouth, blissfully unaware of the tension in the room. Debating the best course of action, Mara went with her first instinct. I think that might be best. I'll see how he's doing, and come back if he doesn't need my help today. Lizzie waved and went back to the notebook before her. Let us know if you need anything. As Mara stepped back out into the cool morning air, she pondered the best course of action. Thinking back, had there been any clues as she spoke to Liam that he'd been injured? She'd only known him for a day at that point, and she'd been fairly distracted herself at the time. No, she'd apologize for responding to him the way she did, but not knowing what he hadn't told her wasn't her fault. At least, she didn't think it was. The jailhouse was quiet from the outside, but there were likely men behind bars that morning. She climbed the wooden steps with a fleeting memory of Liam's hand in hers the day before as he'd led her inside. He'd felt strong, but that didn't surprise her in the slightest. No, what had surprised her a little had been how gently he'd held her hand. Maybe it was the memory of Uncle Rufus and her lack of any male touch whatsoever since then, but she'd been pleasantly surprised by his softness. Skirting around the rose bush so as to not nick her only day dress at the moment, Mara took in the sight of it. It needed to be pruned, but it was beautiful. Pink blooms dotted throughout the dark green leaves, but the sight of the thorns kept her from getting too close. Prickly. It was a word that had been used to describe her more than once over the years. Paige said it in jest, her affection clear, but others had used the term as an insult. Thinking back over her conversation with Liam the night before, she couldn't help but imagine her new husband probably thought the same thing. He wouldn't be wrong, but how often had her sharp tongue and fighting spirit saved her over the years? Hinges creaked as she opened the door with a soft knock. Liam? He wasn't sitting at his desk, but it didn't take long to spot him. There, just a little to the left, stood her husband and Dr. Collins. Liam didn't have a shirt on, a sight which probably wouldn't shock her much after her time on the street, but the bruises Dr. Collins examined spreading black, blue, and purple on the left side of his abdomen made her gasp. His head popped up at the sound of her, and uncertainty clouded his features. It didn't stay long, as Dr. Collins had begun wrapping his wound with a tight linen wrap, and the motion had Liam hissing in pain. She barely noticed the cells behind him or the men locked in them as she rushed into the jailhouse. Oh goodness. Are you all right? Nodding quickly, he lifted his arms higher as Dr. Collins continued to wrap his ribs. The contrast between his muscular chest and vulnerable abdomen was striking, and the pallor of his face nearly brought tears to her eyes. Still, his voice was even as he spoke. I'll be fine. Just some bruising. Dr. Collins scoffed. I'd say it's a little more than that, Sheriff. You're lucky none of them seem to be broken. And he'd slept on the floor like that. Had he gotten any sleep at all? How can I help? Dr. Collins finished up his wrapping and left with instructions to take it as easy as possible for a few weeks. Sure, that would be possible being the only law in Mud Lake. It wasn't as wild as some towns, but the mine being so close meant there were more than a few saloon fights. Cautiously, Mara approached from her spot next to the door. There'd been nothing she could do to help the doctor, but what about now? The two miners who'd tussled the night before still sat in their cells, quiet after realizing what their drunken fight had done to Liam. Both had apologized, but he wasn't feeling as generous as he normally would with the pain. He'd let them sit a few more hours before sending them back to the mining camp. To think, the whole thing had started over a ridiculous card game. I mean it, Mara said as she picked up his shirt off the back of his chair and held it up. I want to help. I didn't know you were hurt last night. Her voice lowered, eyes darting to the back of the jailhouse and back. Swallowing, she continued despite the sweat he could see forming on her forehead. I'm sorry. You shouldn't have had to sleep on the floor like this. It hadn't been particularly comfortable, that was for sure, but he doubted he'd have gotten much sleep either way after their argument. Slowly pushing his arm into one of the sleeves she held, Liam did his best not to grunt in pain. You can't know what I didn't tell you. I'm sorry I spoke to you the way I did. She helped him put his shirt the rest of the way on, the moment feeling somewhat scandalous despite the fact she was his wife. I should have noticed something was wrong, and I shouldn't have gone to bed before you got home like a child afraid of their father. He turned to face her, buttoning his shirt from the bottom up. He tried to keep his tone light but didn't quite succeed. I never want you to be afraid of me, Mara. I need you to know you never have to be. As he slid the top button into place, he glanced back at the miners in their cells. They didn't even pretend to not be eavesdropping, and he'd rather not have the two of them witnessing their conversation. Let's step out onto the porch. Following her out, he realized she must have been out that morning to have heard about what happened. Did you go over to the mercantile this morning? Yes, I was supposed to start today. She bit her lip, apparently searching for the right words. I'd like to explain to you why the job is important to me, but if you feel that strongly about it, I'll quit. She glanced over at the rose bush, reaching her hand out to touch one of the pink blossoms as she did. In that moment, he realized just how much of a cad he'd been the night before. You don't need to quit. I should have realized you'd like to have some money that was all your own. Of course, he'd provide for her, and he'd be lying if he said his pride wasn't a small piece of why he'd reacted the way he had. What woman in her position wouldn't want a nest egg in case things went south? I do. For most of my life, I've had to claw and scrape to have enough to feed myself and my sister. Still, I was happy to do it because I'd experienced being at the mercy of a man's provision. She shrugged, and he longed to know more about whoever the man was who'd apparently hurt her so. She'd been at Hope House for a few years, but Kate said she'd not come there until she was 15. What had happened before, and why did he feel so strongly he'd like to plant his fist into something at the thought? I'm sorry for all you've been through, but I do care for your safety. The mornings aren't that busy in town, but after the mine shuts down, I'd like to walk you back home. Could you agree to that? She smiled sadly, and he realized how much he missed the smile he'd only seen a handful of times. I can do that. He turned back to study the mostly bare streets, clear due to the early hour. If you want to go back over to the mercantile, you can. Lord, help me do this right. I'll come over at close to walk you home. Her small hands rested on the jailhouse porch railing, and he wondered what she'd do if he reached out to take one of them. Before he had a chance to try it, she pulled back to study him. Are you sure? I guess I'm not really sure how to do all this. She looked so vulnerable there in the early morning light that he couldn't help himself. Reaching out, he took one of her hands in his, squeezing it gently as he thought about how well it fit in his. Neither of us do, but the Lord will help us navigate things. She stiffened, her eyes shining as she did so. You think he cares about things like this? There it was. They'd not had time to discuss their faith, but Kate had warned him about Mara's lack thereof. He'd have to be gentle and patient. Wooing his mail-order bride to have feelings for him would be nice, but it was far more important she come to know the Lord. No matter how everything else panned out, that had to be his top priority. I do. In fact, I'd bet my life on it. A few minutes later, as he watched her cross the street towards the mercantile, he prayed again. It would be the Lord alone who'd draw Mara into a relationship with her Creator. She may not believe it now, but the God who'd not left him even in his own jail cell wouldn't leave her either. She might panic at the idea of a jail cell, but she was in bondage all the same. Show her your freedom, Lord, the one only you give. Chapter 6. Later that week, Mara stepped back and admired her work on the mercantile shelves. She'd arranged the soaps and washing powders in a way that made more sense for the average customer, something Lizzie hadn't had time to do recently. What do you think? Rounding the corner, a sticky jam handprint on her light blue dress, Lizzie grinned. This is perfect, Mara. It's exactly what I pictured. After a rocky start in Mud Lake, Mara had started to settle in a little bit. She and Liam didn't see each other all that much, but he made a point to come walk her home every day she worked and eat dinner with her as well. Her husband was bright and funny, and they'd fallen into a comfortable routine of telling stories from the day after they ate. She'd only had to bring one day of meals for prisoners, as the miners who'd fought were released after a single day. Both seemed contrite, particularly at the sight of Liam's injured ribs. Thankfully, those seemed to be healing as well, and Mara fought back the twinge of guilt that threatened at the memory of how she'd spoken to him the first day she'd arrived. Placing her hands on her hips, Lizzie glanced over at the window, her grin even wider. I think you've got a visitor, Mrs. Pratt. Mrs. Pratt, that was something she was still getting used to. Kate and Samuel had only come into town once since the day she arrived, but she'd not had a chance to really catch up with her friend-turned-sister-in-law. At least the two of them seemed happy, Samuel's quiet strength a nice contrast to Kate's sunny disposition. Mara followed her boss's gaze through the front windows she'd cleaned only that morning. Just as Lizzie said, Liam covered the distance between the jailhouse and the mercantile with purpose. His shoulders looked tense, and it surprised Mara that she could tell already. The bell above the door jingled, and Mara's heart sank at her husband's grim expression. In the time they'd known each other, she'd realized he wore an easygoing smirk more often than not. He also tended to shift his weight back and forth from one foot to the other when he felt anxious, something he told her had gotten him in trouble a time or two as a schoolboy. Liam, she said as she approached him. What's wrong? Dare she hope it wasn't about her? No, of course it was. Why else would he go to the trouble of coming during her workday and his too? Anything that wasn't about her could have waited until she got home. He bounced a little on his toes before settling into a steady stance. The Lathams have brought charges against you. The news wasn't surprising, so why did it feel like an even harder blow than others she'd received? Nothing in her life ever went her way, so why would things start working out for her now? Her eyes shot to the handcuffs on his belt, and her chest tightened at the thought of a jail cell. What does that mean for me? Nothing for the moment, he replied. Stepping toward her and placing a gentle hand on her cheek, his touch calmed her more than she'd have thought it would. You will have to go back to New Orleans for a hearing unless the charges are dropped, but I'll be with you every minute. I've assured them you're not in danger of running and you will appear. Raising an eyebrow in her direction, he shifted from one foot to the other. Please don't make a liar out of me. Mara Brown, now Mara Pratt, was no crier. Her life had been far too hard to fall apart at the drop of a hat or dwell on things she couldn't change. But for some reason, at the news she'd have to go back, the dam broke. Tears filled her eyes as sobs bubbled from her chest. There were no customers in the store, but Liam gently took her elbow and led her to the back room. Her shoulders rocked with emotion, and tears flowed down her face, all the self-control in the world powerless to stop them. Once they stilled in the storeroom, he pulled her into his broad chest and rubbed her back with more gentleness than she'd ever experienced. "Let it out, Mara. Just let it out." How long they stood like that, her body racked with sobs and him holding her as though she might break apart at the seams, she had no idea. All she knew was none of it was fair. It wasn't fair their parents had died when she was barely 10 years old and Paige only 8. It wasn't fair Uncle Rufus had been the only family member to step forward to claim them, proving quickly life would be far better on the streets. By the time they'd made it to Hope House, she'd only had a couple of years before she aged out, entering the lion's den of the Latham's Manor in the city's Garden District. Now, when she'd finally gotten to a place that might hold some happiness for her, she'd be pulled back home and possibly placed behind bars. The thought of such things took her from sobs to full panic, and his hold around her tightened. "It's all right. I'm not leaving you. You won't be alone. You don't have to carry all this by yourself." His words cut through her panicked haze, and she pulled back slowly. She must look a fright, but she didn't care. For the first time since her parents died, could she possibly have someone else to bear the load? She'd taken on the role of mother, father, and sister to Paige at 10 years old, protecting her from Uncle Rufus and all the horrors that could befall street children. Paige had allowed her to take the role, not that Mara had given her much choice. "And if I go to prison?" Her voice was raspy, and her throat burned with the effort to speak. "Will you go with me then?" Liam ran a frustrated hand down his face, removing his Stetson with the other. "I'm going to do everything I can to keep you from even having to stand before a judge. You can trust me on that." He paused, eyes clenched shut. "And I'm going to pray to God in heaven that he steps in for us. I know you don't believe the way I do, but prayer does more good than some small-town sheriff could ever do on his own." "Then why have my prayers never worked?" Her throat still burned, but at least it was easier to speak. "Why does God listen to you and not a little girl who just wanted someone to protect her from her uncle?" Liam's fist clenched at his side, but his anger didn't scare her. No, the flash of anger in his eyes wasn't directed at her. "What did your uncle do to you?" With a scoff, Mara gestured around at the dry goods around them. "Now's not really the time to talk about that, but let's just say I said a lot of prayers that never got answered." He paused, and she could see the muscles around his mouth clenching shut. "You're right. I'm sorry." Liam took her hand just as the bell from the mercantile's door jingled again. "What can I do to help you right now? Do you want to go home, or do you want to stay and work?" What would she do at home? Sitting and fretting wouldn't do a lick of good, and there was only so much to clean. "I'll stay here. I get off at noon today. I'll be back to walk you home," he said quietly. Thankfully, he hadn't argued with her desire to stay busy. "If you want me to go out to the ranch and see if Kate can come spend the afternoon with you, I can. I don't really want you alone until I get off work." That would be nice, but surely Kate was busy with all her chores at the ranch. Mara hadn't visited it yet, but it was apparently quite large. "No, I'll be fine. I'm resilient." His lips tightened again at that, and he squeezed her hand. "I wish you hadn't had to be." "Me too." Walking home later that day, Liam had no idea if he'd handled the situation with Mara's charges well or not, but all he'd known to do was be honest and deal with whatever came. He'd been honest when he said he'd fight tooth and nail to keep her out of jail. Not only did he believe her innocent, but the image of her panic at the thought of being arrested was burned in his mind forever. He pushed the door to the cottage open, pleasantly surprised to smell roast chicken and what he assumed were vegetables being pulled from the oven. "Something smells delicious. Reckon if every man was met with meals like this, there wouldn't be so many who seem married to their jobs." Pulling his hat from his head, he placed it on the hook by the door and ran a hand through his thick blonde hair. She might be prickly, though she had every right, but his wife could cook. Not to mention, she sure did look pretty in the kitchen with a flower-spotted apron and hair starting to protest its pins. Well, perhaps if all men came home at a reasonable time, more women would cook like this. She winked, and his heart warmed that she'd apparently perked up from that morning in the mercantile. Crossing the plank floor, his boots clacking as he went, Liam spotted the curtains she'd placed in the window. They were green with little white flowers, thin enough to let the light shine through while also making the place feel more homey than it ever had in his bachelor years. Curtains look nice, too. When did you finish them? As they'd talked after dinner over the last week, she'd been working on a number of sewing projects for the house. She'd said she wanted to put it all up at the same time. He'd not paid much attention to the fabric, so it all felt like a bit of a surprise. This afternoon. It was either I twiddle my thumbs and worry about things I can't change or set my hands to something useful. She shrugged, and he noticed the matching pillow she'd stitched for the chairs and sofa. I've never been good at being idle. She bit her lip, and Liam closed the rest of the distance between them. Placing a hand on each of her shoulders, he hoped to convey the truth of his words without scaring her with their intensity. We're going to fight this, Mara. If I have anything to say about it, you won't spend a minute behind bars. Breath shuddering a little, Mara's shoulders rose and fell. I know you'll do your best. Her eyes met his, and he realized he'd not noticed what a beautiful blue they were until that moment. In the meantime, are you hungry? I sure am, but if you keep cooking like this I may need to loosen my belt a notch or two. She eyed him, her lip quirked up as she unapologetically studied his frame. I think you'll be all right. Besides, the ladies in town might start gossiping if you get a wife to cook for you and don't get at least a little soft around the middle. Chuckling, Liam pulled 2 plates from the shelf and began to set the table. There are only about 10 ladies in town as it is. Mud Lake is many things, but a gossip mill isn't one of them. I imagine the sheriff's wife getting arrested for arson would probably put that theory to the test, she replied as she placed the pans on the table. Her expression told him it had been meant as a joke, but he didn't miss the way her body tensed. Pausing, she turned to study him again. Liam, I'm afraid I've only made things more difficult for you. He pulled her chair out, the scrape of its legs on the floor cutting through the quiet kitchen. None of this was your fault, and it's about time someone else takes on some of the load. You know, I never realized just how much that would mean to me. Sitting, Mara fiddled with her napkin as she placed it in her lap. I've always been the one bearing the burdens. What must life have been like for her? I'd like to hear if you're comfortable sharing. With a sigh, she began to fill their plates with the mound of food she'd prepared. Our lives didn't start out awful. My sister, Paige, and I had good parents, though we were very poor. Papa loved Ma fiercely, but the influenza epidemic took them both within days of each other as it swept through the tenements. I was 10, and Paige was 8 when it happened. Goodness. He'd been nearly a man when his pa passed and Samuel had taken on the weight of the ranch. It had still made him feel more vulnerable than he liked. Where did you go, then? She swallowed, picking at her food as she looked lost in memories. We went to live with our Uncle Rufus. The scowl on her face told him all he needed to know about the man. He was awful, and I got Paige out of there the moment I could. A brick settled in his gut at just what hardships an 8- and 10-year-old might endure at the hands of an evil man, but he let her continue. When we left, I was 12 and there wasn't much I could do. We joined a pack of street kids to try and survive together, but the group we joined wasn't as much of a family as the one Kate found. She shook her head. We were better off on our own, so I got really good at begging and stealing to feed us. We muddled through for a few years on the kindness or obliviousness of strangers, but then Paige got sick. What happened? With a shrug, Mara shook her head. I'm not sure what all the medical jargon is, but she'd have these episodes where she couldn't breathe. It was like her throat would close up, and she'd hack something awful. We managed to find a doctor who'd look at her, but his only advice was to get her out of the tenement area and into cleaner air. Thankfully, she's mostly grown out of it, and living there again after we aged out of Hope House didn't bother her as much as it had when she was little. Still, at the time, we had to move. As though it were that easy, he replied. Right. I tried, but the only folks we knew were in the neighborhood of the city we'd grown up in, and by that point her attacks were getting worse. The last time we visited the doctor, he brought in someone from Hope House. The way she smiled, it seemed like that might have been the one bright spot of her adolescent years. And you were happy there? I resisted at first, she said. They talked a lot about God. It wasn't something I had any interest in, but they were kind to us. She stopped again, and he could tell she was debating how much of the story to tell him. Something else had happened a few weeks before that, and combined with Paige's illness, I really had no choice. By the time we got settled there, I was 16 and would age out soon anyway. It was there I learned to cook, as Paige and I were assigned to the kitchen. That made sense. Samuel had told him Kate had trouble cooking because she'd been in charge of the nursery at Hope House, so he'd been surprised when Mara could cook so well. He'd like to know what else had happened to convince her to leave, but he sensed whatever it was would have him wanting to hit something. Mara needed the conversation to stay a little lighter. Did Paige's breathing improve? It did, she said with clear longing in her voice. I hope she's doing all right. Have you written to her to let her know you've arrived? Liam couldn't imagine how she'd overcome so much. He couldn't help in the way he'd like to, but he could at least ensure a letter went out to the only family his bride had. I'd be happy to post it for you. Eyes brightening for the first time in her story, Mara nodded. Oh, I'd like that very much. Now, enough about me. All I know is you grew up on the ranch and your parents died too young. Her eyes held compassion as she spoke, and he was relieved to see her finally taking bites of the food. What made you want to become a sheriff? That, he said with a chuckle, is mostly a story of God working in the lives of those who don't deserve it. She may not believe the way he did, but there was no other way to describe it. When my pa died, I turned into a bit of a hooligan and got in some minor trouble trying to drown my sorrows in the bottom of a bottle. Wouldn't you know it, all the alcohol in the world couldn't do a lick of good for a hurting, angry kid? Mara sat back in her chair, curiosity and skepticism clear on her pretty face. Is that when you found religion? Nope. I'd grown up in church, but it took Pastor Olson and the old sheriff in town sitting me down after a night to sober up in the jailhouse when I finally gave my life to Jesus. Religion hadn't done a lick of good, but surrendering to a relationship with him? That made all the difference. With a silent prayer hoping the same for her, Liam smiled softly. It's the only thing that makes a difference. Quiet, Mara took another bite of her food. She didn't speak for a minute or two, but the silence wasn't awkward. No, it was more like she pondered the things he'd said. I don't think I've ever heard it put like that. I'm not a pastor, and I reckon I don't have all the finer points right, but I've never regretted replacing the bottle with the good book and anger with peace. As he spoke, careful to tell his own story rather than try and lecture her, Liam silently prayed God would soften her towards a relationship with him. It was understandable, her hesitation in the midst of all she'd been through, but it was also the only thing that could set her free. Chapter 7. The next morning, Mara found herself blessedly distracted by her work at the mercantile. Lizzie hadn't pried too much into what she'd learned the day before, but Paul had been sure to assure her they were there to support her in whatever way she needed. So far that day, she'd worked the first few hours helping Lizzie organize the shelves in the back, as Paul and Lizzie had been short-handed for a while. Not to mention, organizing was something Mara had gained an affinity for throughout her life. She'd mostly worked in the kitchen at Hope House, but organizing all the supplies and food they had was more fun to her than the actual cooking. Paige, on the other hand, was a master in the kitchen and liked to say the food spoke to her rather than following a recipe. It was why she'd not been upset to find the job at the Lathams as a maid rather than a cook, and the actual cleaning part of her job was something she enjoyed. Too bad the position had been under such awful people. As Mara straightened large bolts of fabric in the sewing section, her fingers enjoying the texture of some of the softer ones which had just come in, the bell above the door jingled. Lizzie was up front, but Mara turned anyway to see Kate enter the store. Good morning, Mrs. Pratt, her friend said as she hurried back to the fabrics. Her smile fell a little as she touched Mara's arm. We saw Liam on the way into town, and he told us about the charges. I hope you know we're with you, and I'll accompany you back to New Orleans if you need me. The hearing. It hadn't been scheduled yet as far as she knew, but Liam was honest in letting her know she'd have to appear. I think I'll be all right, but thank you for offering. The sound of Lizzie's footsteps shuffling from the front of the store pulled both their attention. All the support I've gotten here has been really nice. Lizzie nodded, the look on her face full of compassion. Before Riley moved out here a few years ago, I missed him terribly. Lizzie had moved to Mud Lake when she married Paul, but her little brother, Riley, had followed a few years later from Boston. I know you miss Paige as well. What brought Riley out here anyway? Kate's head cocked to the side as she spoke. Was he just interested in becoming a rancher, or was there something else? From what Liam had told Mara, Riley worked as the foreman on Samuel and Kate's ranch. He was a good man, but she hadn't had a chance to meet him yet. Honestly, Lizzie replied, I never felt like I got the whole story from him. He worked for a shipyard when I left, but then more or less showed up on my doorstep a few years ago. He said he needed a change, but I've always wondered if he was being completely honest. Lizzie shrugged, and Mara admired her restraint. She'd been a little overprotective of Paige since their parents died, and there was no way she'd have just left well enough alone. The door opened again, and 2 pairs of boots clapped against the ground. Stetsons were visible above the shelving units, and both Pratt brothers closed the distance between them and their wives. Samuel wrapped an arm around Kate's middle, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. Her friend blushed at the display, but it was clearly welcome. Kate was happy, and that made Mara happy as well. She deserved it after all she'd been through at the hands of the Lathams. It was sweet to see the eldest Pratt brother dote on his wife, but what surprised her was how Liam followed suit. He didn't pull her close with quite the same familiarity as Samuel and Kate, but he did reach for her hand and held it as he kissed her head as well. The jolt that ran through her at his touch surprised Mara even further, and she knew her cheeks had pinked like Kate's. Good morning, ladies, Liam said with a grin. Are you 3 getting all the world's problems solved? We do our best, Mara replied with a smirk, but some folks just won't listen to what we have to say. She shrugged, her lip quirking up at the side. You'd think they'd know better. Dramatically placing his free hand over his chest, Liam's mouth dropped open. You don't say? Well, anyone who doesn't listen to you 3 must need their head examined. He winked at her before turning towards Samuel and Kate. The latter had a wide smile on her face which was bound to cramp if she held it too long, while Samuel's eyes just studied the 2 of them. I hate to leave so quickly, but I've got to head out to the mining camp to talk with Roy. Samuel's curious and slightly amused gaze turned serious. Something happen? Nothing we can't handle, Liam replied before turning back to Mara. If I'm not back by the time your shift is over, can you ask Paul to walk you home? His care for her safety, especially in light of the charges levied against her, warmed her in a way she'd have never expected. I will. Be safe. As Liam turned to head back out the door, Mara watched him go. She didn't even realize she'd been staring until Kate's voice broke through her distraction. Well, I'll be. Kate nudged Samuel in the ribs. It looks like somebody might just be falling for her husband. She giggled a little as Mara rolled her eyes. And if my eyes don't betray me, he just might be falling for her too. Let's just leave them alone, Samuel said lovingly as Lizzie and Kate wore matching grins. I doubt Mara would appreciate our meddling. Not looking the least bit guilty, Kate shrugged. No one's ever accused me of minding my own business where folks I love are concerned. She stepped out of her husband's hold and pulled Mara in for a hug of her own. I want you to be happy. If you do have to go back to New Orleans to stand before a judge, please let me know before you leave. I'd like to send some things with you for Paige. Kate spoke as though it wasn't a done deal, but Mara knew better. She'd have to return despite how sick it made her feel to do so. New Orleans held a few good memories for her. She longed to see her sister, but the city itself wasn't one she'd prefer to go back to. Nonetheless, she had to go. Her charges would haunt her until some kind of resolution was reached, but at least she'd get to see Paige. Kate always had good intentions, even when she stuck her nose where it didn't necessarily belong. With such pure motives, she'd never been able to hold it against her. I will. They all visited for a few more minutes before Kate and Samuel had to get going over to the Olsons for lunch. They'd only been gone a few minutes when the door opened again and Mara's shoulders tensed at the sound of an unfamiliar low voice. "Pratt needs to stay out of it," he grumbled from a few rows over. Lizzie had already gone to the front counter, so it wasn't likely she could hear them. Stilling her hands on a bolt of green calico to listen further, Mara had to use every bit of self-control she had not to duck down and move closer. Another voice, this one more of a whisper, replied. "You think Roy's figured anything out yet? This is the second time in a week he's had the sheriff out to the mine. I'm sure he's got a hunch, but there ain't nothing to tie it to Barrett. Least not yet, but by the time there is, we'll be long gone." What in the world? Whatever the men were discussing sounded more than a little nefarious, but why would they be talking out in the open like this? Clearly, neither were very smart. Straining her ears to hear more, Mara's mouth dropped open at the first man's next statement. "It don't much matter, though. If Pratt gets too close, Barrett's got no problem arranging an accident for him." He snickered, the sound sending shivers down Mara's back. Holding her breath to hear more, Mara didn't realize how tight her grip had grown on a bolt of fabric until her fingers cramped and loosened without her consent. It fell to the floor, and her hurried attempt to catch it knocked off a tin of straight pins as well. The tin clattered just beside the fabric, and Mara acted purely on instinct to hurry towards the front of the store. Would the men realize she'd heard them if they didn't see her? Did they even know who she was? She didn't have the answer, though, as both hurried towards the front door and left without her getting a good look at them. With a deep sigh, Mara moved back to pick up the things she'd dropped, a knot in her belly at the thought Liam might be in danger. "Mara," Lizzie called from the counter. "Is everything all right?" "It's fine," she replied even as she hoped that was the case. "I just got a little clumsy." One thing was true. The moment Liam got home that evening, she'd tell him what little she knew. If nothing else, he could keep a close eye on his surroundings. "Thanks again for coming with me today," Liam said as he escorted Mara to church the next morning. The bell chimed from the steeple, something they'd added a few years before, and signaled the town services would begin shortly. Tension rolled off every part of his wife, and he wondered whether or not it was a good idea to ask her to accompany him that morning. Should he have left it alone? Mara didn't share his faith, but it was important to him they go to church as a couple. He'd done his best not to push God on Mara, but his own faith flowed through every part of his life. It was impossible for him not to mention it on occasion, and she'd seemed open to discussing it. Still, as they approached the one-room church house, he could feel her muscles tensing from his hands perch on her back. "You said it was important to you." It was, and maybe the hitch in her voice was more from what she'd overheard at the mercantile the day before. He'd known exactly who Barrett was, as Roy had his own suspicions regarding how some of the silver they'd recently begun mining had gone missing. Roy had increased security overnight, but what Barrett could possibly need with the stuff was the question. That, and how much he'd actually taken. For years, the mine outside of Mud Lake had been a coal mine, and that was still their primary moneymaker. The last few months though, the mine's owner had heard well-substantiated rumors from Washington that the government was planning to start buying silver to use as currency. As quietly as they could, the Mud Lake mine pulled a contingency of their men to start work at another small camp close by where they'd managed to locate some silver. As lucrative as coal was, the rumor was silver might beat it, and Roy said the boss's plan was to have things figured out before other operations heard about the government's plans. Not to mention, when the government got involved, there were often regulations mines had to follow in order to enter a contract with them. Mining coal was a dangerous business, but they'd done their best to keep the men safe. The only way to lead the market on silver was to start early and get their safety measures in place before the other mines even tried. It had been some of the newly mined silver that had gone missing, and it wouldn't surprise Liam if that's what the men in the mercantile were discussing. But that morning, his attention was mostly on Mara and the feel of her tense back muscles under his touch. "It is, but I wouldn't have forced you." He'd never prayed as much as he had since Mara had come to Mud Lake. She needed the Lord, that much was clear, but she'd also been incredibly hurt in her life. Pastor Olson's sermon that morning was on contentment, reminding them all that contentment in what they had was a result of intentional gratitude. Mara fidgeted beside him, but he'd been known to do the same. As they followed Samuel and Kate out the doors of the church, a hand landed on his shoulder, and a voice he always tried to avoid grated his nerves. "Pratt," Donnie Gray said as he stepped in front of him. "I can't believe you went and got yourself a bride and didn't tell me." Samuel snickered as he kept Kate moving, well aware of how Liam felt about Donnie. He tried to be kind whenever he couldn't avoid the man, but it had been Donnie who got Liam into a whole lot of trouble in his younger days. He came to church every week with his parents because that's how his mother said he'd earn his inheritance, but 6 days a week he spent his evenings at the saloon gambling all the money he made working at the livery and taking on odd jobs around town. Sure, they'd been friends in school, but Liam had distanced himself from Donnie when he left the recklessness of childish things behind. Not to mention, the way his former friend had always talked about girls and women had had Liam's fist itching at times. He may have dabbled in his own trouble, but Mama had always taught them to respect and protect any woman they came in contact with. "Hi, Donnie," he said quickly. "Good sermon today. This is my wife Mara. Mara, this is Donnie." He gestured towards the lanky farm boy turned livery worker and tried to lead Mara further out the door before Donnie said anything rude to her, but he had no luck. Stepping directly in front of Mara, Donnie blocked their exit. His wife was no shrinking violet, and her eyes narrowed at the man before her. "It's nice to meet you, sir." She moved to step around him, but Donnie shifted once again. "Well, aren't you a pretty thing? And feisty too?" Donnie laughed, despite the fact neither of them seemed amused. "I almost didn't believe it when someone told me Liam had gone and married. I really thought they were pulling my leg when they told me you were working for Paul over at the mercantile. Town not paying you enough to support your woman, Sheriff?" Donnie cackled, convinced for all the world his jokes were funny and appreciated. Behind him on the grass, Samuel met Liam's eye and shook his head. He knew better than anyone how readily Donnie could provoke Liam, as he pulled the two of them apart more than once as boys. Taking a deep breath, Liam took Mara's hand and pulled her to the side. Just as Donnie moved to step in front of her once again, he placed his own body between the two of them and gestured for Mara to pass. Without saying anything else, Mara moved down the steps to stand with Kate and Samuel, her gaze still fixed on Donnie. To her credit, though, she didn't look fearful. To the contrary, the fire in her eyes blazed, and Liam wondered if it was Mara his brother would have to hold back from socking Donnie in the nose. Whether oblivious or intentionally baiting them, Donnie couldn't leave well enough alone.
Aww.
"Come on, brother. I'm just joshing ya. I think we all know you don't make enough money to support a little lady on the money you make here. It's real nice she's willing to help provide. Not to mention, with the way Samuel's got his girl hid at the ranch, we don't ever get to see her. These southern gals are far too pretty to be holed up like some doll in an attic." That was it. Liam opened his mouth, but Mara beat him to it. "And we're far too smart and resourceful to be placed on a shelf for lonely men to ogle whenever they feel like it." Her brows furrowed, the challenge clear. "My husband supports my working because he's secure enough in himself not to be threatened by something so trivial. It's a shame so many men allow their insecurities to cloud their decision-making, isn't it?" Liam had to study his feet to keep from laughing, but Samuel apparently had no such qualms. He burst into a guffaw loud enough folks glanced their direction, but Donnie's seething stammer beside him drew his attention again. "Well now, I reckon this one's got some fight." Liam didn't like the way Donnie's eyes fixed on Mara, so he decided to end the conversation there. "Have a good afternoon, Donnie," he replied even as he grimaced at the way Donnie's comments had struck a nerve. There was nothing wrong with Mara working, but the idea he couldn't provide for her grated on him nonetheless. He could. He didn't know what she planned to do with the money she earned at the mercantile, but he understood her need to have some of her own. Still, the fact someone even as ridiculous as Donnie Gray could goad him about the subject made him feel weak. Placing an arm around Mara's shoulder, he did his best to keep his voice light. "Now, what's this I hear about us going out to the ranch for lunch?" Chapter 8. "Wait a minute," Mara said through tears of laughter. "So the donkey ran away, and you landed in a cow patty? Goodness, and you thought Mud Lake wouldn't be as exciting as New Orleans." They sat around the table at Samuel and Kate's ranch, feasting on a mound of roasted vegetables from Kate's abundant garden. Her friend had been so proud to show off the plants she'd coaxed from the soil and, despite her complete inexperience with such things, had begun supplying the ranch with more vegetables than she could handle. It was the first time Mara had been out to the ranch, but she understood immediately why Kate loved it so much. What started off a little rocky had turned into home quickly for her, not due in small part to the handsome cowboy she married and the adorable puppy he'd gotten her. The puppy in question yipped at the sound of their laughter, and Kate picked him up to cuddle. I fell right into it. It took me at least 3 good soakings to get the smell out of that dress. She placed Finn back on the ground and put her napkin on her plate. That may have been the moment I fell in love with her, Samuel said with a smirk. She took the whole thing in stride, a completely different reaction than I might have expected. Studying the two of them, it was clear the still newly married couple had grown deeply in their affection. Kate smiled at Samuel and placed her hand over his on the table, and the stoic cowboy softened just by looking at her. Could she and Liam ever have something like that? Would it even be possible, or would she wind up behind bars for a crime she may or may not have committed? If she had, it certainly hadn't been intentional, but would a judge care? The Pratt brothers took over the conversation for a moment, relaying some of the other stories that had happened since Kate arrived, not the least shocking of which being the group of bounty hunters who'd been sent west in search of Mara before she even arrived. Liam seemed certain they'd not send a second group due to the official channels they'd gone through to press charges, though the way his body tensed at the mention of them continued to make her feel cared for in a way she never had before. After they finished dessert, not a bad attempt at icebox cake considering how poor of a cook Kate had been when she moved to Colorado, the women moved out to the paddock to see Starlight and her foal, Samson. Kate held out a carrot for the mare, who came happily, her colt bouncing along behind. Seems like they both trust you. I guess they know I'm on their side. Did you know I shot a mountain lion who had them in her sights one day not too long after I arrived? I thought Samuel would die of a heart attack the way he lit out from the other pasture to come see what the ruckus was about, but they were safe. Placing a hand on Starlight's forelock, she stroked the mare's face. It took Samuel and me a bit to get our footing, but we're moving in the right direction. With some patience and a whole lot of grace, you and Liam will find the same. Seeing Kate in this environment, the one that had her taking down mountain lions and tossing badgers out of barn lofts, it was both jarring and comforting. You seem settled here. I am. Samuel and I are still getting to know one another. I'd be lying if I said we didn't still bicker about silly things, but we're starting to understand each other's motivations better. Kate continued to pet Starlight as she munched happily on a carrot. At first, his overprotectiveness felt smothering, but he's learning to trust my safety to the Lord. In turn, I had to learn to be patient with him as he works through the grief of losing his mother so young and the fear that comes with that. Liam had mentioned their mother passed from a snake bite when he was only a boy, but she hadn't thought to draw the line between his protective nature and that particular incident. Why, she didn't know, but it made sense. I'm afraid of what's going to happen when we go to New Orleans. To be honest, I wonder if it's even worth trying with Liam. He was kind, but what good would it do to fall for the man only to be found guilty and faced with a choice of running or a life of captivity too awful to imagine? Rather than try and placate her, Kate took Mara's hand. Would I be wrong to assume you still don't share mine and Paige's faith? She wasn't accusatory or harsh, just stating the simple question. You'd be right. Sometimes, I wonder if I'm holding back from something that could change things for me, but then I wonder how a loving God could possibly allow the life I've lived? What God allows a young girl to lose her parents only to be thrown into abuse by her uncle? Who would sanction an adolescence in which I skipped as many meals as I ate to ensure Paige had enough food? Squeezing her hand, Kate's eyes misted as she studied her. You didn't deserve any of that. None of us did. I don't know why God allows these things to happen, but I know the peace He's given me in not knowing. I know His perspective is greater than mine, and I know He can use me to bless others through my past. I just want you to know I'm praying for you, and I'm specifically asking God to show you how much He loves you through everything. Her own eyes still dry, Mara was no less touched by her friend's words. She may not share her faith, but Kate was deeply devoted to her God and the Bible. If she said she'd be praying for her, she would. Despite it all, the assurance was comforting. The next couple of hours were spent taking Mara on a tour of the ranch and meeting the colorful four-legged characters from Kate's stories. She met Gus, the donkey, where he grazed in a thicket of dandelions, and Rue, the milk cow. The chickens flocked to her as Kate handed her the bucket of feed, an experience she'd never expected. Kate's garden was indeed beautiful, and she'd sent Mara and Liam on their way with a basket full of delicious produce. She'd also met Riley, Joshua, and Clarence, 3 hands who'd been featured in some of the stories she'd heard. Riley was quite different from his loquacious sister, quiet and content to fade into the background of conversation. He was a couple of years younger than Lizzie, from what she'd told her, but probably still a year or so older than Mara. As they waved goodbye to the folks at the ranch, Mara leaned back on the wagon seat with a deep sigh. This was nice. I needed time with Kate. Liam nodded as he continued to drive the team, but he didn't speak. Was something wrong with him? He'd seemed fine at lunch, but had she done something to upset him? They rode a little longer before Mara could stand the silence no longer. Something on your mind? Just what you told me about the miners, he replied gruffly. Are you sure they didn't notice you listening? She'd done her best to remain inconspicuous, but it was possible. I don't think so, but I suppose I can't be certain. Why? While you girls were out visiting with the horses, Riley said something that made me think. He asked if it was possible they'd known you were there and were hoping you'd come home and tell me what they'd said. I can't believe I hadn't considered that before. His grip grew tighter on the reins, but his voice remained calm. After what happened to Kate in town? With the men? Liam, she fought them off herself, and I could do the same. Not to mention, I only walk home with you or Paul escorting me. The familiar tightness in her chest started at where she feared the conversation was going. She'd only been married to the man for a week. If she ever reached the ability to trust in a man with no income of her own, she certainly wasn't there yet. You have to trust me. It's not you I don't trust. It's them. His words were almost a growl, and the sound had her shrinking back a little despite the belief he'd never hurt her. What if they're trying to use you to bait me? It was possible, but seemed highly unlikely. Then I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I'm not quitting my job to sit at home all day. I enjoy it, and I'm good at it. It was true. She'd never realized retail was an industry she enjoyed because she'd never had the opportunity to work in it. The constant flow of customers and the calm repetition of stocking shelves was more enjoyable than she'd have imagined. She'd not be quitting, especially over the leap he'd made from her overhearing the 2 miners to her potentially being used as bait. So, even if I asked you to, you'd continue working. Her shoulders straightened as she twisted to look him in the eye. I told you who I was when we married. If that's not enough for you, then I'll be happy to grant you an annulment. What she would do and where she would go were questions she could answer another time. I've not let fear control me yet in life, and I don't intend to start now. Well, with the exception of coming to Colorado in the first place, though that seemed like her only option. The only thing she feared as much as being imprisoned was something happening to Paige. How long would it take for a letter to reach her? Her gut twisted as she thought of her back in New Orleans with so little support. Though, thoughts of Paige calmed her a little at the irrational protectiveness Liam appeared to be feeling. She'd always been the same way with her sister, even once she came of age. I'm careful. I'll continue to be, but I won't be chained to the house. Liam knew he was overreacting. He knew what Riley said had been more of a passing comment than a legitimate hunch. But didn't she understand she could be in real danger? If Barrett and his men were really using her to bait him, how long before they escalated the situation? He couldn't go out and investigate whatever they were up to if he was worried and distracted by the possibility of something happening to her. But she was right. It wasn't fair. I don't know how to do this, he said honestly. Do what? Her tone was calm, measured, but there was steel behind it. I don't know how to balance wanting to protect you with recognizing you're capable of protecting yourself. Samuel dealt with the same thing, he still does, but part of me wants to throw you in a cell while I'm away to make sure you're safe when I come back." He'd been joking, of course. There was no way he'd lock her in a cell, but the instant her body froze up, he remembered her panic the day she'd first walked into the jailhouse. "Oh Mara, I'm sore dash." "Don't," she ground out with her fists clenched at her sides. "Don't ever even think of locking me in a cell." Her chest heaved with quick breaths, her face growing redder by the second. Pulling the team to a stop and setting the brake, he turned to face her. "That was a bad joke, and I'm sorry. Of course, I'd never lock you in a cell. Sometimes I joke about things when I don't know what else to say." It had gotten him in trouble over the years, but he'd never felt quite as awful as he did watching his wife attempt to calm herself. "I promise, I'd never do that." Slowly, her hands loosened, and her head fell into them. "I know you wouldn't," she said through shuddered breaths. "Being locked up, it's just not something I can joke about." Yet again, the belief there was far more to her past than she told him hit him. "Has someone locked you up before?" If they had, he'd have to fight the urge to go to New Orleans and give them some of what they gave, but he needed to know. "My Uncle Rufus," she said quietly. "We only lived with him for a few years, but he was cruel. He disciplined with switches and belts, even when we hadn't done anything, and he'd lock us in the closet when he got tired of dealing with us." Wrapping her arms around her middle, Mara hunched forward. "The day before he left, he just locked me inside. I didn't know what was happening to Paige, but I could hear her screams. I think he drew some sick pleasure in torturing us, and he knew hearing her while being unable to help would be worse than any beating he could give." Tears flowed down her face, but pure rage simmered in Liam's blood. If her Uncle Rufus was alive, there would be nowhere he could hide to flee the ramifications of what he'd done. "Where is he now?" "Long dead," she answered quietly. "From what I heard, he was killed in a bar fight while we lived at Hope House. Paige never wanted to think about him again, but I went to see his grave. There was only a small marker, but I needed to make sure he was dead." She shrugged, and Liam could take it no longer. Slowly, in case it might be unwelcome, he pulled Mara into his arms there in the middle of the dusty road between the ranch and town. A warm breeze blew through the tall grass on either side of them, the sun beating down overhead. How long he held her there, he had no idea. It was different than when he'd done the same at the Mercantile after telling her about the charges against her. That time, he'd felt as though his embrace held her together lest she fall apart. There on the road, the arms she'd placed around his waist were just as calming as he hoped his were for her. She was here, and she was safe. She'd survived the unthinkable, and somehow she'd ended up married to a cowboy sheriff in Colorado. "Lord," he prayed silently as they sat there holding one another, "she's been through far too much. It's not fair, and I can't say I blame her for the way she feels about religion. But I know it's the only way she'll get any real peace. Give me the words to say, and give me the wisdom to know when to hush. You love her more than I ever could, and I barely know her. Show her she's not been left behind." By the time she pulled back and he looked around, the sun had already started to paint the sky with the orange and pink sunsets Mud Lake would be famous for if folks ever saw them. Goodness, when did it get so late? Gently reaching his fingers to her chin, he drew her gaze back to his. "Thank you for sharing with me what you did. I know that wasn't easy." Her blue eyes sparkled with unshed tears, but she blinked them away. "You deserve to know." Then, as though his hand had a mind of its own, he guided her face toward his and felt the brush of her lips. The kiss was short, chaste, as she'd been through far too much for him to kiss her the way he really wanted. Not to mention, they still barely knew one another. No, he'd not risk scaring her off. Taking it slow and praying like he'd never prayed before that God would draw her to a relationship with him was the only path he felt comfortable walking. Chapter 9. Please be careful, Mara told Liam as he readied to head out to the mine later that week. I don't have a good feeling about whatever it is Barrett's planning. Maybe it was her unfortunate knowledge of the lengths folks would go to for greed, but she'd continued thinking about what the miners said at the store. They hadn't been back in, but Liam had given her a bit of context for what he thought they might be up to. Placing his Stetson atop his thick blonde locks, Liam grinned at her. You worryin' about me, darlin'? That makes a man feel like he could take on the world. His boots clacked on the wood floor of their cottage as he moved towards her spot by the sink. I'm always careful, especially since I've got a beautiful woman to come home to. Her insides got all jumbled when he spoke like that, something he'd begun doing after their ride back from the ranch on Sunday. They hadn't shared any more kisses. He'd been clear he intended to give her all the time she needed, but it wouldn't upset her if he'd steal another one. Just make sure you do. The missing silver at the mine wasn't the only difficulty they faced, as they'd received a date for her hearing in New Orleans coming up at the end of August. Would that be the end of their marriage, or would the truth come out? The Lathams were wealthy and powerful, two things she wasn't, and rich folks had been known to buy verdicts before. The worry over her own issues ever present, Mara did her best to focus on the issue at hand. She had to be at work in a little under an hour, and Liam potentially walked into a trap when he went to investigate with the mine's foreman. Do you think you and Roy will find anything? His expression now reflected his frustration, and Liam shrugged. I hope so, but Barrett and his men are smarter than they act. He told her he and Roy had both had trouble with Barrett McCall over the years, though it had always been small issues before. Ever since the mine started shifting its focus, it seems like he has had dollar signs in his eyes. Greed's a powerful motivator and a dangerous one at that. Is the owner even certain the government is going to start pursuing contracts? It seemed like a mighty big risk to split their men between coal and silver, even if it would put them ahead of the pack. Liam placed his hands in his pockets and shifted his weight back and forth from one foot to the other. He seems fairly certain. Whatever happens, I'm just praying the Lord brings the truth to light. Prayer. Liam spoke of prayer often, and it didn't grate on her the way it once did. Rather than scoffing at the idea God might care about the two of them and the world around them, it had started to become a comforting idea that he might. Send word if you're going to be late, all right? Her husband wasn't the only protective one in their marriage, despite the short time they'd known one another. It floored her that she could have begun to develop feelings for someone she'd known less than a month, but it was undeniable. His mouth turned up once more as he placed a gentle hand on her cheek. I will, sugar, and don't worry about me. The new endearment warmed her, as he'd been trying out different ones in an effort to see which one he thought fit her best. Once he left and Mara ready to head to work, she tried to put all the worry from her mind. The sun had already risen enough to pull beads of sweat from her forehead, and the street had begun to fill as she made her way through it. Inside the mercantile, she smiled at the sight of Lizzie and her not-so-little brother, Riley, there with Lizzie's 2 children. Both latched onto Riley's legs, and he marched around the store with a dramatic groan as they giggled and grinned. Her gaff, he said. What's that on my leg? Shaking the one with Lizzie's daughter, Coralie, a little, he sent the child into fits of laughter. And the other one too? Giving the same treatment to Timothy, albeit gentler, the tall lanky cowboy wiped his forehead. All right munchkins, Uncle Riley's tired. I'll come over for dinner this week, and we can play some more. With only a little grumbling from Coralie, the children bid goodbye to Riley with one last hug before moving over to the blocks Lizzie kept for them behind the counter. Looks like I missed all the fun this morning. Waving her hand in greeting, Lizzie stood from where she'd handed Coralie a cup. Uncle Riley is always the best part of their day. She placed her hand on her younger brother's head, though he was at least a foot taller than her. As she watched them, Mara realized it wasn't that Riley was all that lanky, he was just leaner than the 2 Pratt brothers. Whatever had brought Riley out from Boston, he seemed to fit in Mud Lake. It made her miss Paige and the closeness they'd always shared. As much as she had enjoyed settling in with Liam and reconnecting with Kate, something would always be missing with Paige back home. Was she safe? Strangely, Mara imagined she'd know it if she wasn't. Liam had helped her post a letter earlier that week, but the only address she had was their old tenement. Since the Latham's home had burned, there was obviously no job for her sister to go back to. Sending for her to come and stay with the Olsons felt like a better idea by the day, but could she even get in touch with her? Her tension must have shown on her face because Lizzie placed a hand on her shoulder and squeezed lightly. When Riley was still in Boston, I worried about him every day. Giving his safety to the Lord was something I had to come to learn in time, but it was the only way I drew any peace. I know your circumstances are far different, as are Paige's, but know I'm praying to that end. Again, it shocked Mara a little that the idea of prayer didn't send her immediately into a defensive mode, but she didn't dwell on it. Thank you. I've spent so much of our lives taking care of her, and I feel like I've abandoned her. Riley, the cowboy she'd only met once, spoke then. I don't know Paige, so I can't speak for her, but I was happy when Lizzie left town. I knew she could be happier here, and that's all I wanted for her. Tears misted in Lizzie's eyes, and Mara swallowed back the lump in her own throat. Thank you for that. Can you tell us about her? Lizzie asked. She's much more fun than I am, Mara said with a chuckle. She can be a little mischievous at times, but always with good intentions. She loves children, but cooking is her real passion. She'd often involve the younger children at Hope House with helping her prepare meals. As bubbly as she was, it had always been a joyous affair. She never once complained about the hand we were dealt, something I never quite managed, and she's much smarter than folks give her credit for. As the younger sister, Paige had always been a little more flighty. She'd had her share of tragedy and pain, but it never seemed to get her down for long. Then again, Mara had always done her best to shield her from as much as she could. She sounds lovely, Lizzie replied. Hopefully, she can find her way out here before too long. Just then, a loud crash sounded in the storeroom, and they heard Paul's pained shout. All three adults raced to see what had happened, finding Paul lying on the ground and clutching his leg. The blasted crate broke, he said as his face grew paler by the moment. Fell and rolled my ankle pretty bad. Riley grabbed his brother-in-law under the arms and lifted him into a chair while Lizzie propped his injured ankle on another crate. I'll go get Doc, Riley said quickly. You think it's broken? Don't know, Paul replied through gritted teeth. But it feels like it might be. Over the next hour, Doc wrapped Paul's ankle and declared that it was likely a bad sprain. Unfortunately, sprains could sometimes take longer to heal than breaks, and Paul would have to stay off his ankle for the time being. Paul argued, concerned about deliveries he needed to make that morning, but both Doc and Lizzie were adamant he stay put. I can help with deliveries, Mara said confidently. It was likely a false confidence, as she still didn't really know her way around, but she could read a map as well as anyone. If Lizzie will just circle the spots on the map, I can take the wagon out. Unlike Kate had when she first arrived, Mara did know how to drive a team as her father had taught her as a child. He'd done a number of odd jobs for folks around New Orleans, freight delivery one of them. Paul shook his head. Absolutely not. The most pressing delivery is to the mine, and Liam would have my hide if I let you go out there alone. I can do all the deliveries between here and the ranch, Riley offered. And I can come back tomorrow to go to the mine. We've just got a heavy load today at the ranch, and I need to get back. Thank you, Paul replied. I have to get that delivery out to the mine, though. Roy's been in 3 times this week looking for it. Stubbornness peaked, Mara refused to take no for an answer. Liam is already at the mine today, so I won't be alone once I get there. I'll take the mine delivery, and you can just tell my husband I insisted. He's getting used to that. She winked, turning on her heel to the delivery ledgers at the desk. Good, Paul had already loaded everything, and it looked like he'd hitched the team too. I'll be back soon. Ignoring Paul's protests, Mara took the map Lizzie handed her with a nod and a smile before pushing her way out the door. She could do this, and she wouldn't let the fact the mine was her destination deter her. Liam would likely be annoyed, but he'd just have to get over it. Thanks again for coming out, Sheriff. Roy ran a frustrated hand down his face, and Liam couldn't help but feel bad for the man. They knew Barrett and his guys were the ones stealing the silver, but they couldn't prove it just yet. He'd switched up the teams to keep them as far away from it as possible, but more of it had still gone missing. I'm just not sure what to do next. It frustrated Liam too. He hated knowing who was guilty of wrongdoing and not being able to pin it on them. Barrett was sneaky, but he was patient. We'll catch them, Liam said. He's bound to slip up sooner or later. I'm just interested in who they've got working from the outside. Someone's picking up the goods and taking it to be processed and sold, so who is it? The government may not have put their initiatives regarding silver into practice yet, but there was still plenty of market for silver, with rumors spreading it would eventually be used for currency. Businessmen were clamoring to get their hands on the stuff, some more scrupulous than others. Your guess is as good as mine, Roy replied. I'll keep an eye out here. Let me know if you hear anything else. If we don't figure it out soon, your plan to bait them sounds good. Liam assured him he would before mounting his horse and heading back towards town. The mining camp was large, with tents spread out in clusters at the base of the mountain. Large openings into the mine had tracks that guided wooden crates down into the earth and back out into the sunlight. The caves were tight and dark, but men moved in and out of them with confidence. Covered head to toe in coal dust, the men's skin was barely visible by that point in the morning. Tipping his hat towards a group of them, Liam had only gotten a mile or so down the road when he spotted a wagon coming his way. Good, Roy had been expecting Paul with a delivery. As the wagon drew closer, though, Liam wondered if he was hallucinating. There, driving the team down the road like she'd been doing it all her life, was Mara. What in the world? He'd never thought to ask Paul not to ask Mara to do deliveries by herself, as he'd never thought he'd have to. As good a friend as the man was, his blood ran hot at how vulnerable he'd allowed Mara to be in driving out to a mining camp. Mara, he shouted with a force he knew would set her on edge. What are you doing? Even from 15 feet away, Liam noticed her stiffen. Paul fell this morning and hurt his ankle. Roy apparently needed these supplies something fierce, so I insisted on completing the delivery myself. Her eyes narrowed as she pulled the team to a stop, challenge rolling off her in waves. You're welcome to accompany me the rest of the way to the mine, but I will be delivering this load. Gritting his teeth so as to not start shouting, Liam took as deep a breath as he could muster. You know what happened to Kate in town with 3 miners? The memory of it had his blood running even hotter. That day could have gone much worse, and there's no one out here to hear you call for help. A mining camp was so loud, there were many spots even close to other men she'd be easily drowned out. You think I haven't dealt with men like that all my life? If I'd let that stop me, I'd have died of starvation at 13. The only man I'm afraid of is one with keys to a cell, she said in an icy tone. Her meaning was clear, and Liam tensed at the idea he'd be the one to hurt her. Now, as I said, you can either accompany me, or you can move out of my way. Chapter 10. Mara was spitting mad at her husband as she grabbed the broom where it hung on the wall as though the dirt on the floor had personally offended her. Liam had gone with her to complete the delivery to the mine, but he'd not said a word the entire time. When she reached the camp, he'd stayed mounted on his horse and shot nasty looks at any man who dared look in her direction, even when they only eyed her with idle curiosity. He'd had to take the rig back to Paul and Lizzie, so she'd beat him home by a few minutes, far too angry not to set her hands to a task. As she pushed the broom over the floor, her teeth clenched so hard her jaw hurt, but she didn't care. She'd told him she wouldn't be controlled. Sure, they'd discussed her not gallivanting all over town for no reason, but this had been a special circumstance. What was she supposed to do, let the mine's delivery go undone? No, she'd been hired to help take some of the load off of Paul and Lizzie, and she'd do that job regardless of what some overprotective cowboy lawman thought. She'd barely swept the kitchen when the cottage's doorknob turned, and Liam stepped inside in a similar fashion as she had. He slammed the door, his figure intimidating while not threatening. You can stop stomping around like a child, Liam Pratt. I'm home safe, and I'm off work for the day, so you don't have to worry about me gallivanting into danger like the fragile dove you think I am. He shut his eyes, and she counted 3 deep breaths before he opened them. His face was still beet red with frustration, but at least he didn't shout. Not a month ago, a posse of men tried to kidnap Kate thinking she was you. Just before that, she was nearly attacked in the street and would have been assaulted were it not for Were it not for what? Mara threw her hands in the air, as her normally easygoing husband just couldn't seem to understand. You know as well as I do she is the reason the men were thwarted. She defended herself, and she learned to do so on the same streets I did. It was broad daylight, and I was riding into a crowded camp. Plus, I knew you were already there. I was safe, Liam. He didn't speak for a moment and simply crossed the parlor to plop down onto the sofa. Laying his head back, he placed a hand on either side of his nose like his head ached. I thought we'd been over this. You agreed you wouldn't go out on your own. Guilt pricked her at the memory of her promising exactly that. I did, but this was a special circumstance. I won't make a habit of it, but I can't promise it won't happen again. Paul is hurt, and who knows how long it'll be before he can make deliveries again. Would it make you feel better if I took a pistol with me? His brows rose. You know how to shoot? Samuel said Kate had never shot before when he taught her. Leaning the broom against the wall, Mara placed her hands on her hips, a little satisfaction swelling in her chest. Sure do. You forget Kate and I lived very different lives before we came to Hope House. She only had herself to protect, but I had Paige. Our papa taught me to shoot before our parents died, but I hadn't touched a gun in years until I was 12. Uncle Rufus had crossed a line, and I knew we had to run. When we did, I stole his pistol and every bit of ammunition he had. She shrugged, remembering how terrified she'd been to take the gun out of his nightstand while he slept off a night at the saloon. So, if I bought you a gun you could keep on you, you'd do it? And you could shoot a man with it if you needed to? Hesitation can get you killed. She wasn't proud of it, but Mara knew she could do whatever was necessary to keep herself and those she loved safe. She'd done it before, and she could do it again. The man didn't die, but a few weeks before we went to live at Hope House, there was a young dock worker who'd become obsessed with Paige. She was only 13, but she's beautiful and friendly. It wasn't long before he tried to grab her from where we'd gone to try and catch some fish for dinner. I shot him in the leg, and we ran away. The only reason I know he didn't die is because I saw him again a few years later, but he walked with a limp. She shrugged. It wasn't something she was necessarily proud of, but seeing the limp hadn't made her feel one lick of regret. Liam stood and came to stand in front of her, pulling her close as though he couldn't help himself. Every time you tell me stories about your past, I want to take a train down to New Orleans and pummel anyone who's ever tried to harm you. I'm a lawman, I shouldn't be surprised, but the cruelty of everything you endured is just. I know, she said softly. They stood there for a few moments longer, the steadiness of his heartbeat calming as she pressed her face against his chest. Liam, I want to try and get Paige out of New Orleans. When we go for the hearing, do you think we could bring her back? She changed the subject somewhat, but what more could they say? They were at an impasse, and he seemed content to drop the subject for the moment. She could feel his agreement before he spoke it. Of course. The Olsons have already offered her a place to stay, and will do whatever is necessary to help her settle in here if she's willing to come. Studying his eyes, the dark brown staring down at her, Mara felt accepted. Not understood, goodness knew even she didn't understand why she did some of the things she did, but accepted. Feeling a relief she hadn't felt since she'd arrived, Mara nodded. Thank you. Maybe, just maybe, if Paige could come to Mud Lake and Mara could be acquitted at her hearing, she might have the opportunity to build a life in which she wasn't looking around every corner. That thought bolstered her as she allowed herself to be supported by Liam's strong arms there in the parlor. For the first time since her parents died, she allowed herself to hope things might turn out all right after all. And you're sure she won't have any need to go out on a delivery this morning? It had been a couple of days since his heart had nearly stopped seeing Mara all by herself on the road to the mine, but they'd reached an uneasy truce for the moment. Paul nodded, both regret and frustration crossing his face as he sat in the storeroom of the mercantile with a load of ledgers on his lap. His foot was propped on a chair, wrapped with some kind of fabric. I'm sure. Riley said he'd come in tomorrow on his day off and do the deliveries we need to do. I'm paying him, though he keeps saying he won't take it. Rolling his eyes, Paul's lips turned up in the smallest of grins. I think he feels guilty. Guilty? Liam hadn't heard Riley had any role in Paul's fall. Why? Oh, not saying he should, but Riley was here the day Mara decided to do the mine delivery herself. He didn't feel like it was his place to argue with her, but he regretted not insisting on doing the delivery himself. I told him Samuel needed him at the ranch, and he doesn't actually work here. He just kept muttering about how it'd be his fault if something happened to her. Belly twisting at the idea that had done its best to keep him up at night, Liam made a mental note to talk to the kid when he went out to the ranch that morning. It wasn't his fault, but I've got to go out to Samuel's this morning. Do me a favor, and do your best to keep Mara from getting herself into trouble. Just then, the woman in question's voice sounded from the doorway to the back room. Excuse me, but I thought we'd established I can get myself out of trouble all on my own. Her hand patted the pocket of her skirt where the small derringer was securely strapped. Not the least bit guilty at being caught, Liam crossed the room and kissed her head. Oh, I have no doubt you can get yourself out of trouble. I asked Paul to try and prevent you from getting into it in the first place. He smirked, the spunk in his wife's eyes both frustrating and intoxicating. Did I hear you say you're going to the ranch? Will you tell Kate that Mrs. Olson has asked if I'd like to join their cooking lesson next week? Ask her if there's any supplies I can bring for it. Grateful for Mara's budding relationship with the pastor's wife, Liam grinned. You don't need any cooking lessons, my dear, but I'll pass along the message. Her cheeks pinked, and she shrugged. Before she could respond, Lizzie appeared beside her in the doorway. Men, she said with mock frustration. They don't seem to understand we can both cook and sew by ourselves, but doing it with friends is much more fun. With a wink, she nudged Mara in the middle. We got a whole crate full of that vanilla you begged me to order from New Orleans. Figured you'd want to know. Mara's eyes lit up, making her all the more attractive. Oh good. Everyone in town is going to be scrambling to try a New Orleans beignet. She licked her lips, clapping her hands like a child. I only hope I can do justice to the recipe they taught us at Hope House. Paige is better at making them than I am, but I think I can do it. With a chuckle, Liam took her hand and squeezed it lightly. You two have fun. I'm heading out. Please, if you value me not losing my mind, don't do any solo deliveries today. The familiar annoyance that showed every time he tried to protect her flashed, but so did something warmer. Was it possible Mara was starting to enjoy being cared for? I have no plans to leave the store before you return, husband. She squeezed his hand back with a wink. But I'm not sure you can lose something that's long gone. He was still grinning to himself over her a half hour later as he closed the distance between town and the ranch. Part of the reason for his visit was to talk to Samuel about something related to their trip to New Orleans in August, but there was more. If the look on his brother's face when he nudged his mare off the road and into the south pasture was any indication, he'd been expecting him. Raising a hand in a wave, Liam took in the sight of the herd. They'd thrived under Samuel's expertise. He didn't know for sure, but he thought they'd grown too. Herd looks good. Reckon you'll have a banner year at auction? The cattle drive to Denver would take place the first 2 weeks in August, and the lines around his brother's eyes told Liam just how little he was looking forward to leaving home that year. Cattle drives had always been hard work, but Samuel had always enjoyed them before. But now, with a wife at home, it was clear the idea held less appeal than it once had. I think so. As long as no big issues crop up on the drive, we should almost double what we made last year. Despite his worry, the pride at what they'd been able to accomplish was clear. I'll be out every day to check on Kate, and Clarence will be here too. A few weeks ago, he'd teased his brother about the protectiveness he felt over his wife, but there was no teasing now. She'll be fine. Samuel took a deep breath, nodding as he turned to look at Liam. She will be, and I have to trust the Lord is with her even when I'm not. But I doubt that's what you came to talk about. What can I do for you? We leave August 25th for the arraignment hearing, and I was wondering if you'd ask Joshua if he might be willing to step in for me as the law in town until we get back. He was careful to speak as though both of them would be returning. The alternative was too impossible to imagine. Joshua was a trusted hand of Samuel's. He was a permanent employee, but he'd expressed interest in pursuing law enforcement in the past. With the drive complete, Samuel's needs at the ranch would be a little lower. Of course, I'll pay him myself for his time. Mulling it over, Samuel studied the herd before them. The rolling hills and backdrop of mountains around the ranch had always been one of Liam's favorite views. It calmed him even though ranching had never been his passion. Content to wait until his brother decided, Liam stayed silent and studied the landscape before him. How many days do you think you'll be gone? If all goes according to plan, I can't see us gone over a week. They'd have to board in Sawyer's Pass, but they could disembark in Mud Lake. I guess it'll depend on the judge, though. All right, I'll ask him. I'm sure he'll be interested, but it'll be up to him. His brother paused, taking on the expression he'd always had growing up, keeping Liam out of as much trouble as he could. How are you doing with all that? Riley told me about what happened with Mara at the store the other day. He felt mighty bad about letting her go off on her own. He doesn't need to, Liam said. I'll find him before I leave and let him know I don't blame him. My wife is determined. Once she set her mind to it, I doubt he would have been able to stop her anyway. As for the rest, I'm not sure. I keep trying to give it to the Lord, and I keep tugging it back. Once the words left his mouth, he realized just how true they were. She's also hoping to bring her sister, Paige, back when we come home. A cow brayed in the distance, and Samuel didn't speak for a moment. Mara's older, right? Yep. She more or less raised Paige after their parents died when Mara was 10 and Paige was 8. They lived with an uncle for a little while, but he was a mean son of a gun. Liam's fist clenched over the reins as he thought of what Mara had told him. Once they ran from him, it was the two of them against the world. Understanding spread over Samuel's face. It all makes sense, then. What does? He shook his head, shrugging as though every piece of a puzzle fit together. All of it. Her determination and grit, her unwillingness to be taken care of, her insecurity masked as strength. Taking on the weight of the world when you're not ready for it changes a person. I was 18 when Pa died, and it still changed me. I can't imagine doing it when you're 10. Of course. Mara and his brother were far more similar than he'd first realized, and it had been some of those traits that had most frustrated him about his wife. I can't believe I didn't see it, but you're right. He paused, wondering just how to proceed. How can I help her? Well, as similar as we are also pretty different. So basically, what helps me might not help her, but mostly Kate just accepts me as I am. She guides me back to the Lord, something I know Mara's not on board with just yet. We're still new to all this ourselves, but she also reminds me the things I do aren't who I am. If something goes wrong on this drive, I haven't failed the whole ranch. At least, that's what she says. Samuel shrugged, a low chuckle escaping his throat. I'm still working on accepting that one, along with trusting her safety to the Lord rather than taking it all on myself. So, accept Mara for who she was rather than try and change her? Had he been trying to change her? He'd been trying to lead her to the Lord, but did it go deeper than that? With a little shame, he realized it had. That's a whole lot easier said than done. That, my brother, is the mantra of marriage. Most of us know what we should do, but doing it is a whole different story. We're only a month or so ahead of you two, but I have it on good authority from Pastor Olson we're all going to fall short. He says grace is the only way to make it work, that, and prayer. For the first time, Liam voiced something he'd been doing his best not to think about. And if she doesn't ever come to know the Lord? What happens then? I'm not sure there's much good in pondering what may be. It only ever gets me into trouble. But I'll tell you this, we serve a God who can draw the most broken of folks to him, and they tend to become his most passionate followers. Kate and I have been on our knees every morning praying for Mara to come to know him and for the charges against her to be dropped. Praying, rather than worrying, seems like the better course of action. He shrugged, a smirk on his face. But I'm no pastor. I'm just a cowboy who's tired of trying to do the Almighty's job for him. He does it better anyway. Chapter 11. By the time early August rolled around, Mara had actually started to fall into a rhythm in Mud Lake. She'd grown to truly enjoy her job at the mercantile, and Paul's ankle was better after his fall. She and Liam had come to a truce regarding her freedom to move about as she pleased, his concessions on the matter likely due to what a good shot she proved to be. He'd gotten her that gun he spoke of, and she had no qualms carrying it with her whenever she'd had to go out for a delivery while Paul was healing. In return, she'd promised to only do deliveries to the mine if Liam could go with her, and she'd kept that promise. Every night before they went to sleep, him still insisting he was just fine on the floor, Liam had asked they pray together. He mentioned anything and everything, and his continuous petition for the Lord to watch after Paige always touched her heart. She knew he also prayed for Mara to share his faith, something that somehow didn't seem quite as unwelcome as it had when she first arrived. Fear over the upcoming hearing in New Orleans would threaten to choke her if she'd let it. There was nothing she could do but tell the truth and hope the judge was fair. The hearing and its potential to completely upend her life was at the top of her mind during a preserving lesson with Mrs. Olson and Kate out at the ranch that Monday morning.
Oh.
That fresh berry jam is going to be delicious, the pastor's wife said as she spooned a little more sugar into the simmering pot. We just have to wait for it to thicken up a little and I'll teach y'all how to can it. She wiped a bit of jam that had gone rogue and popped from the pot with her apron, and turned to study Mara at her spot chopping some of Kate's abundant tomato harvest. The tomatoes aren't the only thing in this kitchen stewing, Mara Pratt. What's wrong? She placed her hands on her hips, and Mara fought back a grin. She and Mrs. Olson had been riding out to the ranch once a week for the past few weeks to let the older woman teach them about preserving, canning, and more cooking skills that didn't require some of the city conveniences Mara had grown up with. When she learned to cook at Hope House, they'd always had store-bought yeast. Mrs. Olson's sourdough starter and her instructions on keeping it alive made purchasing it unnecessary. Just a few days with flour, water, and sitting in a warm area would have the concoction bubbling and growing in a way that had felt a bit overwhelming to Mara at first. No longer, though, as Mrs. Olson had taught her to bake all sorts of things with her sourdough discard, the pancakes being among Liam's favorites alongside some of the jam from their last canning session. I guess I'm just thinking about the trial and how much I'll miss this if I don't get to return here. The admission surprised her a little, but the words were true. The years she spent in New Orleans never made the city feel like home nearly as much as just over a month in Mud Lake. The backdrop of the mountains, the gorgeous crystal water despite its misleading name, the weather that never even approached the oppression of a New Orleans summer, it felt right. Wiping her hands on a towel, Mrs. Olson approached her with compassion clear on her face. You remember me telling you the story about the Lord delivering the Israelites from Egypt? It was one of the many tales Mrs. Olson had told her on their trips to and from the ranch. They only came once a week, but Mara found she enjoyed the company of Mrs. Olson more than she ever thought she would a pastor's wife. Where Bible time at Hope House had sometimes felt boring at best and downright ridiculous at her most cynical, the stories came alive when Mrs. Olson told them. Whether that was due to the woman's abilities or Mara's own receptiveness, she didn't know, but the stories stuck with her. The one after the plagues on Egypt? The very same, Mrs. Olson replied as she tweaked her nose. Well, when Pharaoh's army decided to come after them again, the Israelites were terrified. Despite all God had done to free them from their captivity, trusting him is hard when you're staring down a sea in front of you and an army behind you. Mara's brows knit together. But you said he delivered them, didn't you? He parted the sea? Sure did, but not before he reminded them to have a little courage in his power. In Exodus chapter 14, right in the midst of their fear, they cried out to God. Speaking through his servant Moses, God told them to be still. And Moses said unto the people, Fear ye not, stand still, and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will shew to you today, for the Egyptians whom ye have seen today, ye shall see them again no more forever. Mrs. Olson winked at Mara before continuing. The Lord shall fight for ye, and you shall hold your peace. Hearing those words felt like a rush of water washing over Mara's heart and mind. Could she trust the God who'd allowed such hardship in her life already? Tears sprang to her eyes as she remembered being locked in the room at Uncle Rufus's house, the time she'd had to shoot a man to protect her sister, and Mrs. Latham's hateful accusations. I don't know if I can. Her words were little more than a whisper, but both Mrs. Olson and Kate heard her. Her friend had approached from behind and placed a hand on Mara's shoulder, her touch both comforting and encouraging. Trusting in God won't always change your circumstances, Kate said as though she'd been reading her mind. What it will always do is change your perspective. I've often questioned why we have to ache and suffer so much on this earth, and I can't tell you that I have the answer. What I can say is that since I gave my life to him, I've never walked alone. And one day, Mrs. Olson added with her own eyes misting. We will meet him in a paradise with no tears, no pain, and no evil. For the time being, he goes before us. Before us, behind us, and beside us, Mara whispered through the lump in her throat. Through her short time at Hope House, those phrases had been repeated often. Recognizing them, Kate squeezed her shoulder. That's right. He goes before us so we don't need to fear, beside us so we're never alone, and behind us to catch us when we fall. And we do fall, dear, Mrs. Olson added. I grew up with a cruel father and an uncaring mother. From the day I met you, I could see a similar bitterness in you that I carried around for far too long. Even if I hadn't known you came from Hope House, I'd have known you'd seen pain. It's in your eyes. But I had to let the bitterness go before it destroyed me. Was that even possible? Could Mara even dream of a life in which her chest loosened enough for deep breaths and she didn't feel like everything rested on her? I'm not even sure I'd know how. Rather than respond immediately, Mrs. Olson moved over to a crate of pie filling they'd already canned. The jars were stacked on top of one another, and she'd begun to take cloths to tuck in around them. Have I told you girls what happened with my very first batch of pie filling? Exchanging confused looks, both Mara and Kate shook their heads. I don't think so. Well, I'd gotten a whole crate filled with the delicious stuff. I was pleased as punch to show off all I'd done to Hal when he got home from work, but in my haste I tripped over my own feet and the whole lot shattered on my kitchen floor. I was devastated, and the whole thing felt like just one more thing I'd failed at. I hadn't given all my bitterness to the Lord, and those broken jars just sent me over the edge. She wrinkled her nose before continuing, shaking her head as she did so. I knew I ought to clean them up, but I just sat in the midst of the mess and cried. How long, I have no idea, but that's exactly how Hal found me. He'd been praying for me for nigh on a year, and he knew it wasn't about the filling. I was embarrassed, but I just couldn't bring myself to care. Bless that man, he just sat beside me and held me while I cried every tear I had and then some. Mara's breath caught in her throat, and she wondered if Liam would be doing the same thing for her if she was thrown into a jail cell after the hearing. Would he have no other option but to hold her hand through the bars? How did you move forward? The one thing Hal did in that moment as he held me was pray for me. That prayer, whether he actually used the words or not, reminded me of something I'd learned in the few precious weeks every year I'd gotten to spend with my grandmother. She was a believer, and as much as she wanted to take me in, my father wouldn't let her. He did let me visit every summer though, and she gave me as much of a faith foundation as she could. The jars were goners, but just like the times my carelessness had broken something of my grandmother's, they were just jars. She'd always lean down and take my chin in her fingers with a kiss to my forehead. Minnie girl, she'd say. You have a life I wouldn't have chosen for you, but let every broken jar in your life remind you God is awfully good at putting broken things back together. So you think we'll be able to get him, Pratt? I'm doing this your way, but if my mine loses much more silver, I may have to take things into my own hands. Brand Ketchum, the owner of the Mud Lake mines, smoothed down his mustache, his thick neck red. He was about 3 inches shorter than Liam, but could probably be an intimidating figure if he got riled. Liam nodded, doing his best to diffuse an already tense situation. Yes, sir. Roy and I are confident the plan we've come up with will bait the men into moving forward with their scheme, but we'll be waiting for them with some marshals from Denver. I've already wired for them, and they informed me they'll be here within the week. They'd better be. He was already cutting it close with Mara's hearing being at the end of the month, and they couldn't afford to lose much time. It was unfortunate it had taken them as long as it did to get Ketchum to agree to doing it the legal way, but he finally had. Roy, the tall and lanky mine foreman, placed his hands in his pockets. Liam's been real good to us, sir. I have every confidence he'll work to bring Barrett and his guys down if they're really the ones behind the missing silver. Roy seemed to want to hold out hope it was all some big understanding. That was the main reason they hadn't just fired all the men involved, but he was right that they had no concrete proof. You both better be right about this, Ketchum grumbled. I've lost entirely too much money to let this go on much longer. Look, I know you're frustrated, Liam said. But if you go and do something illegal to put a stop to this, you can kiss.
Goodbye.
Any chance of the government signing a contract with you in the coming years? They'll need you to stay above board, so let me do my job. He was right, and Ketchum knew it, something Liam pondered as he covered the distance between the mine and home a bit later. He'd turned the plan over in his mind more than once, every time coming up with another way it could go wrong, but it was the best chance they had. He'd agreed to come out every few days and do sweeps of both mines, but that was just to appease Ketchum. Barrett was too smart to get caught that way. No, they'd have to draw him out in order to take him down. The sun had started to set behind the mountains by the time town popped up on the horizon. In a way it never had before. A certain feisty blonde had come to town, his belly flipped a little at the idea of walking into the cottage and pressing a quick kiss to her lips. They'd only really shared small pecks here and there, but he'd missed her since she left so early with Mrs. Olson for the ranch that morning. After he returned his horse to the livery, Liam opened the door to a sight that made his heart clench in a way he'd never imagined it would. Mara sat on the sofa with his old weathered Bible on her lap, the lamp on the table providing just enough light to read, but her scrunched eyes were still adorable as she studied. Apparently, she hadn't even heard him come in, but that was all right. He'd watch this woman study scripture all night if he could. As the door clicked shut, her head popped up, and she smiled a little guiltily. "I hope you don't mind me borrowing your Bible. Mrs. Olson asked me about a specific story, and I wanted to read it." "What story?" Liam crossed the wood plank floor and sat next to her on the sofa, awareness of her closeness battling with his desire to have a real spiritual conversation. "Ruth," she said softly. "She asked if my name came from the story, and I told her I'd had no idea it was even in there." She shrugged quickly. "I never realized my name meant a bitter, but I guess it's fitting." Her eyes were sad, and Liam's heart broke once again for all she'd been through. He took her hand in his, squeezing gently as his eyes met hers. "Lord, let me do this right. It might mean bitter, but you don't have to be." The story of Ruth is about a whole lot more than the tragedy they left behind. Chapter 12. Fighting back tears at her husband's words, Mara realized she'd never gotten past the first page. As soon as she'd read what her name meant, she'd been thrust back into the same familiar anger she'd carried for years. "Will you read it with me?" As though she suddenly needed it more than her next breath, she was desperate to find something in the story to cling to. If God cared about her at all, the way Mrs. Olson, Kate, and Liam had all assured her he did, could there be something hopeful? "I'd be honored to," Liam replied as he pressed a kiss to her forehead. Over the next hour, they read the whole book of Ruth from start to end. As they went, she realized she'd heard the story before, but the beginning had never stuck in her mind. Ruth was loyal to Naomi, the woman who'd called herself Mara, after losing her husband and sons. Ruth had also lost her husband, and the two women had set out for Bethlehem. As she listened, doing her best to picture the story in her head, she'd occasionally stop Liam to ask questions. He didn't know everything, but he was honest when he didn't. The kinsman-redeemer concept was one she didn't understand at all, but he'd explained as best he could. The part that stood out and offered her the hope she'd been so desperate for, was the fact Ruth had found Boaz. As Liam finished and closed the Bible, she realized how low the oil in the lamp had gotten. "That story is more romantic than I ever realized." Her hand still in his, Liam lay his head on the back of the sofa as he paused. "It is, but you know something I just realized?" "What's that?" "I've read that story more times than I can count, though I admit I'm usually drawn to stories of David and his mighty men," Liam said with a chuckle. "But something Pastor Olson says often keeps coming to my mind. He talks about how so many stories in the Old Testament are really just reflections of Jesus in the New Testament. So, where Adam was given the earth to steward and failed, Jesus came to redeem it. Moses led his people out of Egypt, but Jesus offered true deliverance. I wonder if it's the same in this story." She tried, but Mara wasn't quite following. "Where do you see him in this story?" Many of the stories she'd heard at Hope House had been from one of the 4 Gospels of the New Testament, so she was a mite more familiar with Jesus than she was with the others. "Well, I guess I see him in more than one place. When anyone else would have abandoned Naomi, Ruth didn't. She stuck by her and went with her to Naomi's home. Jesus doesn't leave us either. Then, even more so, Boaz honored the law and custom of the time by being the kinsman redeemer, but he also paid to redeem Ruth. Jesus came to fulfill the law of the Old Testament, but he also paid the price for it. As he spoke, two things dueled within Mara's heart. First, she hoped with everything she was that he was right. She'd been told at Hope House Jesus would never leave her, and it certainly didn't seem God had left Ruth and Naomi alone. But on the other hand, there was guilt. She'd left Paige behind in New Orleans after she'd promised to protect her forever. She'd almost been able to bury the guilt until Paige's letter arrived that day. She'd been happy for Mara's wedding and expressed how she hoped Liam was a good man. But Mara had known her sister since the day she was born, and she could tell she was struggling. Paige said something similar in a letter she sent me today. Liam's head popped up, his eyes wide. "You got a letter from her? Is she all right?" He tensed enough that Mara almost smiled at the way he'd immediately become protective. "She's all right for now, but I'm worried for her. I hope the Lathams aren't giving her too hard of a time." She didn't give me many details on what she'd been doing since the Lathams' house burned, but she said she was safe. I got the sense there was more she wasn't telling me. Turning on the sofa, she took the letter from the table. "You can read it if you'd like. It doesn't seem like she's gotten my letter yet about my arraignment hearing and her returning with us." Scanning the letter, Liam kept his hand in hers. When he finished, he tugged just enough to tuck Mara into his side. She felt good there, safe, as though she wasn't staring down the barrel of a gun. His fingers stroked her hair absently, and he didn't speak for a moment. "How are you feeling about the letter?" "Guilty," she said honestly. "I feel like I've abandoned her." "I thought you might," he said softly, "but that's not to say you should." She craned her neck to meet his gaze without lifting out of the safe cocoon of his arm. "I shouldn't?" Rather than respond immediately, he just stared down at the Bible in his lap. "Did I tell you I went out to see Samuel after our fight a few weeks ago?" "You did?" He hadn't told her, but that might explain his willingness to compromise with her when they spoke again. He nodded. "He made me realize how similar the two of you are in the way you've always felt responsible for your siblings. Had we been in your situation, I have no doubt he'd have felt guilty leaving me behind. Despite that, he's since realized I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself. Paige is too," he said as he held up the letter. "She may not be thriving, but she's safe. You'll see her soon." He smoothed her hair down once more, and they sat that way until the oil in the lamp had almost completely burned out. Even as the darkness started to settle over the cottage, Mara found she didn't feel the least bit afraid. Liam's steady heartbeat and the crickets' nightly song outside combined for a melody that brought her more calm than she'd had in a long time. They didn't speak, but they didn't have to. Where it would all end up she didn't know, but more and more, she was beginning to trust she'd never really be alone. It may have felt like it over the years, but even she could see God's hand in delivering her and Paige from impossible situations. Just as Mrs. Olson and Kate had said that morning, her perspective was starting to shift, and she just hoped it wasn't all about to fall apart. Liam rode out to the mine a few days later with hands clenched around the reins. He'd just gotten word from Denver that the backup they'd requested had been delayed. If their timeline was correct, they'd still get there in time for them to put their plan in action before Liam and Mara had to go to New Orleans, but not if they delayed any further. Liam was normally fairly flexible with things, but he'd really like to have the mess with Barrett figured out before they left. Ever since the night he'd come home to find her sitting there on the sofa with the Bible open, he'd prayed harder than ever the Lord would work out the situation in New Orleans. It wasn't that he thought she'd need a win before she'd accept Christ, but she deserved one. Most of her life had been one blow after another, and he intended to do everything he could to help this not be just one more. Ambling into the mine camp, Liam sensed something was wrong before he heard the screams. He nudged his mount into a canter and closed the distance to a mine shaft where men had gathered. Quickly tethering the horse to a tree some distance away, he jogged until he spotted Roy and Ketchum in the crowd. Roy held what looked like a map of the shaft, and he and Ketchum studied it intently. "What's happened?" Both men wore grim looks on their faces, so darkening their clothes and arms. One of the tunnels is collapsing, Ketchum said. We just inspected it a few days ago, and it looked fine. It's already well over halfway down, and the exit is blocked. Are there men inside? Liam's heart beat faster at the thought. 7 souls, Roy replied. We're trying to see if there's another way to get to them before the shaft collapses completely, but it doesn't look like there's a way around. The 3 of them searched for a solution for the next hour, well aware that oxygen would run out in the shaft before long. Breathing a prayer, Liam begged the Lord to help them rescue the miners. Chapter 13. So tell me again where you get these soaps? They smell so good. Mara had been at the mercantile all morning, and the last hour had been stocking and restocking shelves. She'd worked her way to the soaps and salves when the delicious scent of the lavender bar soap distracted her. Lizzie chuckled, taking a bar for herself. They do smell nice, don't they? There's a lady a few towns over who makes them with goat's milk, and she's kept me in good supply over the years. Just as the words left her mouth, the door to the mercantile swung open and Riley ran in. Have you ladies heard anything? Samuel sent me to find out if they need help getting them out. What was he talking about? Getting who out of what? Eyes widening, Riley's face paled. Oh, I figured you'd have heard long before we did. There's been an accident down at the mine. Liam's been down there for a few hours trying to get the men out, but they're trapped. Heart racing, Mare placed the soap she held on the shelf before heading immediately towards the door. Lizzie, I'm going to see if I can help. I'm sorry to leave you in a lurch. Could she be of any use? Maybe not, but there was no way she'd leave Liam there in danger if she could possibly help. Of course. Please, let us know when you get back. We're praying for all of them. Lizzie's concerned gaze met her brother's. Riley, can you take Mari out to the mine? He nodded, but that was the last thing Mara saw before she strode out the door. Whether she had an escort or not, the mine was exactly where she'd be going. Liam could fuss at her later for putting herself in danger if he wanted, but that'd be his problem. Recognizing the rig from the ranch, Mara pulled herself up into the driver's seat and had just released the brake when Riley stepped out of the mercantile. Whoa, wait for me. Not even bothering to stop her preparations, Mara gestured to the seat beside her. Yes, she'd more or less just stolen the rig he'd no doubt ridden in on, but she didn't care. Come on, then. Normally, the trip down to the mine would take around 20 minutes, but Mara pushed the team to a point that they made it in 10. She'd spotted Riley's hands tightening over the wagon seat once or twice as they flew over the rough terrain, but thankfully the wagon had stayed in one piece. Reaching the mine camp, Mara brought the rig to a stop and jumped down from the seat. As fast as she could move, she elbowed her way through the crowd of worried miners in an attempt to find her husband. He was nowhere in sight, and her hands trembled at the grave looks on everyone's faces. Roy, she shouted as she spotted the foreman pacing at the entrance. Where's Liam? The man's face drained of color the second he spotted her, and she knew the answer before he even spoke. He went down there to see if he could figure a way to get the men out, ma'am, but there was another cave-in. He's trapped too. We're trying to figure out a way to get a small amount of explosives to them just to give them a fighting chance, but we haven't found an opening big enough. Her teeth clenched, doing her best to wrap her head around the problem. These explosives, won't they kill the men inside? Not the amount we'd use. He gestured to the man beside him, a bear of a gentleman with a bushy brown beard and a kind face. This is Luke. He's our explosives engineer, and he's got a couple of options that should clear the shaft without caving it in. Luke stepped forward, 2 small sticks in his hand. Yes, ma'am, it's what we used for clearing the shaft in the first place, and I've lowered the amount of powder used even further since the area is unstable. Okay, so what's the problem? Why aren't they out yet? She sensed Riley had caught up to her, but she didn't pay him any mind. Running a hand over his face, Roy sighed. The way the rocks have fallen, there's only one way to get the explosives to them in the first place. We can't run it from our side because it won't clear the rocks closest to them, and those are larger. The problem is there's no way to get through the rock pile. Luke's quick intake of breath had Mara's attention. There's not a way through it, but there might be a way over it for someone her size. Her. Go into the mine? What had already been an increased pulse now thundered at the thought of having to maneuver in such tight, dark places. Me? Didn't they have any small men who could do it? From behind her, Riley spoke up. No, Liam will kill us all if we let her go in there. Let me do it. I'll make it work. Studying him with an incredulous expression, Luke shook his head. If she doesn't go, Liam's going to run out of oxygen soon. You won't fit, and none of our men will either. It's got to be her. Never in her life had Mara been simultaneously grateful for her small stature and terrified for what it would mean. Still, Liam was in there, as were other men. Taking the sticks from Luke's hand and the matches from the table, Mara stuffed them in the pocket of her skirt. I'll do it. Just show me the way. Behind her, Riley groaned. Hang on. If you're going to do this, at least have a rope tied around you in case you need to be pulled out. He pulled the lariat rope from his belt loop and handed it to Roy. Do you want to do that part, or should I? Roy gestured back to him. Go ahead. I've got to lead everyone inside anyway. Taking the rope from Riley, Mara tied it around her waist and tried to ignore the sweat already beading on her forehead at the thought of what she was about to do. Lead the way. As she followed Roy, Luke, and Riley down the long, dark mine shaft, Mara worked to slow her breathing as much as she could. Swooning while climbing the rocks wouldn't help anyone. Most of the miners had cleared out, save for the ones trapped behind the cave-in, but evidence of them lay everywhere. There were lamps, rags, tools, and even a lunch pail littering the ground. Lamps flickered, growing close to the end of their wick. The tunnels grew narrow in spots, and everything in Mara shouted for her to turn back. She fought it, and for the first time in her life, she asked the Lord for help. Lord, I know we've had our ups and downs over the years, she prayed silently, but I need you now. Liam needs you. Don't let this end before we really even get started. Don't take him from me. Her fear still swirled her stomach, but accompanying it was something like she'd never felt before. She couldn't even call it peace, not like those from Hope House had described the peace they had from God, but there was something there. As they ducked to avoid low rocks and as the sides grew ever more narrow, moisture dripped down the sides of the cave. They journeyed further into the belly of the cave, and Mara forced herself to breathe as slowly as she could. There was no other option but to keep going, and she'd not fail Liam and the other men. They'd walked for 10 minutes or so when a large rock pile came into view and the tunnel widened to about 10 feet across. Despite the low lighting, she could see the rock pile that had trapped the men. It was tall, about 12 feet, but there was a small opening at the top just like Luke had said. Liam, Roy called over the top. Can you hear us? Yes, Liam's voice echoed. The tiniest bit of relief filled her at the sound, and it bolstered her with a confidence she had no business feeling. Did you figure out a way to get the materials through? Rather than let the men answer, Mara stepped forward. She couldn't see her husband, but at least he'd know she was there. We did. I'm going to climb the rocks and crawl over the top. There was a brief pause before Liam's strained voice sounded from behind the giant rock pile. Mara? No, it's too dangerous, and it's really tight up there. I've already tried to get through. That's the point, she replied. Her voice shook, as did her hands and knees, but she refused to turn back. Not when there were lives at stake. I'm smaller than any of you, and you're running out of time. Taking 3 more steps forward, feeling for the explosives in her pocket, Mara took hold of her skirt in one hand and a rock in the other. I can do this. Whether Mara spoke to herself or the rest of them, Liam didn't know. Her words sounded a little breathless, and he knew she must be struggling in the tight quarters. The opening at the top of the rock pile would be even smaller, and what would happen if more caved? Luke didn't think any more would cave without explosives, but they were running out of oxygen already. You don't have to do this, Mara. It's tight up there. The sound of her grunts and a few sliding rocks from the other side of the pile pierced the air. I assumed as much, she replied. Now, be quiet and take care of the other men so I can do what I need to do. Despite the grave situation, Liam's lips quirked up a little at his wife's spunk, and he did as she asked. There were 7 other men in the shaft, 3 of which were already struggling with the lowered oxygen levels. When he'd first climbed the rock pile, there'd been about a 2-foot gap between the ceiling and the rough rocks, but soon after he came through another small cave and made the space even smaller. Ideally, they'd dig the men out, but explosives were the only option that would get them to oxygen in time. Earl Collon had already passed out from it, and 2 other men Liam hadn't met sat against the wall with their heads between their knees. The other 4, Louis, Quentin, James, and Nathan, were still on their feet for the time being. They'd been trapped hours longer than Liam, and it didn't surprise him that the older men were struggling. Even in the short time he'd been there, his head had already started to ache a little. All right men, once Mara gets the materials to us, grab Earl and get as far back as you can. I'll call for everyone to get back, and I'll set it. Luke, he called through the small opening his wife was now apparently crawling through. How much fuse did you give me? The man's voice was muffled, leading Liam to believe that Mara had gotten into the opening. About 10 seconds. I didn't want to risk further cave-in, so it's a small one. If it works right, it won't even take down the whole thing. So they'd be pulling Earl and the other 2 older men through most likely. They could do that. How far up the pile do I need to place it? About halfway, Luke replied. I've given Mara matches too, but once the rocks move the oxygen will be depleted even further. You'll want to get everyone out quickly. As Liam thought through his plans, the sound of Mara's whimper from above him cut through his thoughts. Mara, sweetheart? Are you all right? She didn't speak for a moment, and he thought his heart might beat out his chest. Sagging with relief when she finally did, he nearly teared up at the agony in her voice. I'm all right, it's just really tight up here. From the other side of the rocks, he could hear Riley. Want me to pull you back, Mara? Good, that meant she at least had a rope. Not that that method would be much better, as sliding backwards on the rocks would no doubt injure her. No. Liam smiled at the force with which she'd been able to speak. I'm nearly there. Without thinking, Liam climbed as far up the rocks as he could until he reached the opening. There, about 4 feet back, shuffled Mara on her belly. She pulled herself along on her forearms, her tongue stuck out a little from between her teeth in concentration. Dust and debris colored her face, and nearly half the hair from her blonde braid had begun to fall. In Liam's estimation, she was the most beautiful woman in the world. You're doing it, sweetheart. You're so close. Her head popped up to face him, and he did his best to look encouraging. She sighed deeply, relief spreading over her face. I'm so close. She spent the next few minutes making inches of progress. Liam reached his hand as far into the opening as he could to keep her from having to go any further than she had to, and when she reached him, he cupped her face in his hand as best he could. You did it, Mara. Just hand me the matches and the explosives, and I'll take it from here. Do you need Riley to help pull you back? He really hoped not, but she looked exhausted. Her head shook quickly. No, I'll just stay on this side with you. Absolutely not. If he had his way, she'd be out of the belly of the mine and back into the sunshine before he even lit a match. No, I want you to hand them to me, go back, and have Riley take you back out of the shaft. She opened her mouth to argue but closed it again. All right. Please be safe. I'll be just outside. Shifting as much as she could, she snaked one of her hands down her side and produced everything he needed. Turning her head a little, she kissed his hand lightly. Come back to me. I will, he croaked as he took the explosives from her. I will, darlin'. Time seemed to both stand still and whip by her as Mara waited outside the mine for the sight of Liam and the rest of the men. Did God really hear her? What's more, did he care? The sound of the men around her discussing the situation sounded like it ran through a tunnel as Mara's attention focused fully on the opening of the mine shaft. She didn't hear any large explosions, and that much was enough to bolster her emotions as she focused on one breath after another. How, in such a short time married, could she have fallen so deeply for the man in the mine? Goodness, they'd spent half their marriage grappling with arguments, misunderstandings, and working to find common ground despite their vast differences. Still, as she stared into the mine shaft, there was nothing she longed to see more than Liam's boyish grin and feel his arms around her. Finally, after what seemed like ages, Roy surfaced from inside the tunnel with a man in his arms. He was older, and Mara assumed he must have been one of the men who collapsed. Others followed in various states of wellness, and Mara briefly registered Dr. Collins rushing by her to aid those who'd gone down. Her heart raced the longer she didn't see Liam, but somehow she knew he wouldn't leave until every man was safe. She was right. At the tail end of the line, more handsome than any man had a right to be covered in soot and coal dust, Liam moved with casual confidence out of the mine with a small smirk on his face. Both gratefully pacified and utterly impatient, Mara waited until he checked in with the doctor regarding the other miners to approach him, but finally he started her direction. Completely uncaring what it would do to her dress, Mari rushed forward and barreled into his arms. "You answered my prayer, Lord. Thank you." Chapter 14. Mrs. Olson and Kate listened to the story as Mara recounted it the next day with rapt attention. They'd gathered at Mrs. Olson's in town for another baking lesson, but they'd not even started any recipes. Kate placed her hand over Mara's, the awe on her face clear. "And it all worked the way Luke hoped?" "From what I understand." The sight of Liam, whole body covered in coal dust, emerging from the mine shaft carrying Earl in his arms was burned into her mind forever. It had taken everything in her to stand back and allow him to help the struggling miners as their lungs filled with oxygen once again, but the embrace they'd shared afterwards made up for the wait. It really only opened the gap between the rocks and the ceiling to about 4 feet tall, but it was enough for the men to crawl through. As she feared, Mara had had a nightmare about the closet at Uncle Rufus's house last night, but Liam had woken her from it. He still slept on the floor, but he'd sat next to her on the bed and stroked her hair softly until she'd gone back to sleep. He'd also whispered the sweetest prayers for her, and she told him how hard she'd prayed as she shimmied through the rocks. "Praise the Lord," Mrs. Olson breathed. "I know those men are so grateful to you." She shrugged. "I can't take the credit. I never would have believed it, had I not experienced it, but I truly believe the Lord pulled me through that opening." "Tell us more, honey," Mrs. Olson said softly. Tears shone in her eyes, and they already streaked Kate's cheeks. "Tell us what the Lord did." Allowing herself to imagine herself back among the rocks, Mara felt chills rise on her arm. "When I first climbed the rock pile, I looked at the opening and felt myself growing lightheaded. Shearwell had gotten me into the cave, but it wouldn't take me any further. As I stood at the top of the pile and prayed, I begged God to give me the strength to enter. I'd prayed on the way down, but this one was different." In the moment she thought she'd turn back, Mara was suddenly filled with an unexplainable calm. That, combined with the continued reassurances from Liam as she'd started to waver, had gotten her through. "I think I felt true peace for the first time. When we got home and had a chance to clean up, I asked Liam what it meant to him to follow Jesus. He'd been patient, but the hope in his eyes was clear." Mrs. Olson spoke since Kate appeared unable. "What did he say?" "He said it was knowing we can't do anything in our own power and trusting him to guide us. He said it was recognizing we'd failed him, but that his sacrifice covered it. He said it was just like Ruth from the Bible, it was putting our faith in our Redeemer." They'd sat on the sofa while they talked, his arm warm and comforting around her. They'd also shared their sweetest kiss yet, but that was something she'd hold close to her heart. "I have so many things to learn, but surrendering to it all felt like the only way I'd ever gain freedom from my past." They'd discussed what it meant for the coming days, but facing a judge no longer felt like staring down the barrel of a gun. The Lord walked with her no matter what happened, and he'd given her Liam in the meantime. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door, and Mrs. Olson rose from the table. Who could that be? As she shuffled into the entryway, Kate squeezed Mara's hand. "I'm so happy for you." Just then, they heard a pained cry from Mrs. Olson from the entryway, and both women jumped up from their chairs and rushed to the door. Paul stood on the front porch, a grim look on his face. "I'm so sorry, Minnie, but we got him to docks as fast as we could. He may even be awake by now." He'd placed a hand on her shoulder, awkwardly patting her as the woman's face fell in her hands. Kate and Mara rushed forward, each going to one side and taking hold of the older woman. "What's happened, Paul?" "Pastor Olson collapsed this morning just after he left the mercantile. We carried him to docks, and Liam's with him now." His eyes were full of regret, and Mara didn't envy him having to be the one to deliver the information. Mrs. Olson took a deep and shuddering breath, clenching her eyes shut as she did so. "Your will be done, Lord," she whispered before turning shimmering eyes on Paul. "Take me to see him." "Of course. I've got the rig right here." Without asking or being asked, Mara and Kate followed the two of them to the waiting team in front of the house. Both hopped in the back of the wagon, and Mara crawled forward to take Mrs. Olson's hand. She didn't speak. What encouragement could she offer to the woman who'd always been so strong? There wasn't any, but she could make sure Mrs. Olson knew they were there for her. Closing her own eyes, Mara prayed as hard as she had in the mine the day before. She prayed for comfort for Mrs. Olson, and she prayed the pastor would pull through. She prayed he would make it clear how she could help, and she prayed she'd act quickly. Occasionally, as they rode, Mrs. Olson would mutter other short prayers. "Jesus, be with him." She'd stop and blow her nose on a handkerchief before getting started once again. "Be with us, Lord." By the time they got to the clinic, Mrs. Olson's tears had begun to slow. She took Paul's hand as she climbed down but released it to take Kate's once her feet were on the ground. Her breath shuddered, but the strength she showed as she climbed the steps and moved through the open door awed Mara. Liam stood in the waiting area, shifting from one foot to the other and bouncing. "Mrs. Olson," he said as he spotted them. "He's in with Doc now, and some of his color's coming back." "Can I see him?" "Doc said he'd be out in a few minutes to speak with you, and he'd take you back then." Closing the distance, Liam pulled Mrs. Olson into a hug Mara knew to be incredibly comforting. "We're here for you, Mrs. Olson. No matter what happens." The kind older woman hugged him back for a moment before freeing herself. "I know you are. If today is the day my hell goes home to glory, then so be it." Tears flowed down Mrs. Olson's cheeks again at her words, but she shrugged. "He's been longing for the day for years." The brown curtains separating the waiting area from the exam room opened, and Dr. Collins stepped through. "It's too early to know for sure, but I think he might have to wait a little longer. I don't believe he's had a heart attack, and he's just waking up." "Minnie," a slightly hoarse voice called from the exam room. "Is Minnie here?" Mara watched Mrs. Olson's face change from quiet resignation to the giddiness of a schoolgirl. "I'm here, Hal." She all but ran around Doc and entered the patient room. Chuckling, Liam moved to stand next to Mara. His strong arm came around her, and she felt a light kiss to her hair. His voice was low as he spoke, barely above a whisper. "I'm glad you two were at her house this morning." She pressed into his side, relishing in his touch. Would she have been able to offer such quiet surrender if it had been Liam in the clinic's bed? She didn't think so, but Mrs. Olson's response had been awe-inspiring. She immediately started praying for God's will to be done. "I don't know how she did it. She's had many years surrendering to the Almighty," Liam said. "I can only hope I'll grow to trust him that much as the years wear on." Liam watched Mara as she and Kate bid goodbye to the Olsons. Pastor would stay overnight so Doc could keep an eye on him, and Mrs. Olson insisted on staying right by his side. Well, it was less insisting as it was daring Dr. Collins to argue. The sight of her setting her hands on her hips with a raised brow when the man had suggested she go home and get some rest of her own was one he couldn't wait to share with Samuel. The three women embraced one another, and Liam thanked the Lord once again Mara had gotten so close to Mrs. Olson. She hadn't lived a life devoid of hardship, but the pastor's wife had built her life's foundation on the Word of God. Over and over again through the years, she'd proven she was so much more than simply the pastor's wife. She was a minister in her own right, and she shared her life generously with the other women in town. "Sweetheart," he said. "Why don't we go get some lunch, and we'll bring some back for the Olsons. Kate, I'll take you back to the ranch after, if you'd like." Had it really only been the day before Mara had crawled through the tiny space in the mine to bring him the explosives to free himself and the men? He didn't know if he'd ever been more terrified in his life, but it hadn't been for himself. Still, she'd faced her terror over the tight space and pulled herself through 1 inch at a time. The nightmare she'd had last night had broken his heart, but holding her until she fell back asleep had felt right. She was his wife, but they'd not broached the subject of more physical intimacy. If Liam was being honest, he'd been begging the Lord she'd come to know him before they took any steps in that direction. "I guess we can do that," Mara said somewhat reluctantly. "Minnie, do you have anything specific you'd like from Stu?" The older woman kissed Pastor Olson on the forehead before waving her hand in front of her face. "Stu knows our order, and tell him to throw in a little extra bread." She winked, and Pastor Olson chuckled at his wife's words. "Will do, ma'am." Liam led Mara and Kate out onto the front porch and took Mara's arm as they moved towards the cafe. "I'm so glad he's going to recover." "Me too," Kate replied. "It was so scary when Paul first came to tell us what happened." The two of them continued to speak as they headed toward the delectable smells coming from Stu's cafe, but Mara stayed quiet. They entered the building, and Liam's eyes adjusted to the slightly lower light. "You all right, darling?" Her silence stretched until the three of them had gotten seated at a table by the window, and Liam studied his wife's face. "I guess I'm just awed at how she dealt with the whole thing." It was like, regardless of the outcome, her faith wouldn't have wavered. How does someone get to that point? Understanding covered Kate's face, and she spoke the words Liam couldn't quite find. "She's walked with the Lord for decades, and he's seen her through many a hardship. Faith is something we have to work to get stronger, not something that's thrust on us the moment we first pray." In fact, Liam added, there are a number of stories in the New Testament of the apostles forgetting just how trustworthy Jesus was. Often, he just performed some incredible miracle, but they had to be reminded again. He shrugged as Stu headed their way. "Those are some of my favorite stories in the Bible because they make me feel better about my own short memory." At his wink, Mara's face brightened a little. "I guess I can't expect my own responses to mirror hers just yet. Too bad I've never been all that patient." Stu stopped at their table, breathing heavily as he plopped down in the chair next to Liam. "You folks don't mind if I catch my breath, do you? I've been run ragged this morning." He gestured to the crowded cafe with equal parts exhaustion and happiness. "Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful for the business, but it's a busy one today." "You ought to hire some help, Stu," Liam said. "At least someone to help you take orders and run the food out." The man chuckled, leaning back and placing his hands on his ample belly. "I'd love to, but everyone in town is spoken for." Mara bit her bottom lip, and Liam could all but see the wheels turning in her head. "You know what, Stu? I just may have the perfect person to help you out. Do you think you can wait a few more weeks?" Realization hit Liam then, and the reminder of Mara's hearing had him once again trying to surrender it to the Lord. "That's not a bad idea, Mrs. Pratt. Not a bad idea at all." Chapter 15. Family, Pastor Olson said as he stood at his pulpit that Sunday. "I want to thank every one of you for all you've done for us this past week." His face was still a little pale, but he seemed strong, which Mara was grateful for. It had only been a few days since he collapsed, but he faced down the congregation of the one-room church like he'd been made for it. He braced himself on the podium, but his back was straight. Liam and Mara sat with Samuel and Kate in the pew behind Mrs. Olson, the sturdy wooden seats the same ones Liam said had been there since his childhood. "It's hard to believe Minnie and I have been in Mud Lake for nearly 30 years, but it's the truth. This place has become home, and the people here have brought us more joy than we could ever have imagined." His bright eyes shone with tears, and Mara noticed Mrs. Olson's doing the same. "We've watched your children grow up, get married, and have children of their own. We've watched the place grow from a settlement with just a few families to the incredible place it is now." He held out his hand for Mrs. Olson, and she joined him behind the podium. She'd teared up as well, and Mara wondered if there was more than simple gratitude behind their emotion. "That said," he continued, "my episode this week was the answer to the last few months of prayers Minnie and I have been praying. See, we've wondered if it wasn't time to retire and spend some more time down in Texas, where our daughter and her family live. Gasps sounded around the room, but Mara couldn't blame them. An experience like that had a way of shifting perspective. Pastor Olson's tears spilled over then, and he tucked his wife in close to his side. Now, don't go thinking we're abandoning you. I plan to write to our sending agency and offer to help get the new pastor settled in town over the next few months. We don't know who it'll be yet, but I'm putting in a good word for the circuit pastor around Sawyer's Pass. He winked at them, wiping at his cheeks. We'll be back to visit, but the Lord has made it clear this is our next step. We plan to spoil our grandchildren rotten and plant some roots down south. The sound of sniffles through the crowd echoed in the small wooden building, and Paul stood once the Olsons finished. I think I speak for all of us when I say we're so deeply grateful for the many years of faithful service you've given us here. Nods and mutters of assent followed. If it's all right with you too, we'd like to pray for the both of you as you embark on this new ministry with a slightly smaller congregation. The Olsons nodded tearily, and folks stood to gather around them. Being so close to the front, Mara managed to take hold of Mrs. Olson's arm, and the prayer time that followed touched her in a way she never could have predicted. By the time they finished, it was time for everyone to head home, but Liam took Mara's hand and led her out towards the lake. Take a walk with me. She'd only been there once since she'd arrived, and the beauty of it still stole her breath. The water was so clear, with mountains rising to kiss the sky behind it. On either side, crops of pine trees dotted the rolling hills while the reflection of all of it glistened in the sunshine. Fish swam and occasionally jumped, birds flew overhead, and even a couple of deer stopped by the oasis to get some water. Liam gestured to a large rock, and the two of them sat in a comfortable silence. As she breathed in the clear air, Mara thought about how different it would feel in New Orleans when they traveled back in the coming week. What had once sent fear sluicing through her body now brought more of an anxiousness she worked to surrender to the Lord. I'm going to miss this when we go to New Orleans. The air's different here, and I feel like I can take deep breaths. Wrapping his arm around her and stroking her shoulder with his fingers, Liam spoke with conviction. We'll be back soon, and we'll have Paige with us if she'll come. That idea, the thought of having her sister there and having the hearing behind her, felt almost too beautiful to imagine. Can you believe it's almost here, the hearing that will decide our future? It was a hearing rather than a large trial, but if the Lathams had their way, she'd be locked in a jail cell in New Orleans within hours after she appeared. Gentle pressure on her chin had her head turning towards her husband. He looked deep into her eyes, as though he saw into her very soul. The hearing doesn't decide our future any more than that cave-in at the mine did. The Lord determines our steps, and I'm trusting Him with the outcome. With that, Liam lowered his lips to hers in a kiss that began gentle, but slowly shifted into one that made it clear just how much he cared about her. When he pulled back, Liam touched his forehead to hers. I love you, Mara Pratt, and I'm with you every step. What's more, the same God who created this view in front of us is with us both. As they walked back home that afternoon as the house and jailhouse came into sight, Liam said, I need to run over and get something. Can I meet you at home in a few minutes? Still reeling a little from the kiss, Mara nodded. She was sure her flush betrayed her thoughts, but she grinned nonetheless. Of course. It was barely 10 minutes before he arrived, but Liam walked through the door with a bouquet of roses from the rose bush outside the jailhouse in a jar of water. I'd like to get you a nicer vase, he said quickly, but this was all I had at the moment. I used to not fancy those flowers much, but I realized they remind me of you. A rose bush reminded him of her. Memories of being called prickly all her life crashed down on her then. She tried to keep the hurt from her eyes, but Liam clearly saw it and crossed the room quickly. Mara, what's wrong? Why do they remind you of me? Her voice was strained, but she refused to let it break. Is it because I'm prickly but pretty? It had never bothered her all that much when other men said it, even those who'd marked it as a shame her looks were wasted on such a harsh tongue, but the idea Liam felt that way was a knife to her heart. His brow furrowed, and his head shook quickly. No, darlin'. I mean, they are beautiful, just like you, but I meant how you've had to defend yourself so much over the years, and it's given you a strength unlike any woman I know. You protect others, but you still have a presence about you that makes the whole world stop and take notice. I understand why you sometimes feel the need to defend yourself, but I also hope you know you're not alone anymore. Not to mention, the Lord works in our lives to make us even more like Him. Pruning a rose bush, or so I'm told, will make the blooms even more abundant. That's what God does in our lives. Staring at the roses then, they took on a whole new meaning for Mara. And the fact that if you don't prune them, they nick your clothes? She chuckled, but Liam seemed to understand it wasn't really a joke. Well, I guess that's true for all of us, isn't it? Without God in my life, I ended up on the wrong side of a jail cell after my impulsiveness got the better of me. Without God in yours, the whole world seems like one big threat to be conquered. That's nothing to be ashamed of, and neither is letting the Lord take control. Somehow, in one conversation, Liam had completely shifted her way of thinking. I've been looking at that plant all wrong, haven't I? No, he said as he removed his Stetson and tossed it on the couch. You're just now seeing it in the light of grace. Later that evening, Liam had suggested they head out for one more walk to try and let out some of Mara's nerves over the hearing. As the sun set over the mountains, he breathed in the peace of the sights around him and prayed Mara did the same. They talked about anything and everything, and he did his best to take her mind off the things which troubled her with stories from his childhood. See that patch on top of the church roof that doesn't match the rest, he said as he pointed towards the little white building. That's where I climbed on top of the church but lost my footing and fell. I grabbed at the chimney pipe they had set above the wood stove, and it came off with me. With a gasp, Mara studied the decidedly lighter patch. Why on earth did you climb up there in the first place? A familiar voice sounded from behind them, but it had Liam swallowing back a growl. Because I did it first, ma'am, Donnie drawled as the two of them turned to face him. Ol' Liam here has always tried to best me, but he's never quite managed. The familiar anger that showed itself every time Donnie opened his mouth flared, but Liam refused to take the bait. Leave us alone, Donnie. As fun as it was to trade insults with you growing up, I'd say we've got bigger things to fill our time now. I'll say, Donnie said with an infuriating perusal of Mara beside him. The wifey here has quite the journey back to New Orleans this week, right? Never pegged Mr. Sheriff here to marry a gal with a record, but I guess even the Pratt boys can surprise you. He crossed his arms across his chest. But if you do manage to avoid arrest, come see me when you get back. Like I said, he's been trying and failing to best me for years. The look in Donnie's eyes was downright predatory, but Mara spoke before Liam could. Oh really? Her gaze went dramatically back and forth from Liam to Donnie, and she made a show of studying them both. No, I'd say the winner's pretty clear. Standing up to her toes, she planted a kiss to Liam's cheek and made him feel about 10 feet tall in the process. Have a nice night. As she turned to continue their walk, Donnie stepped forward to grab her arm with narrowed eyes. What did you just say, woman? Liam saw red. I'll tell you one time, Donnie. Let her go. Not even paying attention to Liam, Donnie tried to pull Mara back towards him. Just as Liam's hand clenched into a fist, Mara hiked up her skirt just a little and kicked him hard in the knee. It crunched, and Donnie howled in pain. Before he doubled over, as though it had a mind of its own, Liam's fist planted into the man's face with an equally satisfying crunch. A second howl punctuated the first one, and Liam shook out his fist. Apparently having seen the altercation out his clinic window, Dr. Collins opened the door to his clinic and moved casually toward the trio. Everything all right out here? The smirk on his face told Liam the doc wouldn't shed any tears for the man. Yes, Mara replied with a single raised brow. She gestured towards where Donnie had remained bent over with one hand on his leg and the other over his eye. He should probably get that checked out. Wrapping his arm around Mara and turning back in the direction they'd been going, Liam did his best to hold back a grin. You need any help getting him to the clinic, Doc? I've got it. Y'all enjoy your night. As they put some distance between them, Liam leaned over and kissed Mara's head. I'm not sure what it says about me that I've never been more attracted to you. Looking quite pleased with herself, Mara shrugged. You warned him, and I don't take kindly to men who think they can manhandle women just because we don't pander to their ego. For the record, I had it covered. You sure did, Mrs. Pratt. You sure did. They walked as the temperature began to cool and the night fell over Mud Lake. Sometimes they talked, other times they just held hands. Whatever came, whatever the judge decided, Liam felt the peace of God come over him as they walked. They'd face the future together. Chapter 16. Once again, Mara stood and held tight to a rope that hung overhead for balance. The train to New Orleans was much nicer than the one she'd arrived in, and Liam had sprung for the nicest passenger car they offered. There were velvet-lined cushions on the backs of the seats, maroon linen curtains in the windows, and dark wooden trim lining the ceiling. Food was offered, but Mara had only been able to stomach a few bites of each meal. At least the men in charge of the thefts at the mine had been arrested, as Liam and a group of lawmen from Denver had finally caught them in the act. They'd baited them with fake silver, and they'd watched for them when they came to pilfer it one night. Mara had stayed up nearly the whole night praying Liam would return safely, and she'd been so grateful when he did. Despite one fire being extinguished, though, she couldn't shake the nerves that felt like her constant companion ever since they'd boarded the train. As one of the food carts passed by, Mara's stomach flipped again at the sight of the strawberry jam on toast. It was a shame she had no appetite. Liam, on the other hand, had eaten his food and her leftovers, graciously not pushing her to eat more than she could. Porters moved through the train car to ensure everyone had what they needed, and in other circumstances Mara would have really enjoyed the trip. As it was, she couldn't help but wonder if she wouldn't be accompanying him on the trip back. Watching the landscape speed by, from wide prairie expanses to wooded forests to mountains and valleys that reminded her of Colorado, tears threatened despite Mara's constant efforts to swallow them. Her peace regarding the situation had lasted until she boarded the train, but every mile closer to New Orleans had her more and more unsettled. The only bright spot was the knowledge she'd see Paige soon. They'd have 2 full days together to catch up before her hearing. She could show Liam around the city, but the idea didn't hold nearly as much appeal as it might have when she'd first arrived in Mud Lake. New Orleans had a beauty of its own, which she could appreciate, but in only a few months Colorado had become her home. The only question was whether or not she'd be prevented from returning to it. "Darling," Liam's voice sounded softly from behind her. When had he gotten there? "The porter just came by to let us know we'll be pulling into the station in less than an hour. I thought you might like to pray and read some scripture with me. When I'm all worked up, those are the only things that help." His expression didn't hold any judgment, only kindness and understanding for how she was feeling. Conviction pricked her, and she let out a breath. If she was being honest, she hadn't been doing near as much praying as she had worrying over the last few days. That'd be nice. The last hour of the train ride flew by quicker than any other had, but finally she'd achieved a little peace. Liam had asked God over and over again to work in the situation and to remind them he'd continue to walk with them throughout whatever came next. He named story after story from the Bible in which God did just that, and the tears Mara had been holding back finally let loose. The sound of the porter pushing a drink cart down the aisle briefly registered, but he didn't interrupt them. "New Orleans and the end of the line," the porter said loudly from the door. "New Orleans and the end of the line, folks. I hope you've all enjoyed your journey." Other folks had already stood and moved towards the front door, so Liam and Mara followed. The rest of the folks looked relieved to be stepping off the train, some even had excitement rolling off them at what Mara assumed was the anticipation of seeing friends and family. As they reached the porter, the middle-aged man with a thick black mustache placed a gloved hand on her arm. "Ma'am, I heard just a little of your prayer back there, and I just want you to know my wife and I will be adding ours this evening. Just as your husband said, you're not alone. I'm sorry to pry, but I just felt like I needed to say that." Touched, Mara covered his hand with hers. "Thank you so much. I hope to see you soon on a return trip," he replied with a bow. Stepping off the platform, Mara couldn't help but think about how different it was than stepping off the train in Mud Lake. She looked around, taking in the large brick structure that housed the rail line headquarters. She knew from her days there as a child that a large tower rose on the outside, but she couldn't see it just yet. Liam offered his arm, both their bags in his other hand. Ready? Before she could answer, a familiar voice cried out something between a sob and a squeal. Mara. Her head whipped around just in time to see Paige fly into her and engulf her in a hug she quickly returned. Her brown hair was falling loose from her bun, and her cheeks were pink with exertion and excitement. Breathing in the familiar scent of her sister, the one that had always bolstered her to do what she had to over the years, she squeezed her tight. What are you doing here? I figured we'd have to go to Hope House to determine where you were living. Paige stepped back, tears rolling down her cheeks, as she gestured towards Liam. Your husband wired Hope House when your train was supposed to arrive. I'd have moved heaven and earth to be here. Mouth dropping open, Mara turned to Liam. You didn't tell me? He shrugged, a bit of mischief dancing in his eyes. I thought a surprise might lift your spirits. Plus, in the event she didn't get the wire or got held up, I figured I'd save you from disappointment. Paige continued to hold her hand, but she jerked her head back down the platform a little. Abigail and I have been busy since you left. Abigail? As in Abigail Jones? Slowly looking the direction Paige had gestured, Mara's eyes went large at the sight of Hope House's benefactress and quite a legend among New Orleans society. The woman had taken down an entire ring of arms running and labor trafficking before donating her entire hefty inheritance to the Children's Aid Society of New Orleans. She'd come to visit a few times a year, but she and her husband lived in a small town in Texas. Mrs. Jones? Abigail stepped forward, her bright red hair as luminous as it had been when Mara lived at Hope House. Call me Abigail, dear. I'm so sorry for this mess you're in, and I have no doubt of your innocence. It was as though the whole situation was a puzzle, and Mara couldn't seem to put the pieces together. The train whistle sounded behind her, and she realized they still stood on the platform. Come on, Paige said. They're expecting us at Hope House, and we have a room ready for you too. We'll talk there. Her eyes shifted to Liam, and a smile split her face. Is this my new brother-in-law? Extending his hand in greeting, Liam chuckled. Mara noticed how rugged he looked among some of the other men in the train station, though he just fit right in amongst the other men of Mud Lake. Sure am, he replied. And you must be Paige. I've heard so much about you, I feel like I know you already. Good things, I hope, Paige joked. I tend to cause my sister headaches now and again. You do not, Mara scolded playfully. Well, maybe on occasion. After their introductions, Mara tucked herself into his side as they took the short walk from the train station to the carriage Abigail and Paige had procured to take them to Hope House. The whole drive back to the mansion in New Orleans' Garden District, Paige chattered on about the sights Liam had never seen. The chatter made it clear her sister was a little nervous, as talking incessantly had always been how she coped with nerves, but Liam didn't seem to mind. He engaged with her, asking questions either she or Abigail answered, keeping an arm wrapped around Mara the whole time. When the carriage rolled past the courthouse, his hand tightened briefly on her skin. He pressed a kiss to the top of her head, and Paige grinned so wide it made Mara chuckle a little herself. Recovering, Paige launched back into her diatribe about the history of some of the buildings in New Orleans, but not before she shot Mara a wink. Pulling up outside Hope House, Mara could hardly believe how little it had changed. The house was large, over 8 bedrooms plus a bevy of others that fulfilled many different needs. The white Victorian home had both a front porch and a second-floor balcony. Healthy bushes in the front bloomed, and vines wrapped around the front columns. Children ran in the front yard, playing some sort of game of tag, and Mara's heart flipped a little at the sight. They were happy. In a world that had dealt them a difficult hand, the babies were happy, loved, and safe. Thank you, Lord. Allowing Liam to help her down from the carriage, Mara held onto his hand as they moved up the front walk. How many times had she made that very walk, and had she ever imagined she'd make it again? She probably should have, especially knowing the hearing was coming, but she'd been so distracted she'd not given a thought to where they'd stay. 2 of the house mothers were the same, and they stood on the porch with open arms. Miss Annie and Miss Liza May had been there since before Mara and Paige arrived, and they'd patiently loved the fight right out of her, at least where they were concerned. "Oh, Mara Belle," Miss Annie said with the nickname she'd given her. "We'll get through this." She pulled her in close, Mare finding comfort in the woman's soft arms. After introducing both women to Liam, they followed Abigail and Paige into the parlor. The children were shooed out by Liza May, and the four of them sat in the comfortable wing-back chairs in front of the fireplace. There was no fire in the summer heat, but memories flashed in Mara's mind of all the Hope House children gathering there every night to have one of the house mothers read the Bible to them. She hadn't believed it, not really, but it had always been pleasant for her. "So," Abigail began when Paige didn't seem to know where to start. "I'm sure you're wondering why I'm here." She was, but it was Abigail's house. Her portrait hung on the wall, and she was regarded as something of an angel on earth among those at Hope House. "A little, I suppose. As soon as you left town, Paige wrote to me. It took a few weeks for me to arrange time with my husband for me to get down here, as we do have two small ones at home, but I felt this was important. The first time I came, I stayed for a few days, but I've made periodic short visits all summer to work with Paige." Eyes darting between the two of them, Mara still hadn't figured out what they were talking about. Work with Paige on what? Satisfaction written all over her sister's face, Paige smirked. "I knew you were innocent, so I just needed to prove it. That's what I've been doing every spare minute I've had since you left." "At least," Abigail said with a smile, when she wasn't relieving the cooks here at Hope House. "She insisted on earning her keep, and I felt she needed time to follow any leads we could find. So she's been working part-time here in exchange for room and board. The rest of the time, she's been working to clear your name." Thinking of the danger she'd have put herself in on Mara's behalf sent her heart racing. "Oh Paige, please tell me you didn't do anything foolish. Your safety is what matters." Paige stood and crossed the room, kneeling in front of Mara and looking up at her. "You've spent your whole life taking care of me. It was time I took care of you." Listening to all Abigail and Paige had found was mind-boggling. Liam had known there had to be more to the story than even Mara knew, and they'd confirmed it. After poring over the information himself, he was more convinced than ever that Mara had nothing to do with it. He'd already believed her, but even she hadn't known if she might have been unintentionally guilty. That morning, as they sat in the small courtroom for the hearing, Liam pored over all the information again. It was mind-boggling, to say the least, but would the judge accept the evidence? Abigail said the highest hurdle they'd have would be procuring a judge who couldn't be bought by the Lathams. Most of them were good, upstanding men, but the few that could be bought had a way of snaking their way into certain trials. The four of them sat on the first row on the left side, while the lawyer Abigail had procured shuffled papers at the podium a few steps in front. The Lathams hadn't yet arrived, but it was only a matter of time. "Ladies," Liam spoke down the aisle. "I'd like to pray for today's outcome, if you'll permit me." Mara turned her beautiful face towards him, pinched in worry, and nodded gratefully. She'd shared with him the night before the idea of being put in a jail cell at the end of the day had her fear fighting her faith in a battle that choked her. They'd prayed over that very battle for hours the night before, and she'd only fallen asleep in the wee hours of the morning. He'd stayed up to pray some more, but had eventually fallen asleep himself. The sound of the children running down the halls in the morning had woken them, but neither minded. Going through the motions of eating breakfast with the children had been comforting in its own way, and it lifted Mara's spirits for the time being. They bowed their heads to pray, only wrapping up when the back door of the courtroom swung open and smacked against the wall. The lawman in him had his head popping up only to see who he could only imagine was the Lathams. The way Mara stiffened beside him as she took in the sight of them confirmed his suspicions, and he lowered his lips to just beside her ear. "You're innocent," he whispered softly. "And the Lord is fighting for you. They have no power over you that you don't give them." Slowly, as though it took great effort, Mara's shoulders relaxed. She didn't reply, but she did lean back slightly until her back propped on his arm. Adjusting a little to wrap his arm around her back, he tucked her close. Was it appropriate for a courtroom? Probably not, but something in him needed to touch her to reassure himself she was still there by his side. Seeing her wouldn't be good enough, and it was clear she needed the contact as well. The Lathams made their way up the aisle, the wife glaring at Mara as she went. The father just looked nervous, while the young man named Colin apparently couldn't be bothered to care about the entire situation. After all Kate and Mara had told him about the young man, it didn't surprise him. He'd never really been held accountable for anything in his life, so why would that start now? "All rise," the bailiff said as the Lathams reached their seats. The Honorable Judge West presiding. Breathing a sigh of relief at the satisfied look on their lawyer's face, he allowed himself to relax the tiniest bit before sitting back down. The first bit of the trial went exactly as expected, and Liam wanted nothing more than to knock the self-satisfied smirk right off Colin Latham's face. Everything he said was clearly rehearsed, even down to his role in the scandal which broke up his engagement. "Do you think," the Latham's lawyer said as he approached Colin on the stand, "that Miss Brown might have been jealous of your affair with her friend, Miss Donovan?" "Objection," Mara's lawyer said quickly. "That's Mrs. Pratt and Mrs. Pratt now, Your Honor." He didn't mention the situation with Kate hadn't been an affair at all, but an attempted assault, knowing Mara would have her time on the stand. Moving on, it was clear jealousy was the story they were going with, and Liam's fist itched the whole time. After the unfortunate incident with Mrs. Kate Pratt occurred, the lawyer said with annoying emphasis on her married name. "Did it seem as if there was jealousy on behalf of Mrs. Mara Pratt?" "I would assume so," Colin said with a shrug. "She told me I'd pay for what I'd done." Beside him, he heard Mara's sharp intake of breath and saw the slight shake of her head. Doing his best to calm her by rubbing circles on her arm with his thumb, Liam could feel her slight shake from beside him. "You'll get your time," he whispered softly. "You can tell them what really happened." Mrs. Latham's time on the stand wasn't any more truthful than her son's, but that wasn't who Liam was truly anxious to see questioned. Finally, Mr. Latham took his turn, and his lawyer's questions were roughly the same they'd been for everyone else. He'd confirmed how long Mara had worked for them and how she'd come to be hired, but it was the cross-examination which truly got the ball rolling. Mara's lawyer, a man named Joshua Priest, approached the bench. "Mr. Latham," he said with all the confidence of a man who'd been doing this longer than Liam had been alive. "Is it true the warehouse of one of your competitors, Mr. Cal Quinn, burned down merely 2 days before your own home went up in flames?" The color drained from Mr. Latham's face, but his voice was steady as he answered. "Yes, truly unfortunate." "And is it true your business partner, Mr. Benjamin Rothschild, is one of the founding investors in Blasting Incorporated, a company which provides both nitroglycerin and dynamite to mines and demolition teams?" I don't know what that has to do with this case." Mr. Latham had begun to stutter a little, and he sat up straighter in his seat. Mr. Priest shrugged and glanced up at Judge West before turning his attention back to Mr. Latham. "I just find it curious, sir. I'm not here to determine who burned down your house. That's a job for the proper authorities. I'm simply here to point out there were others with far more motive and means than Mrs. Pratt. Speaking of motive, is it or is it not true your son had just broken off an engagement with Mr. Rothschild's daughter mere weeks before the unfortunate fire?" "Becca, was it?" The sight of the powerful and pompous businessman shrinking under the scrutiny of a short, plump lawyer would bring Liam amusement for days to come, he was sure. "It is true, but Rothschild and I have determined to stay out of our children's business. What Colin chooses to do in his free time is none of my concern." "No further questions, Your Honor." Mr. Priest moved back behind his table and shuffled the papers again, studying another set as Mr. Latham took his seat. "Very well then," Judge West replied. "In that case, we'll move to the defense's witnesses." Liam glanced down the pew and noticed both Abigail and Paige with satisfied grins on their faces, as relaxed as Liam had seen them since they arrived. They'd gone out last night after dinner and not returned until after he and Mara had turned in for the night. Wherever they'd gone seemed to bolster their confidence in their ability to have Mara acquitted. "Thank you, Your Honor," Mr. Priest said as he stood. "We'd like to call Mr. Rothschild to the stand first." All three Latham's heads whipped around to see a young man about Colin's age moving up the aisle. He also wore a fine suit, but nothing about him looked quite as tailored as the other men. He took his seat and settled back into it as though he didn't sit inside a courtroom deciding the fate of a young woman. After he was sworn in, Mr. Priest took his place for questioning. "Mr. Rothschild, for the court record, can you state your name and your relationship to the Lathams?" Benjamin Rothschild too, sir. My father is Mr. Latham's business associate. Becca, the young woman Colin humiliated by assaulting the household help on the day of her bridal tea, is my sister. Chapter 17. Mara couldn't believe her ears. Over the next 20 minutes, Benjamin poked holes in virtually everything the Lathams had said during their testimonies. True to his word, Mr. Priest didn't appear to be trying to incriminate him or his father, but it was clear there were far more options than a poor housemaid. She leaned over to Paige, in awe of how her sister had managed to get him there. How in the world did you get him to testify? Ben's not nearly as awful as his father or Mr. Latham, she whispered back. Plus, he was a few years younger than Abigail, and they'd known each other as children. In fact, he doesn't want to be involved in his father's misdeeds or even his business, and he has a much stronger moral compass than Benjamin the First. She shrugged, the corner of her lip turned up in a smirk as she and Abigail shared a glance. Listening again, Mara couldn't believe Benjamin was so forthcoming. Apparently, there had been an explosion at one of their competitors' warehouses just a few days before the fire at the Lathams. He didn't know who'd been responsible, but it had killed 10 men and injured far more. Once Mr. Priest finished his questioning, the Latham's lawyer stood to cross-examine. Mr. Rothschild, he said slowly. Forgive me, but this all seems a little fortuitous that you'd show up at the last minute with this information. Is there a question somewhere in there? Benjamin looked a bit bored, but under the facade was a clear conviction Mara hadn't noticed at first. We're all here to give Mrs. Pratt a fair hearing, right? I mean, that's the goal. The lawyer's eyes narrowed, and he glanced back at the Lathams. Of course. If it wasn't Mrs. Pratt, do you have any thoughts of who it might have been? Well, the night in question, there were a good number of men in the study smoking cigars where the fire started. If one of them, say, dropped a lit cigar in a drawer that contained explosives from a warehouse fire, well, that would just be an unfortunate accident. Mara gasped, and she felt Liam sit up straighter beside her. Mrs. Latham's face was redder than the sugar beets the cooks at Hope House used to serve, and her husband wasn't far behind her. Leaning towards Paige again, Mara could barely keep her voice at a whisper. What is he, some sort of vigilante? Sobering, Paige shook her head. No, a young lady he's close to had both a father and brother working in that warehouse. The brother was killed, and the father was heavily injured. Her voice dropped even lower, though she'd already just been a breath above silent. Latham convinced his father the girl wasn't good enough for him, and Benjamin courting her would hurt the business. After Colin had humiliated his sister so badly, he took things into his own hands. What an awful situation for all involved. As she watched the rest of Benjamin's testimony, the man's anger became clearer and clearer. It was still hidden behind a mask of indifference, but seeing Liam's own protectiveness blaze had her recognizing the look on the other man's face. By the time she was called to the stand, it seemed like a mostly open and shut case. Even the judge seemed finished by that point, so sharing her story went quickly. In fact, her nerves had mostly subsided until the Latham's lawyer stood to cross-examine her. He was out for blood, pulling out anything he could to try and incriminate her. Is it true, Mrs. Pratt, that you're close friends with the young woman who engaged in an affair with Colin, the one who broke off his engagement? Unable to help herself, she scoffed. Her nerves might be swirling in her belly, but the sight of Liam, Paige, and Abigail on the front bench bolstered her fight. No, I'm close friends with the young woman Colin assaulted against her will, the one who broke off his engagement. Her eyes narrowed at the lawyer, then the Lathams. They'd bullied her enough. But she's happy and settled with a husband who loves her. I'd never sacrifice my own freedom to avenge a woman whose honor has never once been in question. Mrs. Latham sputtered, her red face a stark contrast to her gray hair and impeccably tailored blue dress. Their lawyer continued, but Mara continued to respond in the same confident manner. Just as she'd told Liam when they first met, every time the lawyer attempted to back her into a corner, she came out swinging. Sweat beading on the lawyer's forehead, Mara fought down a satisfied smile. Mrs. Pratt, it's just curious you're so adamant the Lathams fabricated the accusations against you. What could possibly motivate them to do that? With a shrug, Mara lifted her hands. I don't know, but does it matter? Maybe it wasn't intentional, but realizing the fire started with the same materials which had caused the warehouse explosions scared them. As Mr. Priest has said this morning already, I'm not here to do the authorities' job for them. I'm simply here to proclaim my innocence so I can go home to Colorado and get on with the rest of my life. Mara barely registered the sight of Mrs. Latham standing from her spot on the bench and pointing a pistol her way. Dropping behind the heavy oak witness stand, the sound of the shots ringing out in the courtroom echoed down to her very soul. She heard someone scream before a loud shuffle and a grunt sounded. More gunshots exploded before stopping abruptly. All clear, Liam said clearly, and the knot in Mara's chest loosened a little. So he was all right, but what about Paige and Abigail? Mr. Priest? The judge. There weren't that many people in the courtroom, but every soul mattered. Slowly, she stood from behind the podium and squinted through the smoky haze. Police raced up the aisle, but Liam had already detained Mrs. Latham. The gun lay a few feet away from them, and Liam had her on the ground with her hands behind her back. Both Colin and Mr. Latham looked shocked, and both still covered their heads with their arms. As the police cuffed Mrs. Latham and lifted her to her feet, Mara caught sight of her murderous expression. You think your word means anything? You're just an orphan street urchin no one ever wanted. What makes you think you can come in here and accuse my son of assaulting that harlot friend of yours? And you. Her gaze swung to Paige where she and Abigail were moving to their feet after hiding under their bench. After all we did for you. You should be ashamed. With a wholly unladylike snort, Paige simply grinned. I'll think about it. She tucked her arm into the crook of Abigail's, cocking her head to the side. No, I'm not feeling any shame. You tried to frame my sister for arson and even sent a posse of bounty hunters to collect her. Liam's voice sounded then, though Mara couldn't see him from his place behind the police. A posse of idiots who got the wrong woman. As the police led Mrs. Latham out of the courtroom, her shrieking carried until the large oak doors in the back shut. Judge West looked highly annoyed. Well, I think that'll do it for witness statements, and I'd like to be done with this whole sham of an accusation. This court finds Mara Pratt not guilty of the charges leveled against her. He turned to her then with a quick nod of his head. You're a brave young woman, Mrs. Pratt. Go get on with your life and try to stay out of my courtroom in the future. I'll do my best, Your Honor, Mara replied. The feeling of relief that washed over her as she watched the judge return to his chambers filled every inch of her. She barely noticed Liam rushing towards her until he held up his hands to help her down from the stand and crushed her to him. It's over, she whispered. It's really over. It sure is, he said as he lifted her chin to a point where their eyes met. You were amazing, and I'm so proud of you. Lowering his lips to hers, Mara heard the faint sound of her sister's giggle, but more or less ignored her. She was in the arms of the cowboy lawman who'd stolen her heart and led her to Jesus. They'd had their share of fights, and she was sure more were to come, but the Lord had led them thus far. He wouldn't leave them now. Later that day, Mara struggled to believe it was all truly over and they were really making their way home. Paige and Abigail accompanied them to the station, as Abigail was heading back to Pine Creek, Texas, and Paige would return to Mud Lake with them. By the time they bid the carriage goodbye and made their way to the train platform, the engine heading to Colorado was already preparing for their arrival. Abigail pulled Mara into a tight hug before she headed to meet her own train. I'm so proud of you. The strength you showed in the courtroom was a sight to behold. Liam and Paige had stepped away a bit to give them a moment, and Mara swallowed back the lump in her throat at Abigail's words. Thank you. I don't know if I could have done it without Liam being there with me. You could, as you had the Lord to guide you, but the right man sure does make it easier. Abigail winked, and Mara felt her cheeks flush a little. Thinking about all that had brought them to that moment, Mara could barely believe it. It's amazing such different people can come together in marriage and be happy. Stepping back, Abigail squeezed both of Mara's hands. You know, there was a time I thought my husband ought to be someone similar to me. Of course, we needed to share values, but something I've realized is mature love isn't in the things you have in common. Mature love, the love that builds its foundation on the Lord and makes both people better, is found in the differences. It's in the way we help one another where we fall short. My husband is incredibly responsible, and he's the hardest worker I know. I, on the other hand, might lose my head if it wasn't attached at times. But I soften our home, and I make it a place where everyone feels comfortable. Where he's quiet and stoic, I'm anything but, and that's been a blessing all its own. That made so much sense, but Mara had never thought of it that way. I think you're right. Liam and I are so different, but it's like we just fit. You do, and those places where you show grace to one another in your differences is the most fertile soil for the family you'll build together. A porter from down the way shouted it was time to board for Pine Creek, Texas, and Abigail pulled her close once more. I've got to go, dear, but you and Paige have a safe trip. Write to me when you get settled again. I will. Her sister's move had Mara grinning even bigger than her innocence being official, and Liam knew he'd bend over backwards to keep that grin on her face as much as possible. Paige, I don't want you to think you have to get a job immediately when we get to town, but I believe Mara has found you a great position at the cafe if you want it. Stu's been needing some help for a while, and I think I gained a couple of pounds from your cooking just in the past few days. Paige chuckled but oddly didn't respond. They'd just bid goodbye to Abigail when Mara stopped short at the sight of a well-dressed woman in a maroon velvet traveling suit. Mrs. Miller? A smile split the woman's weathered face, her white gloves pristine as she opened her arms. Mara, dear. I hoped I'd see you today. I heard the good news, so let me congratulate you myself. I hope you and Mr. Pratt have found each other suitable? Her gaze darted between them, and she raised a brow knowingly at Mara. We have, Mara replied with a blush. But you didn't have to come and see me off. Waving a hand in front of her face, Mrs. Miller shook her head. Oh, I didn't come just for you. I also needed to give Paige her wedding dress. Her eyes twinkling, she handed a folded cream fabric to her sister. May you find all the happiness you deserve, dear, and may God richly bless your marriage. Marriage? Mara's eyes widened as her head whipped around to Paige. Had they heard correctly? Paige was going to Mud Lake to marry? Mara was apparently just as surprised as he was, as Liam's jaw remained dropped. Paige, you don't have to become a mail-order bride to come back to Mud Lake with us. We'll take care of you. Paige only grinned. As I said before the hearing, it's time I start taking care of myself. Well, as much as a woman can out west. She winked, and Liam got the impression she regarded the whole thing as a grand adventure. Besides, Paige Hart has a ring to it. Hart. Liam's expression probably matched his wife's, but there was no way he could have masked his surprise. As in Riley Hart? The very same, Mrs. Miller replied. He wrote not too long ago, around the time Paige came in wondering if there might be any other young men in Mud Lake. Since she's going back with the two of you, they haven't been able to exchange correspondence like I prefer, but then all my Mud Lake brides appear to be moving quickly. She smiled at Paige and took Mara's hand. At least I'm assured of this one's safety, something I can't say for the other two. That much was true, and Riley was a good man, but why wouldn't he have told us he sent away for a bride? Even Samuel had told him about it, even if he hadn't told anyone else. That's a question for him, Mrs. Miller replied. You can tell Paige all about her groom on the way, as he sounds simply wonderful. He was, but Riley didn't even have a house. He still lived in the bunkhouse with the other hands at Samuel's ranch. Being a foreman paid well, but Riley had always lived simply and put most of his money in the bank. Had he gone and purchased his own land, and Samuel just hadn't told Liam? At the sight of his furrowed brow, Paige's smile faltered a little. Is he as he seemed in the letter? Feeling like a cad, Liam nodded quickly. He's as good as they come, and his faith is strong. We're just surprised is all. I don't mean to make you think otherwise. Mara took Paige's hand, worry still on her face. Liam's right. It's just all so surprising. And you don't have to marry to settle in Mud Lake. We'll be sure to keep you safe. Pastor Olson and his wife offered you a place to stay when Liam and I got married, but he'll be retiring at the end of the month. I imagine their house will go to the new pastor. There's plenty of room at the ranch, and we can always build on at our house. We'll need to eventually, anyway. Realizing what she'd said, Mara's cheeks flushed, and Liam tried to keep his amusement off his face. If he had it his way, they'd definitely have to add on, sooner rather than later. He'd committed to letting her lead the way with physical intimacy, and he knew it would come. Still, Paige shook her head vigorously as the train whistle sounded to signal it was time to board. Let me do this my way, Mara. You're a newlywed still getting to know your husband. You've sacrificed your whole life for me, I need to figure things out for myself. Chapter 18. Mara didn't realize she'd been biting her nails until Liam placed his hand in hers and pulled her sore fingers from her mouth. You're going to bite them to the quick, and that won't feel good when you get back to work Monday. They were close to Mud Lake, and if her nails were any indication, she'd been worrying them for a while. I know, she said quietly so Paige wouldn't hear. I just can't believe she's a bride herself. Riley seems like a good man, but there's more to a good marriage than that. Her husband's lip quirked up, meaning clear in his eyes without saying a word. Yes, she replied with a huff. We've had our issues too, but Paige is so young. She's only 2 years younger than you, the same age as Kate. Face it, darlin', you've grown used to her depending on you over the years. It's nothing to be ashamed of, he added quickly as she opened her mouth to argue, but she's right. It's time she solves some problems on her own. If the hearing was any indication, she can hold her own when given the chance. Mara laid her head back on the velvet seat back of the passenger car. Paige was still asleep in the seat across from them, but she kept her voice low nonetheless. But what do we know about Riley, really? Kate told me he showed up in town a few years ago, and even Lizzie doesn't really know what caused him to leave Boston. What if he's hiding something? Infuriatingly, Liam barked out a laugh at that. You mean like you and Kate did? Neither of you were bad people, but you'd fallen into bad circumstances. I've known Riley since he came to Mud Lake, and he's Lizzie's brother. You think she and Paul would let him around their children if he was dangerous? He's a good man, he loves the Lord, and he's a hard worker. He keeps his head down and doesn't get in arguments with the hands. In fact, one of the reasons Samuel promoted him to foreman was he brokered peace during fights more than once. He doesn't even have a house, Mara grumbled. Where are they supposed to live? She knew she was being a little petty at that point, but her protective streak for Paige ran deep and wide. Who would send off for a bride without a place to live? Rubbing his thumb in circles over her hand, Liam managed to calm her without saying a word. After he'd paused for a moment, he spoke softly. I've wondered about that myself, but Riley's not an impulsive man. He'll have some sort of a plan, I guarantee it. Satisfied for the moment, Mara took a deep breath. She had to trust the Lord with Paige's future the same way she'd begun to trust him with her own. I guess I just have to give it to the Lord. Liam tweaked her nose before pressing a kiss to her forehead. That's my girl. She was his long before she was yours, and he'll be with her. I can't tell you how happy it makes me to see you trusting the Lord. Somewhere between that day in the mine shaft and now, I realized surrender was the only real path to peace. I don't know why God allowed some of the things in my life he did, but I can look back and see his hand guiding me to the next step. It's like even in my deepest hardships, he didn't leave me. You know, Liam said, Pastor Olson once told me of these beautiful canyons in the Arizona territory that are bigger than you could ever imagine. They're so deep you can't even imagine, and they have a way of making a man feel mighty small. But still, in the bottom of the canyon, there's a river flowing through that's plenty powerful. It gives life to the things at the bottom of the canyon, and even in the deepest parts it's there. When Pa passed, I'd not been the best version of myself for the last couple of years. He'd shared bits and pieces of his rebellious days before, but she'd always known there was more driving him out of them and into faith. I'm sure he knew you were struggling. He did, Liam said, but it didn't take away the guilt after he died. But when I went to talk to Pastor Olson, he told me about how even the smallest cracks in the bottom of that canyon could take in the water from the river. He challenged me to let the Lord be that for me, to let him into the deepest places of hurt and anger in my life. When I did that, he could heal it. It didn't mean I wouldn't miss my parents, because part of loving is grieving a loss, but letting the Lord into my pain would give me more freedom than I could ever imagine. Mara could hardly believe the wisdom of her husband and the truth of his words. The Lord blessed me with you, Liam Pratt. And you as well, my dear. Whatever is going to happen with Paige will happen, but God is with her too. Leaning back against Liam's side, Mara studied her sister. When she slept like that, she could remember the little girl in tattered hair ribbons who'd followed Mara around like a puppy as children. She remembered tucking the girl into a safe place where she couldn't be seen so she could go out and steal food, and she remembered the day they escaped from Uncle Rufus's house. The day they'd moved into Hope House felt like the first deep breath she'd taken in a while, but aging out had thrust her right back into the role of protector. But Liam and Paige were right. Paige was a grown woman, and she could follow the Lord's leading for her life all on her own. The last hour of the train ride went quickly with Liam's steady strength to rest against, and she couldn't help but contrast it to the last time she'd pulled into Mud Lake. This time, she wasn't a scared and starving young woman facing down her worst fear in New Orleans and an unknown future in Colorado. No, this time she was home with a heart filled with God's peace. Taking both women's bags from the porter at the Mud Lake train platform, Liam offered his free hand to help both women down. "Welcome home, ladies." Glancing around, he couldn't see Riley there waiting for Paige. It was possible he hadn't received the letter yet. Samuel wouldn't have gotten his out at the ranch if Liam hadn't stopped into the post office that morning. Paige took in the sight with wide eyes and an expression of awe. "It's beautiful." "Wait until you see the actual lake," Mara replied. "The folks who settled this place were mighty sneaky to keep it from becoming overpopulated." "I can see why." Paige glanced around, shielding her eyes with her hand. "Any idea where I might find my groom?" That was a good question, but the first stop would be the mercantile to check with Lizzie. His sister and brother-in-law run the mercantile, so let's stop there first. If he's not here, he's out at the ranch, and I'll be happy to take you out there. The mail here sometimes gets delayed, so don't let his absence make you nervous. Paige shrugged, nothing but excitement and curiosity on her face. "That's all right. I know things happen. I'm just happy to not be all alone up here." She grinned at Mara, wrapping her arm around her sister's. "I know you're on edge with me marrying, but thank you for respecting my choices. Like you said, you're a grown woman." Mara glanced up at Liam, and he chuckled. The effort it took for her to say that was clear, but he was proud of her. Pulling her close, he pressed a kiss to his wife's head before gesturing towards the mercantile. It only took them a minute or two to make their way to the small wooden building, and Paul's bright red hair was the first thing he spotted. "Hi, Paul. We're back." A squeal from the back of the store sounded and both Lizzie and Kate came flying up from the storeroom. "Your train was early." Kate flew into the ready embrace of Mara and Paige, tears falling down her cheeks. "When Liam wired you'd been cleared, I think I spent a solid 3 hours thanking the Lord." "And Paige," she said as she turned to face the younger woman. "I can't believe you're finally here." "It's so nice to meet you, Paige," Lizzie said warmly as she hugged Mara. "I've heard such good things about you from Kate and your sister." Liam snorted, still unsure how everything would play out. "Well, apparently you'll be getting to know her well." As Lizzie furrowed her brow in question, the bell above the door jingled and Samuel walked through with Riley and Joshua at his heels. "You're back," Samuel said with a grin. "Kate had me bring her in first thing this morning, and we just made a supply run day of it." "Paige," Kate said with a huge grin. "This is my husband Samuel, our foreman Riley, and our wrangler Joshua. I can't wait to have you out to the ranch." "Oh, do you know where you'll be staying?" "The Olsons are here for a few more weeks, but dash." "I guess that's more of a question for Riley," Liam cut in. He grinned at his friend's confusion, quite entertained at the whole situation. "Why didn't you tell us you sent off for a bride?" Lizzie's mouth dropped open, mirrored by Kate's, while a blush rose to Paige's cheeks as she stepped forward. "Pleased to meet you, Riley." I'm Paige Brown, your mail-order bride. I. Riley stuttered as he stood still as a statue. You're my, what? Uncertainty crossed Paige's face for the first time, and Liam wondered if there might be more to the situation. Riley, he said with his lawman calm, you did send off for a bride, didn't you? Mara's hand went to her mouth as she gasped, while Paige's smile fell from her face. Riley, for his part, looked like it was the first he was hearing of it. No, I didn't. But, when he didn't speak further, Paige straightened her shoulders and swallowed. All right then, she said through the tiniest strain. Mara, you told me there was a cafe in town that might be hiring. Could someone direct me there? Is there a boarding house in town? She didn't look at Riley, but Liam could see his sister-in-law's eyes misting even as she displayed an unflappable exterior. We sure will, Liam replied. And there's no boarding house, but there are a few widows who might rent out extra rooms. Mara's gaze swung to his, and she began to shake her head. No, she can dash. Darlin', he replied gently. She can do this. The fight slowly left Mara's eyes as the realization struck. The sight of her struggling to relinquish control again was clear, but the next words out of her mouth were just that. Yes, we'll take you down to meet Stu. Riley held up a hand, apparently jarred from his shock. Wait, how did this happen? And I may not have sent for a bride, but that doesn't mean I won't take care of her. She shouldn't be alone out here. He shoved his hands in his pockets, beads of sweat on his forehead. I mean, I'd be willing to. No, Paige said with an adamant shake of her head. You don't need to do anything. I'm not alone here, and I don't intend to trap any man into marrying me. She took her satchel from Liam and reached into the side pocket. Producing an envelope, she handed it to Riley. So this isn't your handwriting? Pulling the paper from the envelope, Riley shook his head. It's not. You can ask my sister. Handing the paper to Lizzie, the look on Riley's face was pained. Liam had to feel for the man. He was a man of honor, and everything in him looked to be begging him to ensure Paige was cared for, but he didn't even have a house for them to live in. Gently, eyes full of compassion, Lizzie looked up at Paige. It's not. I'm so sorry. But Liam's right. There are definitely folks in town with extra rooms. We can help ask around to see if any would be willing to rent them out. Quiet the whole time, Samuel spoke up then. If it doesn't work out with Stu, you're welcome to stay at the ranch. It would be a bit of a trek to come into town every day to work, but we've got room. Paige nodded, and Mara took her hand. Thank you. I appreciate all the help. Come on, Mara said softly. Let's go see a man about a job. Liam followed the two women out, leaving the rest of the group to pick their jaws up off the floor from the whole situation. When they reached the cafe, Paige took a deep breath and opened the door. Could you two stay out here? I'd like to do this alone. Mara nodded, and Liam wrapped an arm around her as Paige disappeared inside. I'm proud of you, wife. I know this wasn't what you expected. Turning in his arms to face him, Mara smiled softly. It's not, but I've never seen her take charge like that. She's right. She can do this, and the Lord will take care of her. Liam couldn't care less that they were in the middle of the street in broad daylight. He wanted to kiss his wife. You, my dear, are mighty pretty when you smile. Lowering his lips to hers, he removed his Stetson and wrapped his arms back around her. In the same way he'd learned to trust the Lord with Mara, she was learning to do the same with Paige. Together, they'd face whatever came. Thank you so much for listening. If you enjoyed The Sheriff's Guilty Bride, be sure you've listened to all my other Christian romances on this channel. Subscribe if you haven't already, and you'll never miss an upload.